Dr. Hubs with the 35 stream streak. Let's get the show on the road. What is going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, whatever it is in your time zone. It is Monday, the 27th of July, 2026. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the streets of Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to my senses. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of a ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debts to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. They came out with a new Ghost in the Shell. I know, it's very true to the original manga. Hardly anybody's read the manga. I think most people, in the 90s got introduced to that with the movie. And then, like, you know, me, I was a standalone complex gal. And then Arise. Anybody see the 2045, or what was it? 2045, I think it is. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the Ghost in the Half Shell, all of the Ghost in the Shell timeline is like now, right? Isn't it? Like standalone. I don't know. I feel like I remember a lot of the dates in that series being 2020 whatever, which seemed like the cyber future at the time. They were like, in the way off distant cyber future, you can have a cyber brain and a cyber body, and you can, I don't know, pay off your the expenses for the maintenance and upgrade of that cyber brain and body through working for Section 9. I never thought about there being a Guts manga. I looked for it a long time ago. Like when I found I think there was some JoJo stuff that I wanted to read the manga. Yeah, part 6 I read the manga before it came out. Part 5 too maybe. And yeah, so I looked for gets on that. I was like, oh, what other, shows can I watch the manga of? And I found one manga, but it's really weird. I don't know what time it's supposed to be in. But the team, they're literally in the army. They're soldiers. They're, it's not Section 9. They're in the army doing army stuff. They're in tanks, and yeah, it was like a military manga. So I don't know if that's like a prequel or what, but doesn't seem to be the timeline of the timeline of the show that's coming out now. It's the Puppet Master saga, which is what the movie was based on. And I swear to God, chat, I think I've seen the movie. All right. I think I remember the movie being up on the screen at a bunch of warehouse parties that I went to. I mean, you don't really watch a movie that way because the sound is off, but the subtitles are on, and you're doing other things. You're thinking about other things. Your mind's going other places at a warehouse party, and also house parties, and just it's one of these movies that everybody always had on in the background, and I don't think it was ever on in a place where I could really pay attention, hardcore. Just be like, all right, what is this even about? And it was I was that person that was watching the movie, does this guy know the other guy? I don't know what's going on. Why are they, why is the Major and the Puppet Master, why are they kissing? I don't know. I don't even know if that happened in the original movie. 2029 is the setting. Look what they took from us. Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's even more shitified than, there's definitely some, not great technology in like some problematic technology in the series, but the only parts Ghost in the Shell movie worth watching are the sausage bit. Wait, sausage? Sasuga? The rest is literally just stills. Their budget was, oh, for the movie. Sakuga. Chat, how are we talking about RGR in 2026? It's a very 2021 conversation that we're about to have. And look, in a lot of ways, 2021 is coming back. It's roaring right back. A lot of the figures, a lot of the storylines, the plot actually turns out to be important. Not least of which was a thing that I noticed and kind of thought I was maybe making up, maybe being paranoid about. Like, right, I always saw a weird connection, a weird familiarity, a weird confluence between Twitch poll and the far right. Now, that's not all in my mind, right? The politics server and its kind of intersection with Twitch poll, and the fact that everybody just treated it like, oh, you know, these are just fans of politics. These are just more viewers for us, right? When it's clearly a far right Discord run by a far right weirdo that Destiny now hates. So many of the figures, right? Counterpoints. Clearly some kind of a right winger that just got welcomed into the Destiny community. Same thing with Doobie. Like, Doobie was, I think, in with the, like, I think that Doobie was in with that crowd. Or sorry, I don't think that, like, no, they were, you know, copacetic. They were, what is the word? Simpatico. Yeah, they were simpatico. You know, back in the day, obviously, Destiny hates Doobie now. Doobie's done a lot to expose him. Same thing with counterpoints, right? It's like the people that are the closest to Destiny are the ones that turn on him. Interesting how that works out. But yeah, the familiarity between the far right and the center tanky hating left. More worried about tanky infiltration than the MAGA people that they're getting so in some cases, like maybe more far right than MAGA. I mean, in the case of Nick Fuentes, we're literally talking about a groiper who thinks that MAGA hasn't gone far enough, right? And that's somebody whose Destiny felt it worthwhile to rehabilitate the career of. So yeah, no, I'm definitely not imagining things, but just like the idea that, like, you know, so many of my ops were claiming to be leftist, right? That's why it's painful. That's why it's like harmful, right? When you have to compete for viewers with people that you overlap with, and you're, like, you know, losing some of your viewers. So some go one way, some go the other way, and the people, you know, the supposed leftists that you're beefing with are, you know, are they even leftists? That's the real question, chat. Whick's got a panel that we're about to watch. It's called about Tankie Infiltration into the Democratic Party. He's talking about the DSA. He's talking about Mamdani. He's talking about Hasan Piker. But really, the question I'm going to ask is about MAGA, Never Trumper. Do you want me to show you this thumbnail? Do you want me to show you, did Destiny ever claim to be on the left? Yes. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Right? In fact, he would say that their reactionary elements of the tanky make him further to the left than the rest of us. And from time to time, he will try to claim, you know, to use what, like, Hasan would call identity politics to his advantage, right? More in a Ben Shapiro kind of way, where they look at you and they as a caricature, as a person that's just, like, knee-jerking towards wokeness, and they try to be like, well, that's not very woke of you. For example, chat, yeah, let me just jump into this already. For example, last night on Twitter, whoa, where are we? Why is nothing showing up? I think I have to fix a few things in chat. Okay, which... All right, here we go. Are we good? There it is. Damn. Am I good or what? I'm so good. This is exactly what I was talking about. Look at this. How coincidental. It's right on the screen. Do you see this thumbnail? Now, look, this is an RGR panel, I'm told. Wow. Cursed AI, too. very cursed. Also, I don't know if this is like MAGA style illiberalism. I don't know if I feel like I've seen this before. Either this is like a reused image or they've like used this exact. They've probably, I've just probably seen this on a tweet somewhere. Oh, it's Josiah. Yo, wait a minute. Is that Abdul Al Sayed maybe? That is towing in the wooden horse. Yeah, I think that it is like a Twitter meme that DGG has had that they just kind of refurbished for this purpose. Who is next to, though? Who is behind the door? I'm pretty sure that's Josiah. So Josiah, if you don't know, Pondering Politics is who we're talking about, right? This is a liberal channel compared to Midas Touch. Not saying anything good, not saying anything bad, just telling you what Josiah's content is. It's very middle of the road, you know, anti-MAGA, you know, nose to the grindstone kind of shit, right? He's not David Pakman. He's not wasting any time punching to the left. I've never seen him do that before. He is a lib. He's probably, you know, would have, you know, if I talked to him, I'm sure we would disagree on a lot, you know, capitalism enjoyer, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, no, I think this guy has been put on blast for a Twitter space that he participated in along with Pisco, who is, I think, sweeping. Is that right? Is it Zoran? It could be Zoran. It could be Zoran. I can't tell. It's fucking AI slop is what it is, Foreign Sticks. It's AI slop. All right, so like I was telling you, yeah, I think, like, I love how, like, I swear to God, chat, I'm not just trying to boost my Twitter here. DGG mauled panel indeed, yes. People have picked up on this already. They know what's up. Yeah, I'm gonna cover this for you, okay? Now look, I'm trying to keep my promise. Like I always, you know, I made a promise way back in the day to Dylan Burns that I would not simulcast his hippy dippy, right? He got really mad when he went live with the hippy dippy. I thought it would be okay for me to start from the beginning so that, like, you're not, you know, I'm not competing with him. I'm watching the stuff from an hour ago. But he got mad, right? He was like, no, it's not. I mean, like, people do this all the time. Like, his own fucking editor, I think, simulcast the stream and everybody else. But it was not okay for me to do so because I was like an enemy of Dylan. So, like, I granted that respect and just said, all right, I will endeavor to only cover a live stream after it's in the can. Now, there have got to be some exceptions for that. This would be a pretty good exception, but we do have something else to watch, and that's Haley Stevens versus Abdul El Sayed. Yes, the third, I'm not sure which, debate for the Michigan Senate went down tonight, and it's short, it's sweet, and I don't know, maybe instructive. I think this might be the last debate before the actual panel itself. But yeah, love that thumbnail. I feel like I owe you some kind of explanation about Riley Grace Roshong. It's not right for me just to be like, oh my God, she's back, and not tell you, you know, who she was, what she meant. Riley Grace Roshong is somebody that I have had on my panel before. I've talked to her a number of times. She's a friend of ContraPoints way back in the day when people thought Contra was cool. And also a trans content creator who sort of featured her own transition, I believe, as in her content. Like, her content back in the day used to be like, here's pictures of me before, here's pictures of me after, right? Here's pictures of me, you know what I mean? It was that kind of thing, because I think she was like an athlete in college, if I remember correctly. So you know, and as such, right, she was reached out to by a number of the other trans creators out there, not the least of which Demon Mama, who she basically, you know how, like, we have a Discord chat, there's an NCC community, there's actually like two Discords. We're going to combine them eventually, okay? We do need to combine them eventually. I'm going to bring everybody into Weasel Cord. Right now, I'm setting up Weasel Cord just for, like, having like a members area, like subs area, Patreon area, stuff like that, making sure that all that stuff is good. Little area, little zone for the mobs, yes, the zombies and the skeletons. No, the mods is what I'm trying to say. to do their work as well, and then I want to add on everybody else from the main Discord to the big Discord, the NCC Discord. But yeah, so imagine if I, combined my Discord and my community, all my community spaces with another streamer. I was so close to another streamer that does the Weasel on Scream have a name? No, but it should. It absolutely should. That's what Riley and Demon Mama did. Right, that's how close they were. Is that I think they had so much of an overlap between the people watching them that it just made sense for them to combine their Discords, and that became a mess when Riley came on Demon Mama's stream to have a nice little discussion, which turned out into a drag-out drama, hair-pulling, screaming fight. Right, it got nasty. It got really fucking nasty. We're gonna get into that whole Michigan forearm tonight. That sounds like some real, Michigan fist hours there. We gotta do the Michigan fisting first. But anyway, they're talking about something called gender self-ID. In other words, who do we consider trans? Do we look at a trans person and be like, do we, the trans community, want this person? Are they sufficiently trans? Are they trying hard enough? Is that how, is that how gender identity should work? Should it be like a vote of, you can't sit with us or you can sit with us? Or should it just be like, if somebody has the inner subjective experience where they say, I identify with these pronouns, like this is my gender identity, we just kind of trust them and say, you know what, you're the only one with access to that, right? I don't know what's going on in your mind. I don't know what's going on in your heart. I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna go by your self-identification, right? That was what Demon Mama thought. That's what most trans people think. Riley Grace Roshong, not so much. And you can see, chat, you can see now why she became DGG's trans woman, token trans woman, Riley Grace Roshong. Yes, she's back. And like DGGers will call her their queen. They'll talk about her like, I don't know, some kind of I don't know. I'm trying to think. What is her, the woman from England that fought against the Romans, Boadicea? I don't know. Why am I comparing her? Boadicea? Is that her name? Boadicea, the victorious, right? Wait, am I thinking of the right person? Maybe there's more than one. Victorious woman, yeah. Yeah, she's their Boadicea, I guess. Right, chat? This is who, here, let me show you really quick. This is who Riley Grace Roshong is to DGG. I wish I knew my British history better to really understand the, space she occupies there. But yeah, this is the Riley Grace, this is, who she is to the DGGers, right? Because she's the trans woman that makes them feel good about their transphobia. That makes them feel based of all the shit that they do. That's the reason that like most trans people don't want to have anything to do with DGG. The reason that Keffel's community was just from the outset primed to be anti-Destiny. Even when Keffels was wrong about stuff, right? They were just primed to go against Destiny. There's a reason for that, right? And you can understand it with, who they consider to be their token, their Boadicea, the victorious, and that's Riley Grace Roshong. Now, unlike Boadicea, well, no, actually, just like Boadicia's. Wait, why is she called Boadicea the victorious, right? Because like the history I remember is that her insurrection, the queen of the ancient British Iceni tribe who led a failed uprising against the conquering forces of the Roman Empire. Yeah, she didn't do good. Failed, she considered a British national heroine. I wondered, chat, does the far right pick her up?
At Narwalby, super chatted $5. Boudica. She's the warrior queen of Ireland who told the Romans to beat it.
Okay, maybe I shouldn't be of Ireland? I didn't know the Romans made it to Ireland. But did she come over to the other island? Here, let me get this up on screen. Boudica. Okay. But I want to call her Boadicea, but I guess it's Boudica or Boadicea. Is this where bodacious comes from? like the term bodacious. If you ever listen to like old 70s shit, like cool dudes will say something is bodacious. She burned off her left breast. Does she, wait, I thought that was Joan. I thought that was Joan of Arc. Did she do this too? I don't know. Bodacious meaning has a lot of body. Okay, I don't know, chat. Maybe I'm drawing the wrong historical parallel here, but yeah, she does occupy a place in the hearts of the DGGers. That is, I mean, I know Joan of Arc is like a right-wing symbol in France now. Like, not that liberal or leftist French people hate Joan of Arc or anything like that. Just the far right has like kind of taken her as a symbol. So, but yeah, we got the Tankie Infiltration on the dance floor. She was likely epileptic and ignored gender roles. No, I mean, like they will look. You don't understand nationalists, I guess, right? They will they will appropriate an image, right? Like Joan of Arc, like growing up was like a symbol of oh, Joan of Arc, yeah. To me, Joan of Arc was like a symbol of like almost like feminism, right? Like that the story represented like, hey, you know what? You don't have to be a man to be a dashing, you know, like military / political leader, right? This was an example of somebody who, you know, who was not. Tankie is such a thought-terminating cliche. Absolutely thought-terminating. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm giving her too much credit. I'm just trying to say that Boudica, she's the French. That's what I think about her too. Yeah, but from my understanding, or from what I've heard of French, from, you know, modern day France, is that you know, and again, it's not like people hate you know, Joan of Arc if they're not conservative. It's not like that. It's like the far right has like taken her and used her as a symbol. Josh Gates did a show about Boudica. I'm a dashing political leader when I daydream in the shower. Yeah, me too. When I drink too much coffee, especially. Oh my god, chat, speaking of too much coffee, let's get started here today, because I got a lot to do in life and in everything else. I need to start as soon as I can. I need to start the timer. Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure portrayed Joan of Arc as a feminist badass. Yeah, that's how I always thought of her too. I was just surprised to find out that the French far right took her as like a symbol of the nation, or like somebody that talked to God, and God said, "You gotta protect France from the invaders." And France has always been afraid of the invaders for good reason too. They got invaded a whole bunch of times, right? Asterisk, you know, was fighting off the Romans as the Gauls. It's kind of understandable why the French fear invaders, but in the modern era, the invaders, that language has come to mean immigrants. All right, here we go. I am trying to start off the stream chat without my fan, because I've heard people notice the fan. They don't know how to say that's a fan, right? The sound of the fan. Sorry, I have a small fan. It's great because it blows in my face and it keeps me cool. And the start of the stream is always when I'm not cool. I'm hot and I'm sweaty, and it's hard to explain anything when I'm hot and sweaty. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it off, because what it does is you don't necessarily hear that there's a fan there, but you hear that there is a, you'll hear what you perceive as distortion, right? And when I hear chat talking about, like, I hear a little bit of distortion, are you clipping, right? I know exactly what it is. No, I'm not clipping volume. You know, the setup is fine. It's that when I talk, yeah, they'll be like, when you talk, there's like a little bit of like a buzz or a clipping or something like that. What happens is that the noise gate, when my voice comes on, the noise gate gets flipped off and you can hear the fan along with my voice. So it sounds like my voice, but with a little bit of buzz, a little bit of distortion, a little bit of like that, which we do not need. We're going to add 4 hours to the clock here, chat. You know how the deal, you know the deal on this. We start with 4 hours. We can add as much as 2 hours to the stream if you want to. How do you add those hours? By making this number go up. And Narwhal by nature, you already have. You've shown us the way for a slightly longer stream. Let me try to find, there we go. All right, we are at 5 out of 100, 1/20th of the way towards adding an extra hour, right? If this thing reaches 100, I add an hour. If it reaches 200, I add 2 hours. If it reaches 300, don't get too excited, right? I will add an hour, but I don't add an hour to this stream. If it reaches 300, I add an hour to Friday's stream. That's right, because Friday's stream can go as long as it wants. At least that's the policy I'm going with right now. Is definitely even relevant anymore. Sadly so, Van, sadly so. I'm glad to, or sad that I have to be the bearer of bad news. Yeah, no, he is trying to capitalize off of Hasan's entrance into the mainstream, and especially against the backlash against that, whether it be from the Democratic establishment or whether it be from Fox News, right? Destiny's trying to ride that wave back to relevance. Now, is he as relevant as Hasan? No, he's like, I mean, views-wise, what, a third, you know, of the views of Hasan? So he's much, you know, he's not the biggest political streamer. He's banned from multiple platforms, I believe. Hasan does need to regrow his beard. Yeah, well, he said he's going to. Wait, the first day he was back, I like watched a little bit of it, and he said that he was growing it back. But then I saw today, and it looked like he wasn't. I would say it's more comparable to Emperor Pilaf, to the Super Saiyan Goku. Okay. Literally nobody out here has tanks, though. I don't get it. Wait, I'm sorry. What is that? What is the Dragon Ball Z reference coming from? Destiny is to Hasan as Judge Claude Frollo is to Esmeralda? Okay, that's the evil old French dude in the Hunchback of Notre Dame, right? Sorry, well, let's say that again. The Hunchback of Notre Dame, not the Hunchback of the college, Catholic college in South Bend, Indiana, right? Not the Fighting Irish, right? We're talking about Notre Dame, the cathedral. That's crazy. The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Now I'm combining in my mind, chat, the movie Rudy with the Hunchback story, right? That they made that joke last time. Classic all time. Wait, who did what? He wanted to bang. Oh, he was attracted to her, but he also wanted to kill her. Because he's a priest and she's not Catholic. Oh yeah, and it was because she was Roma, right? That's why he was, like that's what he would always refer to her as. Oh no, are we gonna? We are okay. We keeping the music on for now, but yeah, Narwhal by nature got us started on being able to add another hour to the stream, which we may or may not need tonight. We will need it for bonus content though, so make sure you're voting on that bonus content, which is available for you, the poll I'm talking about, over on youtube.com. 41 of you already have voted for bonus content, and oh my god, we got the wrong thing up here. Let's make sure that this is fixed. Is it this one? That's that one needs to change. There. All right, so above me, you're going to see 4 items, right? These are the 4 items that we could have for bonus content. We will get bonus content if we can add an hour or more to the clock. So in other words, if we get to 100, we get to 200. well, if we get to 100, let me just make it really simple for you. We will also unlock some bonus content. And what bonus content will I be covering today? Well, the bonus content that you're voting for, right? So right now, Hempleton, anybody know Hempleton? YouTuber Hempleton has got a video about Channel 5 and Andrew Callahan, and I believe maybe even about this particular video he put out with Hunter Biden and Nick Fuentes, which, like I said, really from the amount of the video that I've watched so far, we got to watch part of it. It's a very long video, but it does seem to be normalizing Nick Fuentes. It seems like their goal is that maybe they could talk to Nick Fuentes and be like, you don't really like the Hitler stuff, do you? You don't really like the, all that Nazi stuff and that, Holocaust revisionism, right? You got some good points. You're right to be mad about being canceled. Cancel culture is awful, and it's hit us too, right? It's hit Hunter Biden and Andrew Callahan, right? He got canceled for taking advantage of his fans and being, I don't know, sex pest is putting it mildly, right? I believe you could call him a little bit more than a sex pest, allegedly. But yeah, Hempleton has a video on this. I'm not sure what it is. Direful has recommended this. I haven't seen it yet, but we could watch that. We got also in second place the video essay on the fall of Asmongold, right? That is Asmongold, the Roach King of OTK, formerly of OTK. Did OTK finally kick him out? His redemption arc has been pretty good. Look, he is a good new journalist, right? He's got those skills. He's also a creep, right? You got to be able to hold those two things in your mind at once, and ask yourself, how you were gonna regard him, right? Doing good content does not erase, leaning on people for sex. And from what I've heard, that's just the beginning of it. But yeah, he has done good work before. Something else you need to understand about Andrew Callahan, though, is that after what happened to him, after he was forced to semi-retire, forced to take a break from content, just to get the scandal into the background, just to get the scandal to kind of the volume of that to sort of die down. He came back with a bit of a chip on his shoulder, and I don't think that people fully appreciate that yet. That he is, talking about, cancellation and purity culture as a fucking rapist, which is gross, which is really fucking gross, right? There are definitely some people, Andrew or Hunter, no, Andrew, or both of them. Well, Hunter, I mean, I don't. Hunter's a fail son. That's the only thing really going against him. My biggest criticism of Hunter would be that he's too easy on his dad, but maybe I'm too easy on my dad too, right? Or maybe that's kind of an understandable thing, right? If you're somebody's child, you're gonna, view them in a different lens. But yeah, Andrew, oh my God, Omega Star with a 5 community stubs, getting us started quick on this one today. I believe some people just got jellyfished, right? Aerial Concern, you just got jellyfished. Burple, you just got jellyfished. How long has it been, Burple? Since you've had I don't know. Ozoops, you just got jellyfished. And Finvar, you just got jellyfished. D. 77, you just got jellyfished. Moni 978, Moni, do you remember RGR? One in chat, any of you, if you remember who RGR is. This is kind of going back a ways. Yeah. Omega Star, you just got, Recorder Residue, you just got weaseled. Soul Survivor Zeke. I'm thinking back to the AOT plot line. No, it's not a AOT reference, is it? You just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Cheshire Cat Smile, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. And Dormark 9 Scratch Marks, you just got jellyfished. And why did I say it in that voice? But yeah, Hunter's takes are on closeted gay Republicans is problematic. I haven't seen him say that. I just I'm not looking at Hunter Biden to be any kind of hero or to be I don't know, the vessel for a democratic future, or, you know, I mean, some of the sort of reach across the aisle stuff, especially this Nick Fuentes stuff, is kind of cringe. But again, Hunter Biden mainly notable for being lied about by Republicans, right? The whole idea that he was doing something super corrupt with Burisma. All he was doing was eating off of his father's name, right? He was doing fail son shit. He wasn't doing corrupt, you know, Donald Jr. or Eric shit. He wasn't doing, you know, he wasn't like acting as a diplomat that, oh my God, chat, we got to change this. We got to change this. It's 65 now. And I haven't even gotten into like all that I'm trying to show you. But yeah, that's the thumbnail. We are going to watch this debate between Syed and Stevens before getting into the, what do you call it? The Tankie Infiltration panel, just to, you know, avoid simulcasting somebody's content, just to avoid any implications or insinuations of impropriety on my part. Chat, never let it be said that NCC was improprietous in her propriety. Her propriety goes strong. That's right. That's right. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the goal. The goal is somewhere here. Goal, 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 goal. Where do you live? UT9 goal. Oh my God, what? This thing right here. Yeah, there we go. Where is it? There it is. Okay. Because this thing needs to change to 65 thanks to Omega Star. Yeah, if we get to 100, I will add an extra hour to this. Again, you've seen two of the ways that you can make the number go up, right? In terms of super chats, like what Narwhal did, and in terms of gift subs on Twitch, like what Omega Star did. But yeah, the other ways, you know, it's just basically any way that you support the stream financially. It makes the number go up. It helps me continue what I'm doing. It helps me bring this stuff to you 5 days a week. At 4 to 6 hours a day, or like really more than that, chat. Like, if you know me, if you've been around the stream, you understand that like I try to like limit the time so that I make sure that I am like, you know, awake enough to bring this to you over and over it, like, you know, 5 days a week. But a lot of times I end up going extra long. You know, like I just like the stream times are like 7 hours, 8 hours, 6 hours. So yeah, it's more for me to just like kind of keep myself in check. If my dad was prez, that's what I would do. Wait, what would you do? Something. Oh my gosh, there's a lot of chats. RGB, no, not nearly, not the notorious RGB. We got the notorious RGR, Riley Gaines Roshong. Sorry, Riley Grace Roshong. Let me not get her mixed up with let me not get her mixed up with the other Riley G. But yeah, that's who we're gonna be talking about today. We're gonna try to just dip into this El Sayed versus Stevens thing, watch it really quickly, and then just get right into the Tankie Infiltration panel, because again, this panel is gonna refer to a few other previous events, right? The first event it kind of refers to or relates back to is today's Live and Learn, which we might dip in on. We might take a look at what's going on with Whick and the boys and the girls and whoever else is there. On the Live and Learn, no, I think it's the boys with Live and Learn, right? Am I right? There's hardly ever a woman on that panel, but yeah, it's a boys club. DGG is a boys club. It shouldn't be that surprising, right? But they are trying to bring back their self-hating trans token, Riley Grace Roshong, after maybe everybody's forgotten about her infamy. Forgot why we don't like Riley Grace Roshong, forgot why Riley is cringe. Despite DGGers wanting to see her as the, I don't know, patron saint of self-hate, yeah, right. RGR was, and will always be cringe. She's part of that DMV mafia, right? There's a bunch of real shitty lib streamers that live in the what is this Maryland, Virginia? Is it Delaware, Maryland? No, DC, Maryland, Virginia is DMV, right? In that area, in that corridor, and what are we talking about? Like Stardust, is RGR, Dylan Burns. I'm sure there's others. Made a house hearing NC-17. Wait, what? Oh wait, like a house in Doom. Anyway, I was trying to get you to, I was trying to take you over to Twitter here to show you how this kind of stuff comes up. Now, first of all, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that we got a bonus, we got a blast off tweet here. If you use this hell site and you want to help me out, oh my God, bad joke. If you want to help me out to getting the word out to more and more people, letting people know that want to, watch this in some other place that's not a cursed DGG orbiter or whatever, because yes, nearly all of the DGG orbiters are streaming this. They're trying to restart the panel scene, chat. That's what this is. 2021 vibes all over again, right? They're trying to restart the panels. They did so well. They had so much power due to the panel scene. And even when that power was challenged, right? They defended it by rehabilitating Prime Kai, who had sort of made an employee of his really uncomfortable by hitting on her, even though he's her boss, and didn't quite take the hint that she wasn't feeling it. Even Samantha Banana had to come in and be like, "Hey, Prime, maybe don't." But Samantha didn't. She didn't actually say, "Hey, Prime, this you," which is what she should have said. She showed the DMs of this person, this employee of Prime's, communicating how uncomfortable she was with him, and Prime just looked at it and was like, "Oh, that sounds like a really bad boss." It's you. It's you. You're the bad boss, right? But anyway, yeah, because Prime, useful to them, right? And having, these stream panels has been huge for them, being able to turn people like RGR or, whatever Glup Shido Destiny Orbiter into a bigger figure by giving them a platform to debate, right? So it does feel like they are, is Dylan back from Ukraine for good? I don't know. They have had a few attempts to start the Tippy Dippy panel, but it's just never, it's always like a one-off. I'm in danger of giving myself a Hitler mustache, chat, by drinking this coffee smoothie. I don't know why I love coffee smoothies so much, but they're dangerous, chat. They'll give you a little mustache if you're not careful. Anyway, chat, we're not talking about Hitler mustaches. We're talking about Twitter. Speaking of Hitler, we're talking about where my heart goes out to them. Right, Twitter, and if you want to help me out on that by liking this tweet, retweeting it, only if you think that your followers would like it. I'm not trying to get get you unfollowed, because if you spam stuff that people are not interested in, people will unfollow you. So don't do that if you think your followers are not interested in this. But if you think they are, do give it a retweet or whatever. No square stashes. I think it would not be square. It would be the one saving grace of this would be that it wouldn't be square. But I don't want any kind of mustache, chat. I would rather not. Right? I would rather not. I would rather not have that. So yeah, she is back. A blast from the past. Twitch Bowl past. As DGG sycophant RGR Riley Grace Roshong hosts a Whick panel on the Tankie Menace. Hasan, Piker, DSA, Zoran, threatening the Democratic Party's success. Yes, all the success that they've had, giving us not one but two Trump administrations. They want to make sure that we don't lose that, right? It's very important to build on the success that they've had so far and to continue to let them control the fucking party, the party that's supposed to be about working class, and has all but abandoned that. All but abandoned the working class since the fucking 80s. For almost 50 years here. They have abandoned the working class, and yet, these people want to make sure that they stay in control, that nothing changes, right? And that we keep on opposing the Republicans with Republican light. But my problem with these people, they're too much like Republicans. They're too close to MAGA, and yeah, in some cases, they are getting infiltrated by right-wingers and not even seeing it. Hello, short fat otaku? Anyway. So, yeah, go and give that some love if you want to. This is my blast off tweet, but what I really wanted to show you was actually not my blast off tweet, but rather, I don't know, but the mold panel. Okay, but rather, wait, something here. Oh yeah, this one. So I posted this in response to Yeet. Here, let's just watch this really quick. How long is it? 5 minutes? God damn it, I want to watch 5 minutes of Destiny right at the beginning, but I guess I will.
Man, XQC triggered the fuck out of me. I don't think reading our DMs counts as leaking, or I don't know. I was gonna publish them, but I don't want to seem backstabby. Well, he commented on it publicly, so now it feels cringe. Because he publicly commented on it saying, like, oh, I actually didn't watch it, but the title's like, he says you'll never lose a debate or something, blah, blah, blah. And I messaged him.
Oh God.
Let's go, King.
I forgot.
And then he said, I think even engaging, this is his response to me. He said,
wait, before I get into this, let me just thank the people that are here early. I do appreciate it when you get here early. You understand this? It really helps me out. Chat, I don't know if I can say we're on a partner push. I feel like that's kind of cursed, so I won't say that we're on a partner push, but I will let you know that the average concurrence has been getting higher and higher and higher on Twitch, right? The numbers have been going up and up and up. Things are looking better and better and better. I'm really happy to see that. You know, part of what can get us to partner numbers quicker. Again, I don't know if I'm gonna like accept the contract if they offer it to me, but it would be nice to. Yeah, Destiny is a little quiet. Is there any way to boost just him though? That's there is not actually a way to boost just him. Yeah, a lot of people have shitty audio. But yeah, one of the things that helps me out in terms of you know, push for higher numbers in general, like more prominence, etc., is when people get here early. So I want to thank the people who did get here early. Marura Batsk. Welcome in. And on both chats actually. Narwhal by Nature, welcome in. Foreign Sticks, Kamatsk. Kalala, Van 4008, Nathan Drake, SM, Sassy, Sasarai. I feel like somebody shouted people out. I feel like there's a shout out up here. Ron Johnson, Josephson. Yeah, this is the way that I like thank you for getting here early, right? If you get here early enough, I'll mispronounce your name. Don't you love that? Don't you love that? Like what a reward. Oh yes, thank you. Please mispronounce my name. No, I just want to like thank people for getting here early because I want to encourage that sort of behavior. It's really helpful, and having more people early in the stream means there'll be even more people late in the stream. You know, another way you can increase the number of people in the stream is by liking the stream. Omega Star, good to see you. I am Emily French, good to see you. Commander Toots as well. Tanky Gooner. Not beating those tanky allegations. Also not the Gooner allegations. Direful, good to see you. Cheshire Cat Smiles. Oh my god. See, if I do this way, I'm gonna like miss somebody and they're gonna feel like, how come she like literally named everybody except for me? Everyone except for me got called out. Look, I should probably do this right in the beginning is what I should do. So I'm playing catch up here. Foreign Sticks, good to see you as always. Davy, good to see you as well. Ghost ATW, always good to see you. Burb. Boards of Canadia, everything you do turns into helium. Wait, everything you do is a balloon. Oh my god. That's sick. That's a great reference. I actually get that reference. I don't take the insult tanky seriously. Yeah, I mean, it's proffered by some very unserious people, is it not? But anyway, that is all the names that I could see. If I didn't call out your name, I apologize. I will do better in the future. But yeah, here we got Destiny complaining about, I guess, XQC?
I think even engaging in this dialogue is some dark shit. I don't know why you personally do it. I wouldn't do it on stream either. I think exposing my audience to this type of conversation is inherently harmful, if not a full stop no on that topic of behavior.
Wait, I'm sorry. What is bro even talking about here? He's looking at something. sorry chat, I can't do without the fan. Like I need the fan. I need to like here, I'm gonna make this big for a second. All right, this is Hasan's editor. That's Austinox. By the way, if somebody's he's trying to make it look like Austinox is getting people killed. You're so desperate you had to beg for an endorsement 12 days out from the election. Oh yeah, Stevens, right? Oh yeah, okay, so this is it. So anytime they get this, right? Austinox said Whitmer, that's the governor of Michigan, who people hate. She's on a hot mic saying that she, talking to an AI data center person, saying, look, we're used to, saying that we're used to doing it anyway. We're used to putting in data centers anyway, even if people complain. Right. So, Whitmer endorsed Haley Stevens. She's already unpopular. That and playing patty cakes with Trump, right, have made Whitmer a lot less popular. Big Gretch probably not going to figure big on the presidential election in 2028. You're so desperate you had to beg for an endorsement 12 days out from an election, halfway through early voting. Yeah. So some of those votes are already in. And he ends it with Whitmer signing her death warrant with this, all right? A really common figure of speech. But look, if you're Destiny's enemies, you're not allowed to use figures of speech. If you're Destiny's friend, you're allowed to have a criminal record and a fucking protective order from your ex-girlfriend, right? And it's just like, if anybody calls you on that, it's purity culture, right? I can't believe it's you're the victim. You're the victim. Oh my God, I can't believe they brought up his past. No, he did harass Rogan, but that was at another convention. He didn't harass anyone at this convention yet. But anyway, Austinox, really worried about Austinox, right? Stoking stochastic terrorism against Big Gretch by saying Whitmer is signing her death warrant with this. Someone ends up getting killed in the space soon. I hope people hold Dan Clancy and Twitch responsible. They have refused to engage with the insane amounts of violent rhetoric that is safeguarded on this platform. I'm not even calling for bans or anything like that. I honestly just wish they would do something to curb the rhetoric before somebody gets killed. Whatever, dude. You're just trying to change the subject from your own rhetoric. Like you literally called for Hasan to be killed. So fuck you, Destiny. Anyway, let's make this regular size again.
And then I replied and I say, well, because Hasan is doing it fucking non-stop.
Wait, is there one more thing?
When no one...
I'm sorry, is there one more thing here? Yeah, XQC challenges Destiny to debate after their recent back and forth. Destiny not contextualizing his violent chat. Wait, when is this from? Something 23rd, July 23rd. Ooh, 2026. I can barely make it out here. Destiny would lose this debate any day of the week. I have never lost a debate in my life, says XQC. Not so sure about that. I believe Ethan Klein you may have lost a debate to Ethan Klein, but whatever.
Talks about his political enemies, and Twitch takes I'm sorry, hold on. I said because Hasan is doing it fucking nonstop on his stream when he talks about his political enemies, and Twitch takes literally zero fucking action against any of it. It's kind of insane. And then I link the tweet, this fucking Mike from PA tweet. How long before it happens, you think? Where he's quote tweeting simply substance. So I send him a picture of that and I say, Twitch streamer to Hasan Orbiter, by the way, just casually talking about my assassination potential on X when I'm still out doing live events. And then I put 3 smiley faces in a row.
I don't know, chat. I don't know with Mike from PA. I feel like he gets mischaracterized and taken out of context a lot, but he's said some pretty indefensible things before.
And then X says, yeah, well, I already agreed with you. The playing field is unfair and stupid. It shouldn't be where it's at, but dragging the playing field up.
Yeah, because X also has his chip on his shoulder about Twitch based on, people, when he was really popular, he was an asshole to a bunch of people. People don't appreciate it. Now that X is not as big of a factor, he's, just kind of getting left behind a lot and has a major chip on his shoulder over that and still not completely taking Destiny's side here.
I think he meant to say, but digging the playing field up because it isn't right and doesn't benefit you at all. And then I replied and I said, I'm good on that one, Chief. I'm not going to get murdered at one of these events just for fence-sitting retards like you to go, quote, oh, well, I guess that was bad and Hasan shouldn't say stuff like that, end quote, because no one else is pushing the issue. And then he said, calling it out and being better while not doing it yourself is just
again, it's not an issue, it's a deflection. Destiny plays the victim, you know, partially because he thinks he can hurt Hasan with it, right? But mostly because he's the one doing dangerous things that could get somebody killed. He's the one who brought kick nuisance streamers with criminal records to a Hasan event.
Look, not gonna lie. And then I reply and I say, people have been calling it out forever and no one is doing anything about it. No one will do anything about it until someone closer in the space dies. I just hope it's not me. IG for I guess, like the short one, to show that you're like angry. So you put like IG, I guess. But good memes. There's a whole post I'm gonna make on Twitter. Basically, it starts with like, if I get killed at some upcoming event, I want it to be known that Dan Clancy and Hasan Piker are 100% responsible. Everybody should view it as such. There's one thread that we're working on building this out right now, but there's a thread of conversation that is like incredibly fucking.
How ironic though would it be if Epstein got Epsteined?
Terrifying. To where
it shouldn't happen, chat. It shouldn't happen. It's dangerous for everyone, right? And again, it's just like, this is crybully shit. This is crybully hours.
Hasan is just talking about how you need to pressure and make death threats to politicians. And then there's a Hasan.
No, he's not. He never did that. He never would do that. It's not true. It's not true. He said the Republican Party, if they really cared about Medicare fraud, like, okay, so if Medicare fraud makes them, I don't know, want to cut off states from, I don't know, federal money or whatever they were trying to do at the time, you know, if they're mad at that, if they're mad enough to cut off money there, then for Rick Scott, the guy that's the biggest Medicare, Medicaid, I don't remember, he's the biggest fraudster in terms of that program, and they totally let him off, right? Then they would want to do the death penalty to him, right? If you're a little bit mad about this, then you should be very mad about this. That was clearly what Hasan said. The other one is the, you know, senator that was saying people should take matters into their own hands and kill protesters if they make them inconvenient by blocking traffic. And Hasan was like, okay, you want to play that fucking game? Here is a picture of the, was it the weapon that took down Shinzo Abe? So that one was a little bit edgy, but again, it's in response to a fucking senator calling for people to get slaughtered for their First Amendment rights. Yeah. So anyway, we're gonna totally mischaracterize this shit as we always do, Destiny.
Fan who phone calls like the wife of a senator and starts making death threats. This is like part of that indictment that we read, and you can like follow this, like it's a super crystal clear line of causation the entire way. Like Donald Trump says the big lie, everybody shows up to listen to him speak about the big lie on Jan 6. He tells them to, you know, go insurrect, they go and insurrect. It's just like
anyway, we've watched enough of this fool. Let's see. So I said it's actually crazy work to bring a violent criminal with you to an event that Hasan was scheduled to speak at and then cry bully like this on stream. Yeah, it is crazy. And I'm trying to, yeah. Wait, what the fuck was I responding to? Like the hard questions thing? Oh my God, chat. There was something that got brought up that I was like, this was like my replies on Twitter. I don't know. I might have just lost the thread. I can't remember now. Why I brought us here. It is not to flex a 200 like thread though, that's for sure. It's crazier outright scared of that he's scared of the questions, but I don't expect any more from a simp like you. And yeah, hard questions, right?
Hello.
I'm looking for a Darius Thomas.
Yeah, hard questions like is this you? Is this you with a protective order against, and I cut it off before this guy said his whole name, right? Even though it's out there, it's associated with his content. This is on his channel, right? I'm just like, I don't know. I don't like playing people's names, but yeah, hard questions like this. Hard questions like this one right here. Right? There's some hard questions from this journalist. This journalist that doesn't know the difference between a senator and a congressman.
David Cannon's ball was second. He did nothing wrong.
Yep. Yep. Hard questions. We're afraid of the hard questions. We're afraid of the hard questions. But yeah, people don't know about this, so I'm just sharing a little bit of. Oh yeah, did I say that they often? No, was I talking about the way that they like sort of. Even though they're flirting actually with the far right in a lot of senses, you know, with his Destiny's BLM, anti-BLM rhetoric, they will sort of try to use identity politics against you, and in this case, try to use, I don't know, anti-Zionism, right? It's very anti-Zionist of you to collectively punish. I'm sorry, but thinking about this as like punishment, as like, you know, Destiny and Darius have the right to go and disrupt any fucking, like these streamers, these nuisance streamers should have a right to go where they want to. This is Chud the Builder rhetoric, okay? This is very Chud the Builder coded of you. Another loser, probably with 6 followers. Look at this fucking sock puppet here. I mean, this is where those numbers, if you're wondering why some of these pro Destiny tweets are getting, you know, high numbers, right? It's because they do this shit. Anyway, I won't even, should we look and see when that July 20, okay, so this one's, what do you call this? Is an aged account. This is an aged account right here. This has been aged up, but yeah, it's still got 6 followers on it. But yeah, why would they need Zionist coding when they could go skip that and go straight to the Zionism with Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bunnell III? I'm just saying. Yeah, challenging questions again. There's the challenging question for you. Actually respond to this shit. Anyway, chat, I don't know what I was, I don't remember exactly what I was, the reason I came here, but there's the, it was something. I lost my thread there. Do you think that Destiny does the beard to mirror Hasan as well? What does Destiny look like without a beard? I can't remember. I am not remembering what Destiny looks like without the beard. But anyway, chat, yeah, we're gonna do the Haley Stevens debate first, then we're gonna jump into the Tankie Infiltration panel. And I'm gonna do my best to kind of give you the background on this, because like I said, the Tankie Infiltration panel, I think, is a response both to what happened on Live and Learn and also what happened on a Twitter space that Pisco hosted, and this is where Josiah, and you know, who I think is the guy opening the door here. You know, this is one of their dudes, or was one of they're friendly with some DGGers, right? Josiah not trying to be anybody's enemy. You know, he's nice to everybody, and this is what he gets. You're letting the Trojan horse in of MAGA. MAGA style illiberalism. I mean, we're really stretching here. Considering that DGG multiple times has used actual right wingers, right? The virus, not a dead virus, but the living virus itself. Every time I come to the stream, I learn something new. Is Riley Grace Roshong on the Whick stream? Yes. Well, I don't know. Are they trying to I think they're trying to start the panel scene back up, Vadim, I would guess. Like, that's what this seems to represent, but also maybe Direful suggested that the panel that they're doing here, the Tankie Infiltration panel, is somehow sweeping for what went on in some of the earlier panels. Josiah literally said he admires Epstein even after the revenge porn. Okay, that's not good. So yeah, this is a guy that they're apparently attacking now because he didn't go hard enough in the paint against Hasan. God damn it. I'm out of cold beverages already. I'm still too hot. This is a terrible way to start stream. How is it Hasan's fault? Wait, what? Oh, Hasan's fault that people got kicked out of the CDA because they were gonna go disrupt the event. Hasan got the clip sent to him, and then I think maybe, we don't know, but people you know, assume that he communicated this to the CDA leadership that was there. You know, Kafia Chad, the person that said, "You're with Destiny, yeah, you can't come in," right? So they're like, "Oh my gosh, these guys got something taken away from them." And then when I point out that he brought a fucking violent criminal there, these DGGers, I think that's what I was trying to show you in that Twitter thread, by the way. These DGGers act like the rest of them are the victims. But North doesn't have a restraining order. I mean, he is a nuisance kick streamer. I think a few of these people also are. What we found out a little bit more about Parsec. Apparently Parsec has got some baggage. Got a bit of a scandal involving God. It sounds like a stealthing situation, although I'm not entirely sure. Those are accusations, chat. I haven't verified those. But yeah, a lot of these people have some pretty substantial baggage. It's pretty hard to defend whatever Destiny was trying to do there. And again, they flip it around and they make these guys the victims. Even when you point out Darius, here's 2 mugshots of him. Here's him getting served with a protective order for his ex-girlfriend. And here's a picture of him IRL harassing Frogan, including, I think, what Tyler was talking about the other day, assault, right? Now, I don't know if like asking somebody, you know, a question or saying free Stephen Bunnell is necessarily assault like Tyler was implying, but grabbing a dude's shirt, yeah, there it is. You cross the line. You cross the, you antagonize somebody, you try to start something and they say, don't touch me, and you grab their shirt. I don't know what the fuck you call that other than like, I believe we witnessed a crime there, chat. Here, let me just rerun. Well, wait, I gotta be really careful rerunning of this because he does scream the N-word. And as Tyler brought up, you know, he should not be saying the N-word. Guy like Darius, maybe. Oh my God, again! Right in real time, chat! They must know I'm streaming. Yes, Hasan, the Palpatine of chows. That's supposed to be Kaya? I mean, that's one of the breeds that Kaya has in her pedigree, I guess. She doesn't have a purple tongue because she's not a fucking chow. She's a lot of dog is what she is. She's a lot more than just a chow. But anyway, yeah, hard questions like the dog shocker thing. Okay, just one more time in case anybody missed it, all right? There is him being served with papers relating to his temporary restraining order. And here is Darius harassing Frogan IRL. I can't remember, I should know the dude's name that she's with.
Hey, Frogan! Free Destiny, motherfucker! Free Steven Cannonball!
You know, actually, like, I don't think that, like, so Tyler was claiming it's like, if you say something that makes somebody uncomfortable, that's assault. I think he's got it mixed up or something. I don't think that's necessarily assault, but like this kind of shit maybe is. And again, it may vary state by state. But that's not the bad part, you know, just, you know, kind of shouting at her in public, right? That's not the worst of it. Look what happens now.
He did nothing wrong. And you take that shirt. No. I just did. Oh, you did nothing, pussy. Shut your bitch.
You're trying to start a fight with somebody, and this is what they do. This is IRL kick. This is what that genre of content is, right? It's trying to provoke people IRL, and then when they do something back, if you're Chud the Builder, I guess you shoot them. I don't know what Darius does. Does he fight them? Does he try to choke them? There's supposedly video of him like choking somebody somewhere. I haven't seen it, so we'll have to, you know, I'll have to. The jury is out until I see the actual video that people are talking about. People have said that, yeah, choking somebody to keep them from testifying against Destiny. Yeah, I mean, this isn't just like there's some rowdy IRL streamers, right? A lot of this shit is bordering on criminal mischief. In chat, if we roll this thing back, oh wait, I can't roll it back because it's gonna say the N-word if I roll it any further. What do I do? Reload it? Maybe. Reload it. Yeah, criminal mischief. That's the charge. That's one of the charges. Oh, I can't read the other one. But anyway, that's who we're talking about here. So yeah, let's get on to what we're, oh my God, I didn't show it to you. Fuck. I ran it and I'm in the wrong thing. I'm so sorry. It was supposed to be this. criminal mischief, bond/protective order, violating the bond and the protective order. So chat, we see him get served with a protective order. We said that picture confirming that he has violated said protective order. This is the guy that they brought in, and then they want to turn around and say that it's group punishment and I'm a Zionist? Let me just be really clear about something, all right? Group punishment, in terms of you know, associating people that are with a group, which includes somebody with charges against them, and includes people stating that they were going to go and disrupt the event, right? Seeing that as group punishment, right, and therefore unfair, is not exactly the same. The kind of group punishment that anti-Zionists are against is killing children because a terrorist came out of broke through a wall and killed some people at a rave, right? That's the kind of group punishment we're talking about, right? With Zionists, right? Not even fucking close. Not even fucking close. Crazy fucking work that you would try to, but again, look, this is what they do. They try to pay attention. What do you care about? You don't like Zionists. Okay, what do you not like about Zionists? Well, group punishment. Okay, I'm gonna use the group punishment thing against you. I'm gonna see this as group fucking punishment. That's insane. I'm gonna see this guy as the victim. This guy's the victim, right? The North, Destiny, all these people are victims because you're just associating them. They weren't coordinating, chat. We got to remember they were not coordinating. Anyway, we got to get to where we're going for real now. Let me switch us back and just say that we're at 65 out of 100 now. We got 3 hours left in the stream. If you want me to have extra, if you want me to add another hour to that, all we got to do is get this 35 points up. Get to 100 out of 100, then I'll add an hour. If we get to 200 out of 200, I will add 2 hours, right? The things that make this go up: super chat, super stickers, getting yourself a membership, gifting a membership, supporting me on Throne, which right now I am a little bit less serious item that I'm crowdfunding right now, but still important nonetheless. As you can see, chat, my hair is not as cute as it would like to be, right? My hair is not as cute as it was in the past. Part of that is the heat, part of that is me sweating, but part of that is me not having gotten, like a hairstyle in a while. And also that the stuff that I used to use to do my hair, my conditioner and my, my hair wand, right? I had to leave those back in Seattle, right? So if you want to help me out with making my hair prettier, you can do that over, no pressure, right? But yeah, that is what I'm crowdfunding for right now over on throne.com. Anything, throne.com/nocommentchick. If you support me there, makes the number go up. Patreon, if you sign up for my Patreon, it makes the number go up. Also, Twitch makes the number go up. You can get a free sub and make the number go up on Twitch if you've got Amazon Prime. And I want to tell you this so you don't waste money and accidentally buy yourself a sub when you could get one for free. You should absolutely use that and not have to pay, $6 for it. Get it for free. Get all the benefits of being a sub, my sub on, I should say that in a different way. Get all the benefits of subbing to me. Nope, I could say that a different way. You will get all the benefits of having a subscription on twitter.tv, on twitter.tv/nocommentchick. If you connect your Amazon with your YouTube and you have Prime, you can use it for a thing called a Twitch Prime sub. If you use that on me, first of all, massive appreciation, because you only have one of those to give, and if you give it to me, and it means a lot. But also, yeah, you'll get all of that stuff. You'll get the animated emojis. You'll get the Persona 2 character badge next to you for being a sub. And you'll also be able to rewind the stream if you want. If you want to turn back time. If you come in here and you already missed the thing that you wanted to watch, you can turn it back on Twitch with a sub. Those subs do cost $6. I get that's a lot of money. That's why I'm trying to save you some money if you have Prime. And also realizing that not all of us can have Prime or can do that. Have Prime or have disposable income. And if you're that person, I understand you. Just make sure to like the stream on YouTube, all right? Then you'll be doing your part. You'll be doing your part. The other thing you can do is just be active in chat, because if you're active in chat on Twitch, then from time to time, very generous people come by.
Super chatted $10. If Kevin Spacey shows up to an event for people that are survivors of abuse and he was removed BC, the key speaker was his victim, no one would be saying anything. Enough with the non-sessioner.
There's a lot of nonsense. There's a lot of nonsense with this whole thing. Absolutely. You can, yeah, if you're active in the Twitch chat, then you'll be more likely to receive benefit from the generosity of other people when they do come by, like Omega Star just did, and gift out community subs or gift subs, right? A lot of times those people are picking and choosing. They're like, oh, I see this person in the doesn't have a sub, so yeah, just be active in chat. It's your best bet. I'm gonna read off the names of the Patreons a little bit later. And yes, Narwhal, thank you for the super chat. And yeah, it's almost like if Kevin Spacey showed up with a crowd, right? And you said correctly, well, you know, the keynote speaker here is Kevin Spacey's victim. Let's not re-traumatize them. And they turned around and say, oh, so you believe in group punishment? Are you a Zionist? No, motherfucker, you're a Zionist. You support Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bonnell III. You are literally a Zionist. You are trying to make some kind of, you know, connection. You're trying to do mental gymnastics to be like, oh, isn't that a little hypocritical of you to be, you don't like it when Israel does group punishment. Yeah, I don't like it when Israel kills kids. That's a little different than somebody not getting to go into their political conference. Oh, boo-hoo. Play me a fucking, you know, sad song on the smallest violin you could possibly find. Because I am not moved by that. I am not emotionally moved by that. Anyway, chat, we got to get going. We got to make this happen. Oh yeah, the other thing that I need to mention is all of that stuff that makes the number go up, like Narwhal by Nature just did. Let me see if I can find this goal here. There we go. And turn this into 75. We're at 75. We're at 25, but 25 points from adding an extra hour to the whole thing here. And thank you for that. Wait, 85? Did I miss something? I probably did. I'm missing stuff all the time, especially if it's super stickers. Chat, if anybody does a super sticker, make sure to let me know, because I don't have, it does not. Okay, 75 is correct. Okay. Yeah, I don't have any way of hearing those right now. And it's a sad thing, because I want to acknowledge those super stickers are really cool. We got the continuing story. There's many continuing plot lines that you can click from to, you know, and I'll read them out and tell you the story of like the what is it, the lemon and the lime, or there's a doge, and then there's a hippo. There's a lot of stuff going on in there. But yeah. So in any of these ways that you support me, whether it's getting yourself a membership, gifting a membership, on YouTube, super chats or super stickers, if you're supporting me on throne.com/nocommentchick or patreon.com/nocommentchick or on twitch.tv/nocommentchickcc. In addition to making the number go higher and giving us an extra hour and unlocking some bonus content, you can also have a little bit of extra sway. If you want to, you've got a little clout, you can throw it around, right? In any of these topics, just by letting me know in the chat if you supported the stream already, or if you do, which of these topics you want to see. We got Hempleton exposing Channel 5/Andrew Callahan. We have the video essay on the fall of Asmongold. We have an insanely racist takedown of Hasan Piker. We you know the meme with the black dudes standing behind a couch where there's a small white woman on the couch and they're all in their underwear. You know that racist meme? Yeah, they're using that. They're using that. I'm trying to remember that Hasan is the white woman, and the black dudes are like Xi Jinping and like Kim Jong and Osama bin Laden, right? Anyway, insanely racist video if you want to choose that one, or you can choose something a little bit less horrible if you want. I mentioned earlier that if you support me on Throne, you get some benefits from that too. One of the main benefits, oh my god, come on. One of the main benefits is if you do that, I will read out your name in the beginning and end of every stream and give you a shout out. All right, let's do those now. Let's shout out our fancy weasels here. All right, so shouts out go to JMB, Emily French. Shouts out to Big Owl of the Cake Mix. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Joel. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandia. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia. Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe No Ape. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. And a shout out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to my fancy weasels, Rachel K, Omega Star, Crystal Saphira, and Zara Xerix. With that being said, chat, I believe it is time to freaking get the show on the road. Let's make this happen, because again, we got a lot to cover. I'm going to try to give you Haley Stevens and AES, because it's happening right now. If I can remember the channel that it was on, channel Fox 2. Nope. Let's try searching on YouTube. I'm dripping with sweat right now, chat. I don't know what to do about that, because apparently if I have the fan on, it makes that happen. Fox, type this in. Fox 2, Detroit, debate. Should get us to it.
Just stopping there. Let's lower the costs of groceries
For schools.
Thank you to everyone tuning.
Productive debate that highlights what you wanted, Senate candidate. Taking your questions, by the way, via text, and many of them almost crashed. So, folks watching at home, I am so grateful to be here. My name is Abdul Al-Sayed. I'm a doctor. I became a doctor because I go 15 minutes from.
I get it, chat. You can hear it, but you can't see it. I'll fix that. There we go. All right, here we go. We're going to make this go a little bit faster because we got to get through it so we can get to the Whick debate and so much more. There's so much like background on why Riley Grace Roshong is hosting a Whick debate on Tankie Infiltration. And I'll try to give you that as we go through it. The fan is on. Turn the fan on.
From where I grew up in
Am I too ugly without the... No, just kidding. That's not what you're saying. That's not what you're saying. I just mean like it ruins the audio. It ruins the audio in chat. If I ever want to try to make, videos from the live stream, yeah, getting my hair fixed and getting the making the audio good are two things that I kind of non-negotiable. Yeah, it's more than just a fan noise in the background too. I want you to understand what it sounds like is shit audio. It doesn't sound like a fan. It doesn't sound like there's extra noise. It sounds like there's static. All right, and that's not good. Even if you don't mind it, right? New people coming in might. We are fans of fans. Yeah, I need to just get. Like this apartment came with a. That's what I should put on Throne, isn't it? I should put a fan on like if I like. I'm looking right now at a fan, like a stand-up fan that I have, but that broke very soon after I moved in here, right? And I have not gotten around to asking my landlord to fix it or exchange it or repair it or do whatever. I should have done that. But yeah, I probably need like a bigger fan that's further away because the AC, it's like the AC, like, okay, chat, like there's the wall, okay? The AC's on the wall way over there. It points that way. I'm over here. It misses me. It doesn't hit me. It doesn't. Huh.
A difference of 10 years difference in life expectancy. Instead of practicing clinically, I went into public health, rebuilt Detroit's.
Whoa. God damn.
Services. We did things like put glasses on kids, took on corporate polluters, made sure that our kids weren't breathing the worst coming out of smokestacks, and eliminated medical debt. But I'm running because it just shouldn't be this hard.
There's so many things I need to do, chat. There's so many things I need to do. If I had a two monitor setup, which I do have another monitor, I just need to get the cord to make it work, and have a desk space to make that work. But then I'd be able to see, oh, look, it's not showing up on screen, right? I can either look at like what's showing up. Oh my God, I can look at one window at a time. That's what I'm stuck to. A fan up your lap? Wait, what? Dyson Whisper fan? $700 fan? Okay, I don't know about that. That's a lot of money for a fan.
I've been down to 110 different cities, 475 public events. I could go to a living room in Lansing. I could be in a church in Detroit. No matter where I go, people tell me I need to be able to afford my groceries. I need to be able to afford my gas. I need to be able to see a doctor when I get sick. My friend is going to frame this race about me and her. It's not about that. It's about you. It's about what you deserve. It's about you deserving a
Okay, so
that's not bought off by the same corporations picking your pocket at every single turn. I'm looking forward to the conversation about how we get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, and pass Medicare for all.
The one thing I've noticed about this, and the one thing that's not great from AES here is that, like, just like me, when I'm too hot, I like my mouth works faster than my mind, you know, and I say stuff to get through it quick and without explaining it, like my friend, right? It's Haley Stevens. That's who he's talking about, right? My friend here, right? He does this a few times, right? I don't think it's his best debate, but I also don't think it's going to matter. I don't think that the Gretchen Whitmer endorsement is going to matter. I think he's going to cruise to a victory here. I hope so. I certainly hope so. But yeah, if you've seen some of the other debates, they're more definitive than this is going to be.
Thank you, Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed. Next up, Congresswoman Haley Stevens, you have 1 minute for your opening statement tonight.
Well, thank you to everyone tuning in tonight. As we know, the stakes of this race couldn't be higher. Costs continue to go up. Our health care, voting rights, civil rights, it's all on the line, in addition to Social Security and Medicare. And if Mike Rogers wins this race, all goes by the wayside. Look, Michigan deserves a senator who can win and who can deliver. I'm the only one on the stage who has flipped a Republican seat, and I was named Michigan's most effective Democratic lawmaker in Congress because my only focus is you. Abdul is running for celebrity. Republicans are propping up his campaign.
It's crazy. It's crazy to have somebody that had no name recognition before they challenged you in a primary and accuse him of being a celebrity. Because here's what happened. When people saw Haley Stevens' face and, you know, heard her speak and then saw Syed, and you can say it's superficial, you can say it's unfair, right? You could say that, you know, like there's more to being a congressman, there's more to being a senator than you know, your presentation and your looks and stuff like that. But no, she's got the bad politics, she's got the you know, along with the rest of the package, right? People were like, hey, I kind of like this guy better. I would like to be represented by this man, right? Whether or not he's finished his residency, fucking Howard Fine Duck.
And Mike Rogers just the other day said in a secret phone call that he makes it easier for him to win, that he's the one he wants to run against. Look, this isn't about the DC or New York influencer crowd. This is about putting Michigan first, and I've got the receipts to do that, which is why Governor Whitmer and so many others are joining my campaign to win in November.
Congresswoman Dr. Al-Sayed, thank you both for your opening statements. Listen, just want to give you an idea of how we're going to do things a little bit differently from other debates where perhaps it's a little more formalized. This is going to be a conversation where I am the moderator. I'll ask you questions. The time cues will be given by me. No clocks here. So let's go, and we'll begin with this. So many people have questions about affordability. It's the number one thing we hear about from people. What are they doing in Washington to make sure that life is more affordable for me? Dr. Al-Sayed, what are you doing that's something that perhaps we haven't heard before in Washington that's different to keep the cost of living down?
So let me just tell you, for me, I don't take money from the corporations who are jacking up your prices in the first place. When you're bought off by DTE and Blue Cross and Big Pharma and Big Tech and APAC, don't be surprised that there's a pro quo that comes with that quid. That money doesn't just fall off trees. $60 million from outside organizations in this race, they just come from nowhere. It's because those exact same organizations expect something on the other side, and that's that they get to expect to own your next U.S. senator. So it starts with being able to say, I'm the only candidate in this race who doesn't take any money from corporations. Never have, never will. And then from there, I actually can stand up to them. I can do things like enforce our antitrust policies that haven't been enforced. I can do things like tax billionaires their wealth so we can take that money and invest it in you and your kids, in your schools. I can do things like make sure that rather than sending your money somewhere else to drop bombs on other people and their kids, we can keep that money here at home. And just in case you don't believe me, just think about this. Just last week, our friend here voted to send $3.3 billion of
Yeah, he keeps on saying our friend here, right? I don't know why. Is there a reason for him not to like refer to Haley Stevens?
tax dollars to a foreign.
The thing he's trying not to play into is he doesn't want it to seem like he is, you know, going at her with a superficial attack of the way she sounds, the way she looks, the way she acts, right? that you know, he's trying to be about substance. He's also like, you know, said, you know, he just like, if any of my fans are doing this stuff, please stop. This is not how I want you to represent me. And so, yeah, he's trying to be nice. He doesn't, I guess that's the biggest thing, is that the people are trying to imply that he's a celebrity. He's a celebrity. He's on podcasts. Whoa, we don't need a celebrity. How come nobody tried to use that against Donald Trump, I wonder, right? We don't need a celebrity. We need a Congress, or sorry, we need a senator. And Haley Stevens, she's friends with Obama, so please. They even tried to make it look like Obama was endorsing her. And they even tried to make it look like the, what was it? There was some kind of fake endorsement of him from some right-winger.
Government. That is the pro quo that comes with the quid of $30 million spent by AIPAC. So it really comes down to how are you funded?
Dr. El-Sayed, thank you. Congresswoman Haley Stevens, we heard a lot from Dr. El-Sayed. Some of that was about your record in Washington. I want you to be able to address that, but also tell us what you would do to keep the cost of living down.
Yeah, our affordability crisis is choking us out here in Michigan.
So here's what I want to say. Like, her neighbors, as well as the people in Michigan who actually do have a similar accent to what she's trying to imitate here, have all said that Haley Stevens does not sound like this. She has put on what Hasan is calling a yokel accent, right? She's put on a regional accent from some part of Michigan to try to be like, oh, gee golly, I'm just here with you Michiganders, right? This is Sarah Palin as a Democrat. We dodged the bullet of Sarah Palin when McCain lost his election in 2008, but it looks like she's trying to be the Sarah Palin of the Democrats here. And again, there's nothing authentic about this. This attempt to be like, hello, fellow Michiganders. You know, when they're making fun of my accent, they're making fun of your accent. All right, first of all, most people from Michigan don't sound like this. Second of all, the people, the older people in like the Upper Peninsula who actually do, you're not sounding like them. What you're doing is, it's just like running in, it's just like, chat, if I moved to Ireland and I ran for office and I was like, oh, always after me Lucky Charms. I love the Lucky Charms cereal. I always shower with Irish Spring. Like, that's what she's doing. She is making fun of Michiganders. And then she's turning around and accusing Abdul El-Sayed of doing so, right? It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy what's going on in this race here. This is Michigan Voice? I don't know about that. I don't know. It sounds more like a imitation of what, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and maybe a little bit of North Dakota. But no, there is a similar accent to what there is an accent that she's trying to. She is from Michigan, right? She is from Michigan, right? But she's laying it on super thick. Like, I'm from a southern state, Chad. If I was to go there and be like, hey, listen, y'all, I've always depended on the kindness of strangers. You know, like, that would be fake as fuck. I don't have that accent. I don't even have that accent in my family because we're not fucking rich people from West Nashville.
Now, everywhere I go, if it's at the fish fry in downtown Detroit, or the working single mom who just the other day told me her healthcare costs continue to go up, that the grocery bill is only getting harder. We don't need lip service. We need action. And Abdul's going to talk about where employees from certain corporations are spending their money, but let me tell you about what I am doing. Because DTE...
Distancing yourself from AIPAC seems to be what you're doing.
And our utility...
She sounds like the SNL skit, The Superfans. Oh, I've never seen that one. My mama always said life is like a box of chocolates. Yeah,
are selling out their Ray
it's fake folksiness, right? Sarah Palin's like, I think she actually does sound like that. Like, I think that's actually how Sarah Palin talks, right? But people who know her and people, you know, who have this accent are like, this is fake. This is not real. But it's weaponized cringe too on some level.
And I'm giving them an option. I'm saying DTE, either stop raising rates or lose your federal funds and cut executive pay. Look, we need proven fighters in these positions. And that is what I have done time and time again. I've got the receipts to show it. And this is also why Governor Whitmer and AG Nessel, you know, two proven fighters who want to see results, have endorsed me in this race. Because Michigan, it needs a workhorse in the United States Senate. Sleeves rolled up, ready to tackle our problem.
Again, chat, is this weaponized cringe? Is she saying workhorse, assuming that somebody's gonna like Photoshop her into like as a horse? And she's, oh, look at that. They're having another go at my looks. They're having another go at my looks and my folksy expressions. Is she trying to get people to call her a horse?
On day one.
15.
And I'm not just stopping there. Let's lower the cost of groceries with my bill. No tariffs on groceries.
I do want to get into the weeds a bit with this because I want to ask you a very direct question.
Yeah, you're right, Laird Graham Plattner was doing, I've never thought of it this way, but yeah, blue collar drag kind of makes sense.
That so many people ask us, are these folks getting money?
She's baiting. That's what I think. I think she is.
Haley Stevens, are you taking money for your campaign from DT or consumers?
No, but let me say this, Roop. I have been transparent.
Abdul's ready to jump on that one.
Transparent throughout this campaign, and let me just say this, that the only thing that ever motivates my work is the people of Michigan, the people who...
I'm sorry. No. Let's rewind that for a second. Wait. Okay, wait. We got to do something. We got to do something special with this moment. All right. Roll it. Oh my gosh. God, I should have this shit queued up on a soundboard or something if I ever get a chance. Comes. All right, so here we go.
I've been transparent throughout this campaign, and let me just say this, that the only thing that ever motivates my work is the people.
The only thing that ever motivates my work, what is it, Haley?
I will continue to fight for the people of Israel. I will continue to fight for Israel's existence. Israel comes to me in my dreams. I see Israel's future, and I know that Israel will continue to exist for the Jewish people.
Well, if you saw Israel's future, you'd be calling it Palestine, but that's okay.
People of Michigan, the people who I hear from. You know, my opponent is on these big podcasts. You know, he's running a podcast himself. These folks are making fun of the way I sound, but yet I sound like the people who need help, who are talking.
I know, because I've listened to tape of them and I've tried to get their accent just right.
Me about what they need done.
That was a follow-up to ask the direct question whether you're taking money from utilities or not. No. The answer is no. Thank you. Dr. El-Sayed, I'm asking you the same question. Any money from anyone that we don't know about?
No and never, but then $40,000 in direct receipts to her campaign from DTE's corporate PAC. And then there's, I don't know, Center for Democratic Priorities, which released its funders, but then they're behind these shell organizations, these 501c4s. So I'd really like to revisit that question because I don't know how to explain $40,000 directly to her campaign from DTE. I'm the only candidate in this race who's never touched a dime of corporate PAC money.
I do want to ask both of you about your campaigns respectively when it comes to certain questions that people have. Congressman, we'll begin with you, and we'll dive right into that right now. You've heard many people ask the question about AIPAC, and it seems as though on many instances you haven't directly answered the question. Do you see why some people are bothered by the fact that so much money, $40+ million, has come from AIPAC for these PACs to talk about you and to promote you and to put...
I am having the biggest problem in the world finding out what DTE actually stands for. It's a Detroit-based energy company. Used to be called Detroit Edison. But what does the T stand for? Detroit something energy. What does DTE stand for? Yeah, what does it stand for? Whoa, the Edison. Wait, Detroit the Edison? The fuck? It stands for Detroit the Edison? Is that right? What does DTE mean? That's all I can find. That sounds ridiculous. What does it stand for? Ann Arbor. Does anybody know what DTE stand for? What does it stand for? Delusional, treacherous enterprise. Doubtful there's electricity. Doesn't transmit electricity. Downtime estimate. Don't take care of electrical lines. This is what people from Ann Arbor or people on Reddit from Ann Arbor are saying. Deficient transmission and energy. Yeah, nobody knows what it stands for. The closest I could see is Detroit the Edison. I think they might have gotten like a bad name. There's like isn't there like a California company that like changed its name after, you know, some bad PR too, deteriorating telecommunications everywhere. Dare to electrify. Yeah, they changed their name for Detroit Edison to DTE. Detroit, to take Detroit out of their brand name so their stock would not suffer. Yeah, like there was, I guess, like stockholders didn't want to buy something with Detroit in its name. Discombobulated tertiary equipment, Detroit's ticklish elephant, down to entangle, does this electric, doesn't transmit effectively, don't try existing, dumb turd eaters, wow. Death to Environment, Dora the Explorer, Don't Trust Energy Company, Do Troll Executives, Detroit. Oh my God. Okay, look, Michiganders, as silly as I find you're calling yourselves Michiganders, I gotta respect that. There's a lot of fucking. In January 1996, Detroit Edison organized its holding company, DTE Energy, was the selected because it existed stock symbol of, it was already there. So yeah, maybe there is not a T. I mean, I feel like the Gemini report on when I looked it up suggested Detroit the Edison. Yeah, Detroit the Edison, like Megan Thee Stallion.
Put you up as a candidate.
Yeah, and I appreciate the question, Root, because this moment in this country and here in Michigan, people have every right to be frustrated about our campaign finance system. My opponent here on this stage, Abdul, he's got a super PAC that his father-in-law funds that has millions of dollars going into it. And look, in terms of foreign policy, you know, Abdul and I do differ. I believe in a two-state solution. He has attacked me by name for
BCAT. I prefer DTF as well.
Purporting that the people of Palestine and the people of Israel deserve to live side by side peacefully. The goal is always long-term peace. And also, the Prime Minister of Israel.
I'm sorry, side by side is a little different than apartheid. Side by side? Apartheid. These are not the same thing. Right? If you actually mean what you say, you're talking about a singular secular state with right of return for Palestinians. No way in hell she means that, but that's actually what living side by side would be. Yes, I think that people should live side by side there too, and I think it should be one person, one vote. Right? It should be one, you know, and again, you know, whenever you bring this up, you know, fans of Israel will just, well, you just want the Israelis to die. You know, the Palestinians, they're violent and blah, 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 blah. Right? It's, they would just elect Hamas and vote to kill all the Israelis. I don't know.
Israel has attacked me by name. They both represent the extremes. Look, Michiganders want peace. They deserve to see peace, and that is where I have always cast my vote, and that is the work that...
She later specifies a two-state solution, yeah. So she doesn't mean living side by side at all. She means apartheid. She means Palestinians get to have a state with no military, with no self-determination, with no autonomy, right? It's you know, she's just like, yeah, we should, they should continue to live in apartheid.
I want to do for Michigan in the U.S. Senate.
Specifically about AIPAC money, more than $46 million has been spent on AIPAC spending to back your campaign. A lot of people wonder if that is something where they're, you know, you're going to do their bidding when should you win the seat. Is that something people should be concerned about? And if not, why not?
Absolutely not, Roop. Look, I have been very clear, consistent, and transparent, and I have continued to be. I want to see long-term peace. I want to see a two-state solution. I am deeply proud to represent one of the largest Jewish populations in a congressional district in the country. This is a community that I have grieved alongside, that I've mourned alongside, and have fought to bring the hostages home. And I'm still...
Okay, chat, I think I've got a temporary solution for our fan situation, which I will look into, like maybe putting a decent kind of quiet fan. I don't know about a $700 Dyson fan. I don't know if I could even get that here. I will look into putting something like that up on Throne in the future. But for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have this fan, and when I'm not talking, this shit's going to be on. If I want to talk, I turn the fan off first. Okay, I turn the fan off and then I talk. I think that solves the solution. It's also going to make it so we get through this a little bit faster because I'm not going to yap as much. Because every time I yap, I have to turn off the fan. So there we go. Oh. So you can hear it when I talk. But if I don't talk, I don't think you hear it. Let me know if you do hear it anyway. Get a drag fan? Wait. Is that like, you mean like a fan where I fan myself? That kind of, is that a drag fan?
still working to get us to long-term peace.
But no concern about the $46 million plus spent on the behalf of AIPAC that should worry people about perhaps you doing their bidding should you win the seat?
Well, I don't think there's much difference between super PACs going in for Abdul or super PACs going in for me. We have a problem with...
It's gotta turn it off. It's one of those 3 fans. It's the 3-click fan. I can't just press the button and turn it off. Anyway, I turned it off. But yeah, no, there's no different. I mean, he's got super PACs. I've got super PACs. Everybody's got super PACs. You know, it's just like get a fan between your feet. See, it would still make a noise.
Campaign finance reform in this country. I have an A grading from End Citizens United. I have been endorsed by Defend the Vote. I have voted consistently, and I'm going to stop Mike Rogers from getting anywhere close to the United States Senate, which is why he doesn't want to run against me, and which is why somebody like Governor Whitmer is supporting me in this race.
Congresswoman Stevens, thank you. I want to give some equal time here to Dr. El-Sayed, and specifically I want to talk to you a little bit about this geopolitical weight that we all feel in this community, which is about the Israel-Palestine issue. It obviously has colored this election greatly. It colors the Democratic Party. How do you see yourself moving forward, should you become a senator here, handling the situation with Iran, Israel, and Hamas?
So I just want to say the difference between us is $46 million of AIPAC spending. They've set a record in this race to help elect my opponent because they know that she'll be a reliable vote, just like she took last week to send your tax dollars to a foreign government that is aiding, arming, and abetting the very people who want to foreclose on the possibility of Palestinian self-determination. Look, at the end of the day, my job is to take care of you here. I want to be your U.S. Senator. I want your tax dollars spent in Michigan to provide schools in Michigan, to build healthcare in Michigan, to build roads in Michigan. And I think that money sent over there to kill kids and women is the worst use of our tax dollars. And yet, that's exactly what $46 million in spending will buy you. And I believe deeply that we have a responsibility to make sure that we don't make other people's problems worse. So I believe in equal rights to peace, dignity, and self-determination for Palestinians and Jewish Israelis alike. I believe that we should not be fighting stupid wars that AIPAC wants us to fight in the first place. And I believe we have a responsibility to keep our money here, to invest here. That really is the difference. We're being outspent in this race 12-1. Chances are you're going to see an ad, probably 2 of them, on behalf of AIPAC for my opponent in the next commercial break. That's what that buys you, lying about a record around President Obama's endorsement or lying about me and my character. But that's exactly what happens when you stand up and say, maybe Palestinians should have rights too, and maybe we should have rights to our tax dollars here.
Dr. El-Sayed, I'm going to give Congresswoman...
Goddamn, no notes, no notes, no notes. That was beautiful. There you go. There you go. Make it real for people. I love that. Like, look, I was letting you know that, like, I didn't think this was as good of a performance as some of his other performances on the debate stage, but he's still doing it right. He's still doing it right there. And, you know, something like, you know, AIPAC spending, I mean, obviously the name, you know, brings about, oh my God, what? No, I didn't do it right. I still have the fan going. No, chat, there's no audio files, like, you know, forcing me to, I don't know, do anything. It's my own particular, I've done music. I've mixed on, you know, Mac keyboards and stuff. So yeah, I don't like having bad audio. Even if you don't notice it, I notice it. And especially if I try to make a video out of any of this stuff, it'll be really noticeable. I just wanted to respond to FTW here. Mike from Pennsylvania talking about Destiny becoming a Republican. If you look in the comments, everybody understood what he was talking about. Yeah, interesting, because this is what I'm picking up on too. And this is going to be one of the main themes going forward, is how much, you know, they want to like compare, like in this Whick panel thing, they're sort of comparing or trying to imply that DSA is somehow just like MAGA. In reality, these people have worked with right-wingers since I have known about them. It's been one of the weird things, chat. When I was a lot more naive about DGG, and I was like, oh yeah, well, Destiny's just a dude, and that dude is, you know, wants to come on my stream and have a conversation, so let's bring him in. You know, when I was just treating him like, you know, these are just people, right? That was one of the weird things that I noticed, is like, for just people, you sure do have like a lot of Republican friends. For liberals, right, you sure do you know, seem to collaborate a lot, and not just in terms of debating against, right? You know, you seem to be on really good terms with a lot of you know, right-wing figures, while at the same time trying to imply the DSA is somehow illiberal and therefore just like MAGA, right? They're going to say Tankie Infiltration a lot. You're going to be hearing that a lot. I'm going to talk about Destiny's third position, right? And third position is an umbrella term, which, yes, does include Nazbuls, people like Hazel Den, and so on and so forth, right? And obviously, you know, there's a big difference between Destiny and Haz. But he does represent a kind of a third position. Pac-Man was really channeling it when he was like, I want a centrism that's not centrist, right? We should have another like anti-communist branch of the DNC. What you're really doing there is making a third position, trying to stake out some sort of a separate piece with the far right, and we know where that leads. So anyway, back to the debate.
Woman a chance to respond, as you made a couple of accusations there about her record. Go ahead, Congresswoman.
Well, as I said, I have been transparent, and that is why I have released my full tax returns, and Abdul still hasn't. We need to ask him, what's he hiding? What are the Republicans going to uncover in the general election that they will use against him? I am the only non-millionaire in this race. I have been recognized as an effective Democratic lawmaker who, yes, governs in a clear, consistent way on complex challenges. I am beholden to the people of Michigan, the people who I hear from when I am in the grocery store line, people who've broken down in tears, asking me how we can address this affordability crisis. And that is what I am doing. That is what I will do on day one. And I have the receipts to prove it. Dana Nessel agrees with me.
Dr. Al-Sayed, I do want to ask you a question about the tone and the tenor of this campaign. It is safe to say that everyone from Washington to Washington Township in Michigan are sick and tired of people pointing fingers, screaming, yelling, and insulting one another. We've seen a lot of that all across the country. Just earlier this week, we heard that there was some kind of a Zoom call in which you had referenced an opponent as ogre on a pike. And so many people took offense to that. And
I'm sorry, let's explain this. Right? Oh, wait, do I just have to... Oh, God, I gotta go to Twitter, don't I? Ogre. Syed. Okay, so that's not really giving us much. Oh, God, that's the debate itself. I want to see the actual, there's a quote. This is like a leak or something, right? Here it is. Nathan J. Robinson's got it for us. Okay, so this is a leak. Oh, wow. Wait, this is just a bad... Okay, so they tried to take this out of context. Nathan J. Robinson says, the ogre thing is a pitiful sign of the desperation of the pro-Steve... Turn off the fucking... I can't do this, chat. I'm so bad about it. I turn on, I start talking again, I don't turn off the fan. Anyway, the ogre thing is a pitiful sign of desperation for the pro-Stevens camp. He said he was talking about Fetterman. It's his go-to word for describing Fetterman. It's a lot of people's go-to word for describing Fetterman, who, let's see if I can find the picture. And maybe it'll make sense. How about we get like a side-by-side comparison here? Okay, we can't find the side-by-side comparison. I'm surprised I typed in Fetterman Shrek. Nobody's just put them up side by side. But yeah, here's the Google Images picture that comes up for Fetterman. Kind of looks like Shrek. That's why they're calling him ogre. So anyway, he was talking about Fetterman. It's his go-to word for describing Fetterman. They're pretending that he's talking about Haley Stevens, right? They're pretending that he's talking about her looks. It's a weird thing, chat. This is more weaponized cringe. Like, look, the way that Haley Stevens looks, considering how much money that her campaign is getting, is a choice, all right? It is a choice. And I'm going to say it is weaponized cringe. It's part of her overall weaponized cringe strategy, right? She could, you know, and she has for this debate, you know, kind of styled herself a little bit differently, you know, to not be as off-putting, but they've taken people noticing how off-putting she is as being, I don't know, bullying from the Syed side of things, right? He was talking, yeah, they were going to pretend he was talking about Haley Stevens. The level of lying about El Syed has been nuts. Okay, so here is the quote, or here's the leak, right? So, you know, a big pickup for us could be that John Fetterman seat, right? El Syed told donors, according to audio obtained by NBC News. They're going to F around and give me carte blanche to go take them out. Like, that's the best thing about the way they're doing this. If I win, you're just like, well, y'all came at me, so now I get to come at you. El Sayed, yeah, because Fetterman came at him. That's what he's saying. El Sayed added that primarying people like John Fetterman is something they look forward to doing. And people are like, we don't primary the Senate. And I'm like, watch me do it. El Sayed, I love this guy. El Sayed says, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, tell me why I should stop. You know what I mean? You're going to spend $60 million to beat me. Yes, the forces that are behind Fetterman are spending this money to beat him, right? Okay, two can play at that game. And then what happens is, ideally, you put one ogre on a pike, one ogre's head. Obviously not literally, Destiny. Although, like, look at this violent rhetoric from El Sayed, all right? One ogre on a pike, then everyone is going to get the message, and then suddenly it starts to sound a lot different, right? So what they did was they stripped everything from this call except for the ogre on a pike and made it seem like, oh, he's talking about putting Haley Stevens' head on a pike. He's calling her the ogre. No, Haley, the only person apparently calling you an ogre is your own campaign in an attempt to weaponize your pathetic cringe presentation. Again, it's weaponized cringe.
Really pointed to
It's the word of the night, chat.
Question about the tone and tenor that you've been accused of having in this campaign. Do you regret any of the comments that you've made? And do you think that this race could take a more productive and a more substantive tone if we kept those personal slams out?
Look, I took to Twitter last week and said that the tone in which people talk about my opponent is unkind, and I asked anybody who supported me to not talk about her that way. In fact, when she got booed on the stage at the Michigan Democratic Party convention, I called her personally and said that that was unkind.
Okay, there's a little bit of a backhanded, I feel bad for you. Oh my God, I can't believe you were getting made fun of at like. But yeah, no, that's not right. I don't like to see that. Like, nobody make fun of this of my friend over here.
That the tone in which people talk about my opponent is unkind, and I asked anybody who supported me to not talk about her that way. In fact, when she got booed on the stage at the Michigan Democratic Party convention, I called her personally and said that that was unkind.
I felt really bad about her being wholesale rejected and booed at by the voters of Michigan. That was really a sad moment to see when everyone booed her on stage. Yes. Did I mention they booed her on stage? Oh, I love it.
Had nothing to do with it, but I don't think that that's the way we want to do politics. I was referring to a guy named John Fetterman, who's a senator from Pennsylvania, who has done terrible things, got elected on a set of values, and is now completely throwing those values in the mud. And I do think it's important for any senator in Michigan to have a relationship with folks who are in the U.S. Senate. And if those folks are not actually acting in accordance with what they got elected on, I think it's important for all of us to have an honest opinion about what we're going to do to make sure that our Senate looks like the people it represents. But when we talk about unkindness, I also just want to speak to the fact that on behalf of my opponent, UDP, another name for AIPAC, has been running attack ad after attack ad after attack ad on my character. I'm the father of two daughters. I'm raising them to be stronger than any man. My wife is a doctor. My mother was the first tenured professor of engineering at her university. I was raised by strong women. To say that somehow, because I wrote an op-ed 15 years ago about First Lady Michelle Obama, or I ran against Governor Whitmer, that somehow I'm disrespecting anybody is just inconsistent with the truth. So I really think it's important for my opponent to speak to why she thinks it's okay to spend $10 million of AIPAC money coming after my character. I'd love to understand that, because I went on Twitter and I said that those comments are unkind. I'd like to see the same thing.
Congresswoman, we're going to get to some questions from our audience in just a moment, but Congresswoman, I do want to give you a chance to address that civility issue that is lacking severely in American politics. Is this something that the ads that you see on television, whether you paid for them or whether someone else paid for them, do you think they're doing an injustice to voters by just filling the room with vitriol and hate and not getting to the issues?
Well, look, there was something else that was revealed in the phone call that Abdul was mentioning, which is that he said that he's not going to be able to get much done, that he's not focused on policy for the first 2 years that he is in the United States Senate, that he's going to be focused on national politics. Again,
okay, so I'm gonna say, if that was real, you would quote it. She's not. She's summarizing it. She's putting it in her own words. Notice that. Notice what they're trying to get away with. Just like they tried to get away with, oh, he said the ogre. He's talking about her. Now she's, summarizing his words of they're not going to be able to get much done in Congress. You're not going to get, you know what he was probably saying, Chad? You're not going to get much done in under the Trump administration, right? You're going to pass stuff, and unless you've got enough votes to have 2/3 of the Senate and 2/3 of the House vote with you, Donald Trump, yes, or JD Vance or whoever is president by that time, will be able to successfully veto that stuff. I would guess that's what he's talking about, but she's not quoting him. She's not quoting him for a reason.
Michigan needs a workhorse, and I am offering these ideas on day one.
Congressman, respectfully,
yes,
I do want to answer the question.
But
it's about
it's
civility.
important to be transparent about what is being said here. And look, Abdul's a great guy. He's a great father. Only he can account for saying that, Whitmer's bought and paid for, or that, no one cares about Debbie Stabenow, or that Mallory McMorrow isn't smart enough. That is certainly on him to respond to, which we certainly just did hear from him on that.
Dr. Al-Sayed, you have a quick minute. Look, I told you at the outset that my opponent was going to make this race about me and her. But this is about you. This is about whether or not you deserve a politics of the people, by the people, and for the people, or of the corporations, by the billionaires, and for the special interests. In an effort to talk about civility, I just took another attack. And I just want you to ask yourself, what is it that you deserve from your politics now? Do you deserve a politician more focused on their opponent because they want to be in a seat? Or do you deserve a politics where we're all asking, how do we actually serve you best? Because that's what I'm focused on here in this debate and been focused on for this entire 15-month campaign that we've been running on.
Well, and thank you for clarifying that you didn't call me an ogre.
No, again, for the record, it was Mr. Fetterman that was apparently called an ogre in the call, not you. However, I do want to get to some audience questions as well. It's time to take questions from our studio audience. We want to remind you that we are taking your questions at home as well. Just scan the QR code on your screen or text it to 248-200-5042. Make sure you tune in at 8 o'clock to stream Fox Local on fox2detroit.com. These candidates will be answering your questions. But right now, we begin with Hannah, who is a voter who's here today. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. So, what I wanted to ask was, compared to neighboring states, Michigan consistently ranks among one of the worst for power reliability and rate affordability. As hotter summers and severe storms strain our infrastructure, what federal policies or grid investment standards will you champion to ensure Michigan residents get reliable, affordable power?
We'll begin with Congresswoman Haley Stevens for an answer on that.
Yeah, well, and Hannah, thank you so much for asking such an important and palpable question to so many Michiganders. It has been deeply frustrating to see Donald Trump get rid of the clean energy tax credits. It has been deeply frustrating to see our utility bills go up and up and up. These companies do not care about the ratepayers, and they are selling us out. I am not offering lip service to this issue. I'm offering a solution, which is to say to these companies, either lower the rates or lose your federal funds. Look, I voted for the infrastructure bill. I secured funds for us back here in Michigan. I want to do more of that, passing the largest climate bill in the history of this country. Donald Trump's trying to erase it. We need a science-forward agenda delivering for us, meeting the moment for who our families are, what our children deserve, and that's why I'm running for United States Senate.
Hannah, we have an answer from Dr. Al-Sayed as well.
Anna, thank you so much for such an important question. I just want to speak directly to what's happening right now. You've got DTE, which is the biggest spender in our entire politics. They spend on 93% of the entire elected state legislature, as well as most of our congresspeople, including my colleague here. And that allows them to get away with things like building one of the largest hyperscale data centers in our state in ex parte approval. Now, that's fancy terms for saying approval without actually going through the normal process. And this is going to increase the load on our grid by more than twice. Now, we just lost our power for 5 days in a row because of a mid-level storm. We need to do a lot better. To me, it's about transparency in policymaking. People should not be able to take that money and then turn the other cheek and then allow for these approval processes that aren't approval processes at all. I still have yet to see a plan from DTE about how they're going to improve our reliability while doubling, more so, the amount of electricity they're expected to provide for a data center that nobody asked for. I put out a terms of engagement because these data centers, that was one of 15 that proposed last year alone. We need to be serious about the incoming threat that's going to make all of this so much worse.
Thank you both, and thank you, Hannah, for your question. I want to address both of the candidates, and by the way, we are going to get to some text message questions as well from all of you at home. But I want to talk specifically about your campaigns, and I think it's noteworthy that one of the reasons we're doing this debate is to contrast the two of you, where you stand on so many issues, but also on how you go about doing your business, how you campaign. Dr. Al-Sayed, I'll begin with you. The Democratic Socialists of America have not made an endorsement in this particular race, but when you go to a rally, and we've covered so many of them are from that organization. Who are you when it comes to your political stripes? Many people call you progressive. Some have accused you of being a socialist. Not that that's a bad word, but people have said that about you. Where do you stand on your politics? How would you describe your politics?
Rup, I'm a doctor and a scientist. I want policy solutions that actually map to the problems that we face. My governing experience is rebuilding a health department in the city of Detroit, leading Wayne County's Department of Health, Human, and Veteran Services. We had to go in there and work with a diverse community to be asking what are the challenges we face and how do we actually solve them. We were able to identify the fact that our county ranked the number 8 for medical debt nationwide, and we could eliminate that for a penny on the dollar. So we set aside $7 million to raise up to $700 million in medical debt. When kids couldn't get glasses. 30% of them would get tested positive for needing glasses and wouldn't get a pair. We put optometrists on vans outside of schools so that as soon as a kid got a positive test, they go out, get a full optometric exam, and get a pair of glasses delivered within 2 weeks of a vision test. Now, working with a diverse community of people, you come to realize that not every solution fits the same way. You've got to be thinking about a solution in the right way. When it comes to the question of socialism, I'm not a socialist. I'm just a capitalist who understands how capitalism works. The biggest threat to capitalism was never the idea of government regulation. It was always monopoly. I want you to think about the stuff that you have to buy, whether it's your groceries and the number of stores you can go to, or it's buying a flight to see your grandmother, or it's picking a phone or a phone provider. You have like 2 or 3 options, and that shouldn't be legal, but that's the way our economy works right now. So I think government ought to be there to regulate on monopolies and oligopolies so that everybody can actually participate in an economy without having to be forced to pay more or get paid less for the work they do.
Congresswoman Stevens, another question about your campaign. We've seen just in the last few days, of course, Senator Sanders, we've seen AOC, and we've seen Elizabeth Warren just today, and they're all behind Abdul. These are the people who worked with you in the same room, have watched you for your 4 terms. Should that concern voters that they're taking the outsider side in this case? You have a minute and a half.
Well, I think that we should look at the fact that Brenda Lawrence, my longtime mentor and dear friend, Congresswoman from Oakland County representing Detroit, has been an early endorser of mine in this race alongside Governor Whitmer, Senator Stabenow, Senator Peters, who, like myself, has been recognized as the most effective lawmaker for our state. But let me be really clear right now, because I'm going to tell you what kind of politician I am. I am Michigan's manufacturing geek, okay? I have visited hundreds of small to mid-sized manufacturing shop floors. I have operated CNC machines in my life previous to being in elected office. I have a deep passion for the bread and butter of our state and a unique understanding of it. So when Donald Trump and Mike Rogers go to lick the bootstraps of China and start a trade war with Canada, screwing us over and selling us down the river, I will be standing up for us and securing things like what I did with the CHIPS and Science Act to deliver for our youth and equity and inclusion that is so very important to our future. Jobs for everyone, lower costs, and yeah, stop these abuses of power that are coming down from Trump and Rogers, who are treating it like the stock trading floor.
Congresswoman Haley Stevens, Dr. Al Sayed, we thank you so much for your time. We're not done at all. In fact, the debate is only halfway through. Our conversation continues. We have a lot of text messages. This bat phone's been blowing up when it takes some of your questions. The debate continues on our streaming platform, Fox Local. Here's what you do. Scan the QR code on the right of your screen. Go right to fox2detroit.com if that's easier, on your phone, iPad, or on your connected TV, Fox Local. The candidates will answer more of your questions, and we'll hear from more of our studio audience as well. We've already received more than 700 text messages. We're going to comb through them.
Oh my God, the bat phone. The bat phone has been blowing up, chat. Yeah, Fago is good. Somebody just got weaseled. Who do we have to thank for it? Normal by Nature with the 5 gifted memberships. Let's see. Jack Drac, you just got weaseled. The Light Bulb Guys, you just got weaseled. Salty Sea Dog, you just got weaseled. Wesley Todd, you just got weaseled. Morgan Walvotney, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. And yes, that does bring us up to 90. We're 10 points away from adding an extra hour, which looks like we're going to need. Because somehow I take forever to do the simplest little thing. I don't know. Like adding 15 points right here. There we go. So yeah, they're going to get on the bat phone. Batman is going to call in. Kamitsner Gordon is going to call in. The Joker is going to call in to taunt Batman and make him choose between saving his love interest and, you know, being able to have sex with the Joker, I guess. That's a conundrum that Batman's gonna face soon here. Let me just let's just speed right through. I think they're gonna show commercials here, so yeah, all the different. It's 81, 82 in Grand Rapids right now. South Haven at 81. But what is it like in your neck of the woods? Sorry, the folksy. Oh my God, come on! What is that thing? Oh, that's the bean. I forgot about the bean. Is that the bean that Hasan licked? Did he lick a bean? Does anybody remember that? There's this big, like, metallic structure that Hasan put his tongue on and probably contracted COVID. I don't know.
You're about to hear more from the candidates, and they'll hear from you as well.
Okay,
and so we
great.
begin with this text message with Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed and also Congresswoman Haley Stevens. How will you bring back manufacturing jobs and secure longevity for the big three? Congresswoman, you had a chance to address this earlier. We're going to begin with Dr. Al-Sayed on what he plans to do when it comes to manufacturing jobs and securing the big three.
Well, I'm grateful for the endorsement of the UAW.
Hasan has licked many beans, so you say.
And they endorse me because they understand that a pathway forward to bring back the manufacturing that we lost because of terrible policies.
The bean is here in Chicago, and yes, thousands of people touch it every day.
Like USMCA, voted on by my friend here, is to make sure that we are thoughtful about actually regulating the way that corporations and the top of corporations make decisions. Number one, I think we need to ban stock buybacks. This is this process by which corporations will literally buy their own stock to artificially raise their stock price, taking money away.
Now, she said she was against members of Congress and the Senate, like, I don't know, investing in the stock market, right? And again, it's important to look in the details of that because there's a lot of ways you could say that. Hasan licked the bean and he started graying. The bean makes you old. Yeah, it does something to you, right? Could be you got old people smell by licking the bean. I don't know. Kaya eats poop, but only well-sourced poop. Okay. Rare variety. It's licked because it has the ligma, not the normal variety. It's a rare variety of bean called the ligma bean. State of Michigan takes over Fago and makes it government-owned. Boom, jobs. Like, so here's what he's saying. Stock buybacks. This is a huge deal, right? This is the Reagan Revolution, Chad, if you don't know. Lowering capital gains tax and the, you know, the stock buybacks becoming a big thing is part of the revolution of the bourgeoisie, as part of the revolution of capitalists, right? In holding more power, holding more money. This was done, you know, because the economy was bad in the 70s. It was even bad going into like Reagan, the 82 midterm election. And so Reagan's like whole thing was trickle down economics, right? We're going to let the rich keep more of what they own, and they're going to shower us in jobs and good economy, right? It's really something that nobody should have taken seriously, obviously has never worked, but it sounds right. And if you're a dumbass Reagan Democrat, then maybe that works for you. And yeah, stock buybacks were like a big part of that, of what would, you know, eventually come out of the changes that Reagan made. So yeah, what he's talking about is he says he's not a socialist. I believe him. He says he's a capitalist. I believe him, but he is, you know, seeming to be pointing more to like the Roosevelt era of the Democratic Party, the New Deal, and all that stuff that the Democrats have been running away from for a long time. He's actually talking about taking down a central pillar of Reaganomics, which I'm happy to see, despite the fact that yes, he is, as he says, not a socialist.
From the future of R&D and the workers themselves. Number two, I actually think that there's a pathway, unlike the stupid tariffs of Donald Trump, which is around-the-clock tariffs for everyone. I think that there's a place for targeted tariffs. If you think about free trade like cancer, I think we need some chemo. And the way that that would work is that they were transparent, specific, directed to particular product lines. And then number three, I think we need to massively invest in continuing to be the best place to make an internal combustion engine in the world, and also to invest in EVs and EV infrastructure.
And that's him being anti-NAFTA. Now, chat, everybody campaigned against NAFTA, including Donald Trump, who just sat down and signed a in some ways very similar bill to NAFTA, in some ways a worse version of NAFTA in the USMCA. But this is him saying that he's anti-NAFTA, and I think meaning it, right? This is something that the American workers, especially industrial workers, like the people that, you know, work in the auto industry and the surrounding industries in Michigan, have been asking for a long time, and everybody's kind of dragged them around. Like, you know how I talk about the Republicans holding out the carrot to be like, come on, keep voting for us. Maybe we'll get rid of the immigrants. Maybe we'll be mean to Mexicans if you keep on voting for us. And they would just never get it. And then Donald Trump comes along and says, oh, the carrot, you want this? Here, breaks it off, throws it to them. Right? That's why the neocons will never get back their party, because Donald Trump actually, the Democrats do a similar thing in terms of the, you know, anti-NAFTA. NAFTA is a thing that Bill Clinton signed into law. Everybody hated it. Trump ran against it. He did take it down, but then signed, you know, like I said, something arguably even worse. So it's a good sign. It's a good sign. It does seem like Dr. Syed has got his priorities in the right place, here.
I don't want to talk about what I mean by that. I don't believe in a mandate, but what I do believe is that you should be able to buy a $25,000, 300-mile range car brought to you by the big three. Why? Because that's the way that we're going to be able to create a product line that can compete all over the world with the kinds of cars that China is now manufacturing and eating our lunch on. But that means we have to invest in workers, and that really is the most important piece here. The UAW has built the American automotive industry. We need to be invested in them. We need to make sure that we continue to have the best manufacturing and engineering talent in the world, and that means ending the restriction that we've seen, and it means investing in our workers again. Again, we have an opportunity to continue to lead if we're willing to actually think past the ridiculousness of the Trump administration into what the future can be and into how we continue to invest in workers, engineers, and a product line be fit for the future.
Congresswoman, I know you have a lot of notes and a lot in your mind and heart about manufacturing, but does it disturb you at all that the UAW put their endorsement to Abdul when you've done all this stuff for manufacturing that you've talked about?
Look, I am so deeply proud to have a longstanding relationship with retirees and UAW members and to have 17 labor endorsements in this race by a long shot. And I'm also very proud to have receipts and plans, and I'll show you where I'm leading the charge. Costs are killing us in our manufacturing sector. All right, the trade war with Canada has sold us out. There are 1,000 Cleveland Cliffs workers, mostly in downriver.
Davy, I made the mistake of looking up the CUM deal on Google. I was in Google Images for something else, looking up for you know, the Fetterman pick, and I type it in, and every single image that comes up is like blurred out. Yeah, I can't. That search points to a lot of unrelated stuff. Yeah, that's right. Gambit. See, I looked up the CUM deal. Mistake.
That are out of work right now. You know, Mike Rogers wants to rubber stamp all of this. The stakes couldn't be higher. November is 50-50. He said on the leaked call he wants to run against Abdul. He knows that I passed bipartisan wins for Michigan with chips and science.
I'm sorry. November is not 50-50, right? And in fact, the polling shows him beating Rogers by more than Stevens does, right? Look, if you have AES on the ballot, right, you're going to bring a lot of voters who not only don't normally vote in midterm elections, but probably some voters that don't usually vote, right? For all she wants to say about his celebrity status and him being on podcasts and, you know, having all these big endorsements from like, you know, people that get Democratic voters excited, right? Yeah, you're going to have a better luck beating Rogers, obviously, with Abdul. Who cares with competing? Why shouldn't we develop electric cars? If anything, it will make China's EVs. Like, I don't know what the argument against that is, honestly, right? It seems really clear that, like, BYD for existence, you know, this is the kind of car that people want, and it's, you know, the U.S. is getting left behind in a no small part because of Trump.
To lessen our dependence on China, that I want to do that with critical minerals, which will lower costs and create jobs and continue to propel us as a manufacturing hub. And look, Rope, I was deeply proud to play a role in the Obama administration when our big three was on the line, particularly General Motors and Chrysler, and hundreds of thousands of manufacturing jobs across our state. That was a long time ago, but it was policy that worked. We cannot take for granted that this incredible state of ours, Michigan, is just one of a handful left in the country whose central economy.
Don't expect Syed to come out against corporate bailouts like that. I mean, this is, you know, policy that's like 10, 20 years in the past at this point. But I wish somebody would. I wish somebody would remind people of the Obama bailouts. And the reason that we can't go backwards, we got to go forwards. We can't, as much as 2016, Chad, I was, you know, a much happier, more financially secure person, and a lot of us, you know, could probably relate to that. there's no going back to that, right? Because remember, 2016 is what got us, or 16 is what got us to 2017 when Trump took over, and we don't want to keep on repeating this shit. We want to leave MAGA in the dust, in the dustbin of history. We want to make MAGA obsolete. What happens when you recapture the presidency after 4 years of Donald Trump, after everybody's sick of seeing the clown show that is his presidency, and you do you undergo a presidency that essentially just puts people back to sleep, and really there were some good policies in the Biden administration. There was a little bit of a desire to maybe move backwards towards more of what you would have expected in the post New Deal environment. I think we can do better than that. And honestly, given the fact that Biden lost, I think we need to do better than that. You need to make life better for people. That's going to piss off corporations. You're going to cut their bottom line. You're going to make the wealthy less wealthy. You're going to recapture some of the money that they've stolen from workers, right? You got to do that. You got to have the balls to do that if you want to get us out of this fucking Groundhog's Day that we've been living in since 2016. Corporate bailouts were BS, but they packaged them with the bank bailouts, which were necessary. Oh my God. I mean, they're necessary, but they also could have been leveraged, Abby. And Obama was not interested in using that leverage, just like he wasn't interested in prosecuting the war criminals of the Bush administration.
All the jobs, drive-through manufacturing. I'm going to be the champion for that in the United States Senate, and I'm going to run through anyone and anything that gets in my way to deliver for us.
One of the things and one of the reasons we wanted this debate to happen right now, just hardly a week away from the big election, is because people don't always understand the differences between the two of you. Some of them are clear, some of them are not. So I'm going to ask you a question that is really mirrored in this text message from one of our Fox 2 viewers, and I think this is really a poignant question. Dr. Elson.
Yeah, capitalism breaking in half and trying to hold the world hostage is a great time to point that gun back at, metaphorically speaking, of course, back at their heads, and demand a pound of flesh from them, considering the hundreds of pounds of flesh that they have taken from us.
I'll begin with you. What is the number one thing Senate Democrats are failing to do now that you would do differently?
But yeah, they would have definitely called Obama a communist. For that, Rick Santelli would have lost his shit. What was I calling him? Rick Santinelli? It's Rick Santelli, isn't it? I think I added an extra Italian syllable in there for no reason. That's my own Fredophobia, Chad. I don't know. We all look. The Jersey Shore just fucked me up, Chad. It gave me a horrible vision of Italian Americans. It's not fair at all. We want to tell future generations what kick-ass things we did against the MAGA party. Nice. Looking through chat, I know I'm not like. I believe in certain polling says Foreign Sticks show Stevens losing to Rogers. Yeah. Just like you got a better shot with AES, right? If you want to beat a Republican, one easy way to do it is to bring in voters that don't normally vote. And during this election cycle, it should be pretty easy.
Well, number one, I just think the filibuster itself is anti-democratic. And we had an opportunity to break the filibuster. Now, let me just talk about what the filibuster is. The filibuster is a process by which all of the Senate can hide behind one senator who wants to filibuster, which requires a 60-vote threshold to break. And that means that you need 60 votes to pass something when it really should just be the majority number of votes. I oppose the filibuster. I think the filibuster has been anti-democratic for a lot of reasons. And once you get past that, we have the opportunity to get money out of politics to take on Citizens United. We have the opportunity to put money back in pockets by doing things like passing the PRO Act to stand with unions like the UAW who've endorsed us. We have the opportunity to start changing and enforcing our antitrust policies so a few corporations can't pick your pocket at every turn. We have the opportunity to tax billionaires their wealth, and we have the opportunity to finally guarantee every single person in this country health care through Medicare for all. But we've got to get the democracy part of it right. And right now, the biggest risks to our democracy are the filibuster, it's anti-democratic at the Senate, and money in politics. The attack ads that you've seen probably in the last commercial break itself that change our political system. When you ask $60 million to come into a race for you and then say that somehow you're electable, I think you don't quite understand what electability means.
Okay.
If you need a $60 million crutch, you probably can't be elected on your own terms. So I would just say that you should probably, if you really want to beat Mike Rogers, find the candidate who is electable without having to ask for a $60 million crutch to do it.
I love it. I love to see him doing the voter education. I want to say, though, this is the part I was worried about, right? Because he he's saying the things I really want voters to hear. I really want voters to understand, but I think he's going through it in a way that is not, he's not like holding their hand. It's got to be more remedial than that. And you got to have more time to actually do this, right? You got to explain what he was just trying to explain. I do think he sounds a bit rushed here. I don't think it's going to hurt him in the election. I think he's going to win. But yeah, I mean, just as far as like this debate compared to other debates, I think he did better in other debates. Of course, that's a function also of Haley Stevens being more embarrassing and fucking up more in other debates. But yeah, I do. The one complaint I have here is the same complaint that any of you could lodge against me. It's a little bit rushed. Yeah, I get that way too, right? I'm complaining about something that I do, and I'm more attuned to it because I know that that's a problem that I have, and I have not implemented the solution yet. So yeah, here's me being a hypocrite in complaining about this. I don't think that's not what I'm asking for. But what I am noting is that he went through a whole bunch of stuff that I love as far as voter education, and he went through it a little bit too fast. Yeah, I guess remedial is probably the wrong word to use. I can see you talking down to the voters from that, but it's just that, you know, there's a lot of stuff that I would like the voters to know. It's the same stuff it sounds like that he would like the voters to know. I just feel like he was a little bit rushed. That's all. Everyone knows that communism is when safety net. Yeah.
Congresswoman?
Well, look, you talk about the senators who've come in here from the coast to campaign alongside Abdul. And I think one of the things they are really missing is what we need here in Michigan. You know, an understanding of what makes our state tick. You know, go and visit a small business. Go and talk to a Black-owned business. You know, I know it's great to host rallies and have these fun events, but everywhere I have gone in Michigan, I have taken the time to visit a minority-owned business. I want to see my bill that would take an investment capital structure into Black-owned businesses. So things like what we have on the Avenue of Fashion, which is a national best practice, that we can do that in Saginaw and Muskegon. And
talk to a Black-owned business. Yeah, not Black people. That would be scary. Talk to a Black-owned business, though. That's okay.
There's so much great economic development happening here, but our tax code and our tax dollars aren't working for us, which is why I have staked such a big part of my campaign on hope and equity so that every zip code gets equal investment. I have fought to bring
hope and equity. That sounds a little bit familiar, doesn't it? When's the last time somebody used hope as a slogan?
Dollars into Pontiac, and I'm darn proud of it. You know, for the bridge and for youth recreation, we need to continue to do that across the state. And the people who aren't from—
Is she saying he hasn't? No, what she's doing is she's hoping for the same mechanism that saved Hillary Clinton and to a lesser extent maybe Joe Biden to come in and save her. She's hoping for older Black voters who are pretty organized with their get out the vote efforts, to see him as to see her as part of an establishment which traditionally they've supported, and still care about supporting, and to see him as trying to disrupt that. That's what she's doing there. She's signaling towards Black voters, right?
Here who are so eager to campaign here, they should really come and spend some time with the residents and the people who I'm hearing from each and every single day. Look, there's a lot to be proud of for Michigan, but there is so much we could be doing to do more for folks.
Amanda Pennison says she would love my dad. He's a Black capitalist, so I guess that makes him one of the good ones in her book. Yeah, she wants to talk to Black businesses. Not like that's her. That's a strange way to put that. But yeah, that's kind of what she's hoping for. And I don't think, again, this didn't work for Cuomo. I'm trying to think. There's like a long line of people that have, because this used to be a reliable way to win an election against a progressive or socialist insurgent, right?
Dr. I just want to make sure that,
and I don't think it's working anymore. It's not the Black vote per se. It's like older Black voters, right, who are fairly reliable, and like I said, big part of the Democratic get out the vote process, and traditionally, campaigns like Bernie's and you know, I'm sure there's other examples too, have failed to reach those voters, right? Have failed to talk to those voters on their terms, have assumed that just because they were making inroads in the larger Democratic electorate, that those inroads are going to automatically happen with black voters, and they don't, and it's been, you know, a failure on some part, right? Not a failure in policy that like Bernie, you know, is like racist and doesn't want to do as much for the black community, but in terms of outreach and campaigning and yeah, just what happens when you start to blow up with you know, younger college, you know, college educated or currently in college, like activists that tend to skew white, is that if you don't pay attention to it and try to and yeah, like really try to do outreach, then you're meaningful outreach, right? You're gonna end up with a very white coalition.
The viewer had their question answered because I think it was about what was going wrong in the Senate, and we got this conversation about why senators should come visit, which is actually exactly what they just did. But I just also want to just be clear about this, that at the end of the day, yes, you should go to small businesses. That's actually what we've done. We've also gone to 475 public events where we actually took questions from an audience rather than these baked and polished, made for a camera events that too often is the way that my friend has campaigned. And so, look, we do bring people in because we want to actually introduce them to Michiganders. And wouldn't it be better if one of our senators went to the Senate with...
Yeah, good point, Davy. If I was a small business owner, I'd be the last person, or sorry, if I was a small business owner, the last person I would want to talk to is somebody who becomes less successful the more money invested in them. That describes Senator Stevens to a T.
Colleagues ready to work with them on day one.
Well, I do want to ask you both about contrasting something that I think is really important right now. When we talk about ICE, this is something that obviously has seemed to kind of calm down a bit, but it's still fundamentally important to everyone who's watching right now. Congresswoman Stevens, where do you stand on ICE and the funding for ICE and where things should be going?
Well, I am leading the charge in the Congress right now to redirect $70 billion of your tax money, Michiganders' taxpayer money, that went to ICE at the expense of your health care, at the expense of food benefits, all things that I am hearing from Michiganders where they are experiencing pain points. We've got to redirect that $70 billion back into communities. I called for Kristi Noem to go. She was...
Do people in Michigan refer to the rest of the country as the coast? I don't know. Like, I mean, obviously Michigan is not on the coast, but it does have like some of the same how do I describe this? Like Detroit and Michigan are not Indianapolis and Omaha. Does that make sense? Sorry, did I say Detroit and Michigan? Detroit and Chicago, right? You know, these kind of there is, like, I guess in Middle America a perception that you know, they're thought of as flyover country, that the coastal, you know, elite kind of or bi-coastal elite, you know, just consider them lesser. Yeah, there is a little bit of Great Lakes coast. I mean, not quite, but it's not. It's also kind of like not that far. It's not that far from Canada, and it's not that far from Buffalo, I guess. Michigan, yeah, is on the north coast. True. Or the south coast, or wait. No, not the south coast, but I was thinking the Upper Peninsula. It's sandwiched between Lake Michigan and Lake Superior.
Was fired, but guess what? No reforms. Not a penny more for this rogue agency that is wreaking havoc. Look, I've talked to administrators at Harms Elementary in Detroit, you know, parents who are afraid to drop their kids off for school because of these ICE raids. This isn't working for us. This is abuse of power, and I am standing up to Trump right.
Chicago is literally the second best city in the country, and look, I'd be looking into, like, I've been thinking, chat, if I ever move back to the US, where would I want to move? I could move back to Seattle, but I swear to God, it's not the same city anymore. It's not the city that I fell in love with. It's changed, and it's changed in some bad ways. And, you know, I see that, like, you know, San Francisco, obviously not, you know, just like San Francisco, it's the cost is the biggest way. Yeah, Chicago seems nice, but I've lived in the Midwest before, and I fucking hate the weather. I hate that weather. right? And if it's anything, I feel like it's just like, you know, people talk about Seattle being like overcast and cloudy throughout the whole winter, but then the summer makes up for it. In Chicago, you got like the super uncomfortable hot summer, and then you've also got a you know, a miserable winter as well.
Now on these abuses of power, not shouting into a bullhorn, not getting in front of the first camera I see, but doing the hard work.
That's fucking crazy.
That is what Michigan deserves. Look,
like, she's jealous of the fact that he came from like very little. I mean, he had the name recognition, I guess, from running for governor, but she's jealous of the, you know, an upstart like outshining her. That's really what this is. West Coast, Best Coast, kind of. But the Kasperian effect is just majorly in Seattle too. Like it's the Kasperian effect is I mean, they did elect a socialist mayor. They may be kicking Adam Smith out and replacing him with Shama Savant, but there's so much fucking hatred, and really just something nasty happened as a reaction from the wealthy suburban elite.
All day, super chatted $5. What's up with the West Side Tyler? Is he regulating like Billy the Kid? Gangs of New York or Young Guns? Pinkerton or homie?
He's not a homie. He's somebody that I try to, Anna Kasperian is where that comes from. He's somebody that I try to keep my distance from, just because there's certain rules, and not like formal rules, but just like a code of honor for YouTubers that Tyler, because he comes from the world of journalism, doesn't respect. He's out and open with all of his personal identifying information, and you know, I've seen him. The one thing I really don't like about him, and the thing that sort of muddies the water between him and DGG is you know, the way that I think he doxed somebody on that last stream. I'm not sure 100%. But yeah, there's that. There's also, you know, if you watch that video, you heard him talk about Hasan, and his complaint about Hasan is that he likes to watch terrorism. He's a big supporter of terrorists. So yeah, you can take the machine gunner out of the Marine Corps, but in some ways you can't take the Marine Corps out of the machine gunner, and he's got a lot of those brain worms. That being said, you know, he's a breath of fresh air compared to DGG, and my comment on his debate against Whick is that he was the man for the moment. There was something about Tyler, like there's a kind of gaslighting that they try to do in the Wickosphere that he is like impervious to, right? And that was refreshing. That was pretty refreshing. Thailand is crazy. How long have you been there? Like a year and a half, and I'm trying to stay here, but that's going to involve a trip to Vietnam, a trip to the Royal Thai Embassy there, and hopefully renewing my in fact, I got to get on there right after stream today. I'm going to try to get some of that stuff taken care of. I just hardly have time for it. That's why I got to start my stream earlier and earlier. I'm trying to do that just to make sure I have more time in the afternoon, but it's hot in the afternoon. How are my Thai lessons going? Pretty good. I'm at the point where if I get together with a Thai person that speaks a little bit of English, I can make sense of you know, what they're saying, and we can kind of like, if like right, I can go into Thai, they can go into English, and we can communicate. But if I meet a Thai person that doesn't speak any English at all, it's very hard. But I'm trying to challenge myself, put myself in a place where I need to get some veggie pho from Vietnam. Yeah, some chai. Is it chai or chai? Their name for the vegan kind of like Jay in Thailand. Yeah, I really do need to keep working. I'm learning a lot of vocabulary and grammar and stuff like that, but it's the whole applying of the thing. So maybe if I get into Thai into the second you know, degree of the Thai class, maybe I will get maybe I'll be maybe there'll be more where they talk to you in Thai. And I also got to do that too, like try to say it in Thai even if even if ultimately I fuck up. Wait, what is this wet fart in chat? Is this did she? I'm sorry. Did something pick up on Haley's mic that I didn't got mentioned? What is wet fart? Oh no, there's a German analog to ice. That sounds scary. Isn't weed illegal there? In Vietnam, yes. In Thailand, no. It's medical in Thailand.
My opponent here, Abdul, he is such a talented guy. He's written 3 books. He's had 300 podcasts. You know, he's had all this
300 podcasts? What the fuck?
attention. But the deal is we don't need a celebrity
It's a celebrity. He goes on podcasts. Michiganders don't know anything about podcasts. They're all stuck in the 1900s. They're like, what's a podcast? Gee golly. Don't you know?
We don't need a celebrity senator.
We don't watch podcasts. We watch the local news here as Michiganders. We don't know the internet. What's that? Is that like AOL?
We need somebody who is committed to 6 years of hard, unglamorous work that's going to stand up to this junk that is wreaking havoc and causing chaos right before our very eyes. It's unacceptable.
All right, Congresswoman, thank you. Dr. Al-Sayed, you heard Congresswoman Stevens there say, essentially, strip away some of the funding for ICE. Is that not good enough?
Yeah, I don't know. The celebrity thing that she keeps on using him, it's just because, you know, as a, he's outshined her, right? He's somebody that had very little name recognition, and maybe he has like a star power or like he's charisma, right? She's trying to make his charisma a liability, which is crazy.
Well, she's also voted to raise.
I don't like weed. It just makes me feel dumb. Yeah, if I have anything more than just like a single, you know, a single portion, a single breath, let's just say, it does make me feel like that, Nadia, and especially when I first started, like the first time I ever tried it, I didn't feel anything. I was like, okay, what is supposed to happen? What is supposed to happen? Because nothing's really happening for me. And then the second time, like, I think I just got like blown away where people were like trying to talk to me, and I was just like, I can't make words right now. Right. And yeah, if I have anything more than just one breath of it, that will happen to me too. But it's pretty nice, the medicinal effect of it. In fact, that's the thing, is I actually do benefit from it medicinally. I don't have this as much anymore, but I was getting nausea in the morning a lot last year, and I also have a kind of insomnia at night. So it really does help with those two things. And it's nice to have a little bit at night, but yeah, I have a very weak tolerance. I always get the weakest stuff I can. You know how they have like the high shelf and the low shelf? I'm always like, let me just get the lowest of the low, because that is going to be more than enough for me. So
ICE funding 4 times. That's the part that you didn't hear. 4 times voted to raise ICE funding. Voted to thank ICE, in fact.
Oh, this is important. This is important.
Of DC hypocrisy. ICE.
Right before our very eyes. It's unacceptable.
All right, Congresswoman, thank you. Dr. Al-Sayed, you heard Congresswoman Stevens there say, essentially, strip away some of the funding for ICE. Is that not good enough?
Well, she's also voted to raise ICE funding 4 times. That's the part that you didn't hear. 4 times voted to raise ICE funding. Voted to thank ICE, in fact. So this is the same kind of DC hypocrisy, I hate to say it, that we often see. Say one thing in front of a camera, do another thing. I said that we need to abolish ICE. ICE is not about immigration. ICE is not about the southern border. We can have a safe and secure southern border. We can also enforce immigration policy. But ICE is not about that. ICE is about normalizing paramilitary force on our streets. And I just want to push back on the idea that it's calmed down. I mean, I was just in Genesee County this weekend, and you had raids in Saginaw. People are scared to death, and we've got a congresswoman who tells you that she's against ICE, has voted to raise ICE funding, voted to thank ICE, called the people who work in ICE, I don't know, very fine public servants and other things when she went and visited herself. So I'm just saying that I do the thing that I say I'm going to do. I don't think ICE needs to exist for the better part of our country's
I know, if I'm ready for the unglamour. Yeah, clearly she is.
history. We did not have it.
Again, it's her trying to turn her weakness into a strength, right? Well, I don't know about charisma or anything like that. I'm a big dork, and I don't know. She's just trying to flip the script. I mean, look, there's $60 million trying to jam her down our throat, okay? And a lot of that's from AIPAC. A lot of that is straight up from AIPAC. If not from AIPAC, then basically from AIPAC, and if not basically from AIPAC, then from DTE. So and so yeah, they're trying to just figure out, like, she's got I guess like a lot of consultants like in meetings like arguing what should she do. Should she wear the maroon suit this time? Do we lean into the cringe and then accuse our opponents of being bullies? Like, how do we fake a Michigander accent that doesn't really exist, and then try to say that when people are making fun of her voice, they're making fun of Michigan, and that's somehow reflects back on Dr. Abdul. But yeah, she does. She's probably practiced a lot. I mean, this is her last chance, right? It's not looking good for her. I'm not going to say there's no chance that she wins, but it's not looking good for her. And none of the attacks, none of the shit that they've done has really worked. I don't think it's her accent. I've heard people that know her say that she's putting on, a bit of an accent, and then people with that accent are like, that's not even what we sound like. It's like here's how I compared it. It's like me going to Ireland and running for some, office, and just saying, oh, always after me, Lucky Charms. I always bathe with Irish Spring. Like, I don't know. It's cringe. It's really cringe. Never setting foot on the U.S. soil again in my life. Yeah, I mean, I might end up like that too. Although, I don't know. I am still, never say never.
And I think we can do
I do really miss Seattle. I just don't think I'll ever be able to like afford it again. It's just getting ridiculously expensive, and some of the cool things about it aren't so cool anymore. There's a whole ass like local network that has just become anti-homeless. And yeah.
Much better job when it comes to immigration without one. And here's the
sounds like she's auditioning for a cartoon. Yeah, as a voice actor for South Park.
Thing I just want to say about this. When it comes to the question of immigration, we need Democrats who are going to stand up and actually...
I'll visit you in Japan. I've heard that it's fairly affordable because of the yen right now.
Talk about the great good that immigration has done for our country.
I mean, not as affordable as Thailand or Vietnam, but more than normal.
In the first place. The idea that somehow we can't say abolish ICE because we're so afraid of what they're going to say when we've seen ICE terrorize people in our streets, to me, is exactly the kind of cowardice that we don't need from Democrats. So yeah, I'm going to take the bullhorn, and I'm going to say that I think we need to abolish ICE because I am not afraid of what they're going to say about me.
Doctor, I do want to follow.
So yeah, they will try to run the script of the anti-abolish police, the same script that interprets that as we need Thunderdome, we need the purge, right? That's what we want society to be like. Crime is legal. Crime is legal now. Yeah, ICE is absolutely a paramilitary fascist organization at this point. You've got to shut it down. You should be demanding this from your elected officials, right? This should be the line. Now, I would love to hear them go a step further and talk about repealing the Patriot Act, but I don't know. We may be a ways away from that still. You could visit me sometime, absolutely.
Follow up though with both of you. Isn't saying abolish ICE like saying defund the police? Is that just busting the whole thing open? Or do you believe that in order to have enforcement, you need to have an...
But no, Japan's, I mean, how is Japan now though? I don't really, I've heard about the anti-foreigner stuff, the anti-gaijin stuff. I don't know if that is like particularly directed at, certain nationalities or,
agency that knows how to do it.
Yeah, well, I just also ran government agencies. And I know that when a culture of impunity sets into a government agency, it becomes almost impossible to take out. And so I think the...
Yes. Oh my God, chat, we're so lucky to be seeing like any, Democratic candidate, saying this stuff, like even in a primary, right? It's so refreshing compared to the norm. Why would I miss the land that shot me out so badly my whole life and then turned to flat out being hell-bent on holocausting me? And no, you're totally understandable, Nadia.
Exists does not need to exist. That's not to say that we are not going to keep our streets secure.
I'm just hoping for some kind of a sea change in America that may never actually materialize. But like I said, never say never.
That's not to say that we're not going to enforce immigration policy. That's not to say we shouldn't have a safe, secure southern border.
How do you do it?
The same way we did it for most of our history, Root. For most of our history, we didn't have ICE.
Here we go. This is beautiful. This is voter education, chat. You hardly ever see this. You hardly ever see this. And he is going out on a little bit of a limb to do this, right? I mean, voter education, it's easy. When you try to educate your voters, it's so easy for you to be clipped or for what you're saying to be like flattened out or misportrayed or something like that. But he is actually making telling these people what they need to know. People don't realize that ICE came about with the Patriot Act, right? ICE, as it is a function of the Patriot Act. It was bad under Bush. It was bad under Obama. And it's gotten so much worse under Trump. So much worse.
They obeyed the laws of this land. They didn't terrorize people in places like preschools and parking lots. They didn't run up in schools and churches. They understood that their job, yes, was to enforce immigration policy, but they did it under the...
Do they like white people in Thailand? Look, if anything, there's a... how do I explain this? There's a little bit of an angst about like foreigners in general, and it's more about foreigners coming in and changing Thailand. Like there's the guy that I watch, Real Thailander, he talked about taking his mom to I can't remember if it was Koh Samui, or one of the someplace with like beaches and stuff, and saying that there was a restaurant there where you could not order in Thai. You had to speak English to be able to order, right? That's what Thai people don't like. They don't like Israelis, coming in and saying like, not following rules and then saying, listen here, my money builds your country, right? They don't like arrogant foreigners. They actually really don't like Israelis right now. And there's a concern. I mean, there was recently a Australian man that murdered a young Thai woman here, and so yeah, there's a little bit of anxiety around it, but no, they don't like, there's no anti like whiteness. That's not a thing. If anything, there's like a weird, in terms of Thai culture itself, there's a kind of hierarchy that goes around like how dark your skin is, but it's more about like, do you work outside or do you work inside, right? If you have lighter skin, the assumption is that you work inside and you got a better job and you're, right, you're kind of like at a higher place. And I mean, there is like a social hierarchy here for sure. But I don't know if it really reflects on, in terms of foreigners. It's more like a Thai, with it for people like born in Thailand, right? And there's like skin products that are supposed to lighten your skin up and stuff like that.
The protection of the Constitution itself, and that's what we're losing here.
Also exist in the Philippines and all other places as well.
You've got ICE agents who do not understand that the central law of this country is the Constitution itself. ICE has become a tyrannical agency, and I think there is no way to get past that except for to undo the agency and then build from scratch.
Congresswoman, you have been on video saying on social media before.
Yo,
people.
That was a crazy zoom out.
ICE. Do you feel differently about that? Do you believe that both can be true, that there needs to be reform, but there are good people working with ICE?
Roop, let me just be very clear. Complaints and slogans aren't solutions, all right? I went up to an ICE detention facility to call out and see why people were losing their lives, why they were being held for long periods of time without due process. This has been an outrage. And look, a lot of you remember Abdul from when he first ran for governor in...
I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't compare it to like colorism in the US, but yeah, it's technically, I guess, fits under that umbrella.
2018. It didn't.
But it's very much like an economic hierarchy too, right? In terms of outside jobs versus inside jobs.
Work out. So he started the podcast, he wrote the books, and now he's running for Senate. And he's already bought the website for president. It's just another rung on the ladder. That's not what this job is for me. That's not why I'm putting up my hand.
Yeah, look, we'd hate to have like a fucking president come from Michigan. That would really suck. That really sucked for Illinois. The Obama became president and they got shafted with Blagojevich.
It's not about celebrity. This is about making sure that Mike Ron...
Like what if Syed runs for president, gets it, and then then they have to name Haley Stevens as his replacement. It wouldn't be Whitmer by then, though, right? Whitmer's term limited out, right? Why does she talk like that? Good question, right? She is trying to be folksy. She is trying to sound like a stereotype of Michigan that a lot of Michiganders are like, we don't sound like that. She's putting on an accent to try to be like he's an outsider. And you can see there's, likely kind of a racial aspect to the, portraying him as an outsider as well, right? But then when people criticize her, which they obviously do, because just like you, SM, they see this and they're like, why is she talking like this? They're like, oh, so you don't like Michiganders? You're a big city person. Like Michigan's got Detroit, and like Michigan's not like a small rural place by any means, right? But when she gets attacked, then she can turn that around and say, they're not coming for me, they're coming for you, but I am in the way with my phony accent, right? It's actually kind of insulting, I think, to Michiganders for her to, think that they're this dumb. Like, hello, fellow Michiganders, I'm your Sarah Palin, don't you know?
Doesn't get anywhere close to this seat. I'm the only one on this stage who has beat MAGA 4 times and delivered repeatedly for this state and for our values, for our rights and our freedoms. And I promise you, Michigan, I will make us shine.
Dr. Al-Sayed, there
like a turd.
People watching this right now, and every time they hear this podcast business, they're scratching their heads. They're putting food on the table, gas in the tank. They're curious to know what that's about. Have you made a...
Are you a fancy schmancy podcaster, Dr. Sayed?
Ton of money because of podcasts?
Yeah, I don't know. Like I told all the viewers at the outset that while my opponent was going to make this about me and her, I want to make this about you. Somehow she just really, you can listen to the podcast. It's there. Congresswoman, if you enjoy podcasts about public health, I welcome you to take a listen. You seem very concerned about that. I'm more concerned about the fact that people can't pay for their gas. They can't pay for their groceries. We're fighting a war that's cost us billions of dollars that has been pushed by the government of a foreign country, the same foreign country that the folks paying for your ads want us to send billions of dollars to. And that's the thing that I think Michiganders really want to understand. They're not that worried about the fact that I hosted a podcast. They're worried about the fact that right now, for a lot of folks, their kids go to schools that are unbecoming of their future. They are.
She's like, speak for yourself, coastal elite. I'm really worried about those podcasts. Those podcasters, they look down on folks like us from Michigan.
Are worried about the fact that they can't gas up their car because it costs, what, $4.50 a gallon? They're worried about the fact that the same corporations who funded your campaign are raising rates on the things that they can't go without, like their power. So I'd really like us to focus on the things that actually matter, which have nothing to do with the podcast, have everything to do with the future of Michiganders that we would like to serve.
Yeah, but it also is about transparency. And you have not released your full tax returns. $300,000 in other income while you sat in the podcast chair and you hawked junk healthcare cures that RFK Jr. would thumbs up. You talk about getting money out of politics and putting money in people's pockets, but still no one knows who's putting the money in your pocket. I have been transparent, and I am offering, real plans to address the cost of living crisis,
we want to be able to
tackle Donald Trump's
And you're talking about what
power.
you did, but you also made some accusations here. Dr. Al-Sayed, that is a question that some people may have that Congresswoman's talking about. Talk about the money and the financial disclosures. You were going to release something.
We released all of our financial disclosures. Again, this is a distraction from the issues in your life.
But not
I'd love to talk about transparency. I really would. Because I want you to ask yourself, there is this group called the Center for Democratic Priorities. They didn't exist until they popped up and started running ads for my opponent. And then there's this other group called Center Forward that paid for a flight for the Congresswoman and her mother to go to Portugal. And they just released their donors. And then it's a whole bunch of shell 501c4 organizations. They're the folks who are literally putting money in our pockets right now to try and disinform us about this race. And here's the thing about it. None of it actually makes your life better. Think about the $60 million that got spent in this race. What could $60 million do for a community in Detroit? What could $60 million mean for erasing medical debt? I'll tell you. $6 billion it could erase. But they want to spend it to get the Congresswoman elected. Why? Because at the end of the day, they know that they're going to have a safe seat doing their bidding instead of yours. Every single dollar that DTE is spending is a down payment on knowing that they can raise your rates. Every single dollar that Blue Cross Blue Shield spends in this race is a down payment on raising your premium.
All right.
Every single dollar.
Thank you, Dr. Al-Sayed.
All right, two things here, right? I want to hear more DSA or left-flank candidates make the connection between when you're getting outspent like he is by AIPAC and some DTE and Blue Cross Blue Shield and so many other interests, right? Talk about a wealth tax. Talk about, I want to take that money away from them so that they can't talk about money in politics. Talk about Citizens United, right? I want to make it illegal for them to do this. I want your vote to decide the election, not their money. And I want to take that money. I want to tax that money from them. I want to claw back that money because guess where they got that money? That's right, by exploiting people like me and you. I want to see more people make that connection. But this is great. This is great. Also, if you want to understand what she's saying about his like tax records or whatever, it's kind of like the Obama thing. He's released his tax records. Of course, it's, you know, complicated because it's tied up with his wife's taxes. You know, he's married, right? It's tied up with his wife's taxes as well. But yeah, he has released this. What they're doing is kind of a long form birth certificate. If you remember the Obama birtherism thing, it's kind of like them. Like, what about the long form certificate? What about it's a way for them to extend the scandal, which shouldn't really be a scandal to begin with.
I want to ask some more questions from our audience at home right now. You're texting us. I got them right here. The next question is, how will you ensure low-income communities receive equitable and adequate education? You've heard so many people say Michigan ranks 44th when it comes to literacy for fourth graders. Let's start with Congresswoman Haley Stevens. What are you doing now? What do you plan to do should you become senator?
Well, we are certainly being robbed by Washington, D.C. and Donald Trump, who treats the Oval Office like a stock trade floor. This is why I want to end the corruption of seeing people who want to be celebrities or get famous or rich in office. I want to ban stock trading. Folks, I'm the only non-millionaire in this race. But let me tell you something about what I have worked on and what I am fighting for. Full funding for special education. You know, our public schools here in Michigan are getting the short end of the stick. And if we fully fund special education, we can meet the needs that a family in Royal Oak has talked to me about, where they feel torn about making sure that their child with special complex medical needs actually gets the education they deserve. This is also why we have to expand Medicaid, not just reinstate the cuts that Donald Trump cut. We have got to expand these programs. And I consider myself...
Wait, who laughed? I don't know. What did they laugh after?
Warrior for public education. And this is also why I have written legislation and why I'm leading the charge to redirect grants to go into the profession of education, just like my father was. He was a first grade teacher in the city of Detroit doing reading recovery in addition to running his small business. And so I want to see more people go into that profession, go into our public schools, and that is going to certainly solve a lot of problems for us.
Dr. Al-Sayed, you heard the Congresswoman say redirect grant money. Is that part of the...
Does she kind of sound like Lewis Griffith? I mean, that might work for her. I feel like a Lewis Griffith, like there's a lot of men out there that have a strange attraction to Lois Griffin. Sorry, Griffin. I'm sorry. I keep on turning Family Guy into Berserk.
Solution here? What do you think? You know, you asked a really important question about education. I'd like to answer that question. I'm proud of the fact that the
Burgundy Smurf, I love it.
In this race, and they've done it because I'm a proud product of public schools. I know what it's like to walk into a public school in Detroit in January, and kids are bundled up because the boiler's broken, trying to learn how to read. You talk about a literacy crisis. How do you learn how to read when you have to wear a coat in the middle of the day? We put glasses on kids' faces specifically because we knew that it doesn't matter what's happening on the blackboard if you can't see the blackboard. But we need to radically rethink how we do public education in this country. We are not invested nearly enough. I want to tie the support for public education through the Department of Education, which, by the way, needs not just to be brought back, but fully invested in. I want to tie that funding to the Department of Defense. So when they try to raise the Department of Defense budget, we're going to make sure we're invested in public schools too. I also think that the way that we have funded local education, specifically school buildings, has too often ported the historical racism of the past. Right now, we fund school buildings based on property tax. Property tax is a function of property value. Property value is a function of who's been able to live where as a function of redlining.
Voter education.
That same process should be patterning the social mobility of the future through public schools. That's a real problem. But I just want to say this. I actually agree with the Congresswoman on one really critical thing. We are being robbed. The money that we should have to invest in our schools is being...
Narwhal, am I right? Are we at 95 out of 100? I think we're... is that right?
To foreign governments to...
I think I did. I messed up on counting FTW Super Chat. I think we're at 95 right now.
Destroy other people's schools instead of investing in our own. And that is exactly what AIPAC wants you to do. And
can we abolish the Department of Defense? That's coming up, SM, in our next segment. The Tankies infiltrate RGR. No. What do we get? 100? We get an extra hour, which is great for me because I've taken way too long in getting through this stuff. I just wanted to see that this happened tonight. I wanted to make sure to watch this. I have my eye on this race. I haven't talked about it nearly enough. I think I've had some of the debates as bonus content. They haven't gotten selected since we're so close to the RGR somehow returns. But yeah, we are going to be talking about, they are going to accuse people that are against the defense budget of wanting to, I don't know, do away with defense or something.
Why they're spending so much money to get the congresswoman.
Dr. Al-Sayed, Congresswoman, it's one point in which at least partially you agree on. As one of you will be taking on Mike Rogers, people want to know, what are the defining differences? This next question comes to us from a young person herself who actually is a student in Detroit, a college student. And we thank you so much, Gamora, for being with us here today. What's your question to the candidates?
Thank you. Good evening, candidates. My name is Kimar Riddick, and I'm a Wayne State University junior studying broadcast journalism. And my question is about the wildfires. So the wildfires from Canada deeply affected Michigan's air quality, especially in Detroit.
People say that nobody cares about climate change. Nobody cares about, it's not an issue Democrats should run on. Here's a voter. Here's a voter who does. And if you're like, this is the danger point, right? If the Democrats don't, lean into this issue the way that they used to, then you get Trump leaning into it to say Canada's doing something bad to us. They're those evil Canucks. The Mounties are out there lighting fires everywhere, having their smoke breaks, throwing them off in the pine brush, and it's starting fires. And we really got to go after Canada. We should invade Canada. If Canada was ours, they wouldn't be able to make forest fires and make our air all smoky. Like, it's literally, he will turn it into the dumbest fucking thing. Somebody had a chat that I wanted to jump off on YouTube. Can I find it? Yeah, the DSA's defund, priority is to, cut the Department of Defense. Also, I think, well, he's going to explain this later wait a minute. Oh my God, what happened to the West anyway? Good question. Wait, where was it? Somebody had oh, here it is. Skyib. Her being a non-millionaire isn't a brag. It means she's pushing all of these pro-establishment policies for the love of the game. That's even more evil. Yeah. Also, I wonder how effective her flex of not being a millionaire is going to be in the face of the $60 million she's getting. It's kind of a weird thing to say when you've got, like, you're not a millionaire, but you're getting, all this corporate money spent on you. I don't know. Well, I guess we'll see.
What environmental measures are you planning to decrease the dangers?
Democrats said they shouldn't run on climate change. Yeah. A bunch of the, like a bunch of the fucking spin doctors, right? The people that, like, try to tell the Democrat, try to say how Democrats should run and what they should run on and stuff, are like, Americans don't want to hear. I'm thinking James Carville. I'm not sure if it's James Carville, but, like, Americans don't want to hear about some endangered species when they can't afford groceries and gas, right? It's that kind of thing, right? It makes it sound like you're against the working class if you. And again, this is a function of corporate propaganda that has made the climate issue sound like it's you really need to drive your car less. You need to turn your air conditioner off, right? This is the when people are saying worry about climate change, that's what they're saying, instead of, like, we need to regulate the fuck out of these companies that are poisoning us and making our summers hotter in the process.
Of air pollution.
Let's start with Congresswoman Haley Stevens.
Yeah, well, it is.
I mean, that's true, FTW. That is actually true.
Just treasured working with that university in their science program and STEM education. And that is very much at the heart of why we need good climate policy, not the junk science that we are getting from the Trump administration. And let me tell you what I think that looks like. One, we've got to cut the carbon emissions. We've got to lessen our dependence on big oil and gas. Investments like I secured in our clean energy future, so that from Marquette to Detroit, we were evolving and moving forward. That has been stripped away by Donald Trump, and that's not right. But it's also not enough to just say, hey, we're going to go in there and just fight Trump. We've got to put forward our own creative ideas, which is why for 4 terms I've sat there on the science committee, securing resources, looking at alternatives for plastic and our supply chain. This is an opportunity for Michigan manufacturing, Michigan innovation to shine. I want to make sure that we are leading the way. And then when Kamara is a broadcast personality, she's talking about the things that we have secured in the United States Senate for Michigan. I
mean, the fact that the program that she's in is like focused on a type of a type of media that's really kind of being phased out is sad. That the fact that hasn't turned into something else that's more future facing, but also the fact that she doesn't know when you were like a broadcast media person in the future, you can go point back and talk about how great it was when I got elected and did all this great stuff.
For jobs and for our clean energy future.
Dr. Al-Sayed, clean air. Kamar, just be careful. If you become a broadcast personality, somebody might come after you. I just want to speak specifically to your question. I can tell you about what we've already done. We put air quality monitors all over Wayne County so folks can get real.
Yeah, it's going to look like podcast, right? More and more. I mean, not necessarily. I mean, we hope it stays independent, and obviously, you know, not all podcasts are independent.
Time information about the air that they're breathing. Took on some of the biggest corporate polluters in our state when I was in the city of Detroit. Took on Marathon Petroleum, the biggest polluter and the most polluted zip code in the state. Forced them to invest their own money to reduce emissions when they had wanted to increase them. The truth of the matter is that these wildfires are happening more often because it's drier and hotter than it has been in the past. It's drier and hotter because we continue to rely on fossil fuels for our energy. We need to get to 100% renewable energy. And the only way we're going to do that is by taking the Chevrons and the Exxons of the world out of our politics. Now, guess whose campaign they supported? Well, if you guessed my congresswoman colleague, you probably guessed right, because yes, they have both given to that campaign. So when you hear ideas of things that ought to be done, but they never actually get done, you should ask yourself why it doesn't get done. Well, because the people who sell oil in this country fund the politicians who make sure that they can keep selling oil.
Dr. Al-Sayed, Congresswoman, thank you so much. We have another text question, one of the many, many text questions. This one, I think, is important because, again, my main goal and our main goal at Fox 2, let's differentiate between the two of you. What are the big differences here? So what would you do on your first day in office? We'll begin with you, Dr. Al-Sayed. What would you do on your first day of office should you become senator?
Anybody who knows me knows that getting people health care is the passion of my life. I went to medical school only to realize that too often our healthcare system is part of the problem. We need and deserve guaranteed health care through Medicare for all. I have been thinking about this question. In fact, I've testified to the U.S. Senate twice. This wouldn't be my first time walking into the chamber. On Medicare for all, guaranteeing health care, on eliminating the medical debt in this country, $225 billion. Now, on Medicare for all, there is work that we're going to have to do. We're going to have to get a president elected who can do it in 2029. Now, in the process, though, I actually think that we could eliminate all the medical debt in this country, $225 billion. Just so you understand what that is. That is the amount of the GDP of more than half of U.S. states in this country. So on day one, I want to offer medical debt relief to everybody. I think we could get bipartisan support to do it, and I'd love to get that done. And let's start working for Medicare for all, and then let's make sure that we can get money out of politics so the big pharmas and the big insurances of the world aren't in the way when it comes down to finally getting this done for all Americans.
Congresswoman, in a minute and a half, tell us what you do on your first day in office.
Yeah, Day one, we have to stand up to the abuses of power. Take it from somebody who has been recognized as our most effective lawmaker. When I tell you I'm going to go to the United States Senate and ban stock trading for elected officials, their spouses, their children, for our president and our vice president.
I'm sorry, recognized by who as our most effective legislator? What does that fucking mean? Recognized by the industries you represent? Are you the most effective legislator for DTE, for Blue Cross Blue Shield, and for APAC? Is that who recognized you?
And for candidates for those offices, I am going to get it done. I am sick and tired of seeing Donald Trump sell us out to the highest bidder, go cut deals with every other country except for cutting deals for us here in Michigan. We have been paying the price, and it is not acceptable. And speaking of prices, day one actions to lower costs and to invest in small businesses, minority-owned businesses right here in Michigan. Those are your tax dollars, and I believe in the effective stewardship of them so that they go back to our communities here. And I've got the receipts for that. I've got the proof points.
Yeah, ban stock trading is the new get money out of politics.
And then lastly, we got to make sure that the jobs of the future are coming from the place that we all love to call home, which is why
And at this point, right, getting money out of politics, if you're serious about it, you've got to embrace something as radical as the DSA agenda. Everybody likes just to point to things that they have as priorities, as goals, as policies that they want to get to, and say that's unrealistic. And like when it comes to reforming the way the government works, they have big plans. Like it's not something that I think anyone thinks they're going to be able to get to and pass right away. But stuff like reforming the Supreme Court, if you want to see money out of politics for real and have it not just be a slogan, not just be some kind of bullshit bill that you pass and pat yourself on the back over, we got money out of politics, and you're still taking, all kinds of donations, right? If you really want to do that, you got to take on the Supreme Court. You got to reform the Supreme Court, and the filibuster and all the other stuff that people complain about as being too radical, as being anti-democratic, right? You gotta run through that fire. If you're serious, right? If you're not just another bullshitter, because yeah, people regard that as a bullshit throwaway statement now, money out of politics.
My manufacturing agenda on day one will also be in the hopper. I got all the bills ready to go, Roop.
We have 30
Oh
seconds
my gosh, we got a clip.
left for each of you to answer the following question. What makes you think you're the formidable candidate who can take on Mike Rogers? 30 seconds.
Wait, Tracy Flick, I don't know who that is, but Rach is convinced that this is what Haley Stevens sounds like.
Dr. El-Sayed.
I might have to take a look.
Poll after poll after poll has shown, despite what my colleague says, that I am the most
How do you deal with the high heat? Well, I'm sweating right now is how I'm not very well. It's just
competitive candidate to take on Mike Rogers. But it's also this, that you've got to have something you're fighting for. Ask yourself, if DTE funds both Mike Rogers and Haley Stevens, who wins? DTE wins. And Blue Cross and Big Pharma and Big Tech and APAC, all funded by the same people. We need a choice. I'm the only candidate in this race who does not take corporate money. And so I offer a real contrast to a guy who has never seen a corporate dollar he did not want.
Congresswoman Haley Stevens, 30 seconds.
he's talking about Rogers.
Attorney General Nessel,
Sorry.
the chair of the Michigan Legislative Black Caucus, Amos O'Neill, they all agree that I will be Michigan's workhorse.
When I saw that the first time, workhorse. When I saw that the first time, I thought, did he just like kind of have a brain fart and refer to Haley Stevens as a guy? No, he's talking about Mike Rogers, the Republican.
For us on day one, that
My computer must suffer. I hope not. I can't afford a new computer right now.
I will beat Mike Rogers just like I have beat Republicans 4 times over.
But no, strange fact, right? Even though it's summer and it's the hottest it's going to get in the United States right now, it is rainy season here. And that doesn't always mean rain, and we're not getting as much rain as we need because of this Godzilla El Nino that's manifested itself in the south, in the God, what am I trying to say? The East Pacific, yes, is what I'm trying to say. But it's it is like cooler than it was. Yeah, the hot season here is like what? Like February, March, April, May. Right? June it actually starts to get cooler because we got more cloud cover and just the monsoon season sets in. The movie Election. Oh, she's like the character from the movie Election.
Thank you so much. Congresswoman Haley Stevens, Dr. El-Sayed. The vote.
Yo, chat, we beat it. We beat it. We got through. We got 1 hour and 21 minutes left. That seems ridiculous considering that the main topic that I'm going to be talking about here is the Whick thing. But we are 95 out of 100. So, if we add an extra hour to the stream, that'll definitely make that up. I got to erase this search for... I wish I could erase it from my Google history. I searched up. Davy said something about this. Okay, here we go. Oh my God, was I eating when this happened? Of course I was eating when the clip happens. Let's see what this is though. Oh wait, it's on. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, I'm so confused. Okay, no, it's not on. There's me. Boom. Come away from the bite.
Yeah. Day one, we have to stand up to the abuses of power. Take it from somebody who has been recognized as our most effective lawmaker. When I tell you I'm going to go to the United States Senate and ban stock trading for elected officials, their spouses, their children, for our president and our vice president.
I'm sorry, recognized by who as our most effective legislator? Here we go. Recognized by who? All right, so we're done with the Michigan debate. I gotta move on, chat. Now, normally I would spend a lot of time reading you out the results of the poll. I can see 106 of you have voted so far. Make sure you're liking the stream. I haven't bullied you nearly enough about liking the stream, and it really does. You'll howl when you see Reese Witherspoon imitate Haley. Unfortunately, that's a movie, so it's not something we can look at on stream, but I will be looking at it after stream today. 106 of you have voted so far. Make sure to vote if you haven't already. The voting is going on youtube.com/nocommentchick. You can go over there, click on the live stream, then you can click on the chat, and then you can click on the poll, which would be right at the bottom. Click on that. It opens up. You got choices here. In first place, we have Hempleton. I don't know who Hempleton is, but apparently he exposes Channel 5 and Andrew Callahan. So curious what that's all about. We got second place, video essay on the fall of Asmongold. Third place, Westside Tyler meets with DGG or North in real life. Yes, the meeting of the minds has occurred. And by minds, I mean mind. Tyler is the only one in the conversation who has anything like a brain. Yeah, my hair is now wet from sweat because it's on my back.
A gravy Bab, super chatted.
Yes, like the stream.
Like the stream index pointing at the viewer.
Like the stream. And look, here's what happens now. We don't have, I don't think we have like a set thing that we're doing when, like I wanted to get a song or something to play. Whenever. Okay, I guess we'll just do it for now. We'll just do a topical one. All right. All right, so look, chat. This number is about to go from 95 to 102, thanks to Rave. Thanks to all of you, actually, who've supported the stream. And 102 out of 200. Now, when we do this, what do? We add an extra hour. Can we talk about Jimothy? We really should. Jimothy's kind of awesome. We got a little bit of Jimothy through, you know, kind of secondhand through Girl with the Mic and the H3 After Dark when I was reacting to that. All right, so I'm gonna add an hour, but as I add an hour, chat, I want you to hear the words of Haley Stevens.
Israel comes to me in my dreams. I see Israel's future. And Israel comes to me in my dreams. I see Israel's future. And I know that Israel will continue to exist. Israel comes to me in my dreams. Israel comes to me in my dreams. Israel comes to me in my dreams. Israel comes to me in my dreams.
You know what comes to me in my dreams? An extra hour to go over this content. And thank you so much, everybody, for working together to add an extra hour and to give me more time. And despite the fact that I fucked around way too much, Nadia Yvette talking about Oliver North there, some Iran-Contra, of the 1980 election. Yeah, God, so reminding us of everything that's gone wrong, even before we were born in the United States, right? It's been fucked for a long time. NCC comes to me in my dreams, true, and reminds you to like the stream, probably, because that's what I do more than anything else. I say like the stream. So what do we got here? We got the Trojan Horse, chat. Are you ready for this? Are you ready to get into the Trojan Horse? I also want to remind you, since nobody's done this yet, if you support the stream monetarily, you have the right to let me know, even if it's a Twitch Prime sub, which technically costs you nothing. Right? Even if it's a Twitch Prime sub, you can let me know where you want me to put your dono, and I will add it as a percentage to the topic of your choice. So you can even help your favorite topic possibly win, add a few more points to it, or you could even do the opposite and say, I don't like we're just talking about money and politics, right? And I'm going to be consistent, morally consistent here, and I'm going to say Vox Populi. That's the morally consistent leftist thing to do here is to vote for Vox Populi and say that the voters should get what the voters want, and you can do that even as a highfalutin donor by saying Vox Populi. You can also say video games if you enjoy our Persona 2 streams and you want to see more of them. You want to bully me into playing more video games and more than just Persona 2, chat, because I'm gonna try to take, like, after we finish Innocent Sin, I'm gonna try to play a video game that's totally different, thinking maybe Kingdom Hearts or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out for a little bit. But if you like the gaming, if you're a gaming frog, you can say gaming, and I'll put your money towards gaming. And it basically, as long as we got 100 yen in the kitty, not 100 yen literally, but like 100% in the kitty, then I play video games this week, or the week that, in question, right? Which is on Friday. Friday is the video game day. So we got to get into this. I don't have my new glasses on. I need to get new glasses too. God, thanks for reminding me. Why did you do 12 hours the other day? That was a Friday, right? So yeah, good question, Howard Feindock. All right, let me explain to you a little bit about the schedule before we jump into the Trojan horse and infiltrate DGG, I suppose. So the schedule is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, skip Thursday, Friday, Saturday, skip Sunday. So we're streaming on every day except for the days that I have Thai class, and most of those days they got a hard limit of 6 hours. Right? We're gonna do a 5-hour day today, at least. Wow, maybe more than a 5-hour day. But yeah, they're normally you can. So if we get to 100, we add an hour. If we get to 200, we add 2 hours. So there's still another hour. We could expand this if you're liking what you're seeing and you want to see more of the DGG stuff that I'm about to jump into here. You know, if we get it to 200, I'll add another hour. But that's it, right? If you do 300, does it mean 3 hours? Well, yes and no. All right. It means that extra hour goes to Friday. And Friday can be as many hours as you can make it. Friday's the day that you challenge my you challenge my stamina, I guess, or you're able to challenge my stamina on Friday, because there's no hard limit to that, and we haven't had to put a limit. Now, obviously, like there's a limit of my ability to stream and stuff like that. I mean, Friday is like I've got to stream the next day, so I can't stay up too late. But yeah, theoretically, Friday can go as long as it wants to. And yeah, we do gaming after the time is up. We do gaming. So that's when I was playing some Persona 2, although like I was so tired because again, it was a very long stream. The last stream that we did on Friday that was exceptionally long was that way because we found some amazing content that I didn't know existed, right? That I hadn't featured it. I didn't have my eyes on it. But Direful found a VOD of Whick talking to Westside Tyler, and it turned out that was like the best thing we've watched all week. So yeah, we ran out of time on Friday. I would have cut the stream when the time went to 0, but god damn am I glad that I didn't, because I learned so much about DGG and Whick and all this bullshit, and it was good. Jimothy content is all we really need right now. Are you there's no like then thank you for the super chat. There's no like I don't know. We do need some Jimothy at some point. If you don't know, Jimothy is a long-limbed raccoon. Like, you know how raccoons are? They got little tiny hands and little tiny legs. Not Jimothy. Jimothy is like a giraffe. No, because a giraffe has a long neck. Jimothy is not like a giraffe. Jimothy is like one of those things from the Dark Crystal. No? Do you think, is that a good, you know what I'm talking about? The walker things from the Dark Crystal? With the really long legs? They kind of look like weird, like scary rabbits. Put it in Vox Populi. Yes, indeed. Yes, I can. Oh, I don't know why I said it like that. I'm like, what is the Obama's? Yes, we can. All right. Jimothy is a basketball challenge trash panda. That's what they say. Wait, has he played basketball? Is there something about basketball? Anyway, we'll probably do like, oh my God, chat. How am I hot again? How am I hot again? Is it short spine syndrome? That's why his legs are like that, or his arms? Does it look kind of like one of those things from the Dark Crystal? As a fellow panda, I am in solidarity with that, says Amanda Panda. Put mine on Vox. Yes. Yes, indeed. Okay, Vox 2. Okay, so yeah, looks like people really want the voters to get what they want. So make sure to vote. And make sure to like the stream when you do it, because that's the one thing that I forgot to do today. It helps us out a lot. If I don't say like the stream, if you don't like the stream, we have less people in chat. We have less people watching me. If I do say it and you do what I say, then we have more. So I don't like to say it too much because, again, we have a limited amount of time and a lot to get to. I need to know who Jimothy is. Okay, a lot of people are asking about this, okay? A lot of people asking about Jimothy the raccoon. Jimothy there's apparently a Minecraft. There's a song. The song is probably AI Slop, I would guess. This is a Seattle raccoon. Oh, I love this video. I mean, you probably shouldn't do this, but I love this video. Here's a song. Is it AI Slop? Oh, Timothy. Yup. It's AI Slop. Let's take a look at this.
All right, guys, you might have seen videos of Jimothy the raccoon with a birth defect that's going viral this week. Jimothy is Seattle's unofficial mascot after this video of his odd shape was shared online. It's believed that
Wait, this like reminds me of something. Like something from my childhood.
short spine syndrome.
What is it?
A rare disorder that makes it look like he has no neck. But Jimothy is also shining a spotlight on other animals living with the same rare condition. This is Cooper,
okay.
a dog in Minnesota,
Aww.
thriving with short spine syndrome.
Aww.
Spreads awareness for animals.
Like there's some kind of thing that has like long legs and it's like circular. What is it that it reminds me of?
With the condition, and she says while he does require a few accommodations, it doesn't define his life.
There's a video game. Wait, like a Jimothy video game or like a Minecraft? I saw the Minecraft mod. Is it Gremlins? Do the Gremlins look like that?
Had social media with Cooper for
Benzino Raccoon just dropped. What?
About 8 years now, trying to spread awareness of short spine syndrome and really just trying to make it known that this is not a death sentence. Jimothy came
like there was some kids entertainment thing that was supposed to be cute, but it was actually kind of creepy. I just can't remember. There's something that, and it's not the, is it the Dark Crystal? We can't watch. I mean, this is like a movie. We can't like actually like pull up the Dark Crystal and But you know, chat, I'm gonna say Jimothy comes to me in my dreams.
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
Jimothy comes to me in my dreams, and he tells me that there needs to be more awareness of short spine syndrome, and he's right. He's absolutely right. All right, Dark Crystal Walkers, is that what they're called? Like the Walkers? Landstriders. My favorite thing about this is the way that she like calls them. She goes like biscuit. Okay, so I can show you like stills of this, I guess. Here. Okay, so yeah, they kind of remind me a little bit of the landslide. I don't think that's what I actually didn't watch the Dark Crystals like a kid. Oh God, be careful there. I gotta just click around here or else I'll get sued by, I don't know, Disney. Is it Disney, chat? Whatever owns the right to this, but the thing that she's writing on, that's a Landstrider. Okay, show a little bit more of it. Come on, can we see a little bit more of the Landstrider, please? He's on one, she's on one. Oh my God. Yeah, you could sort of see them there. You could see the legs. It's like a rabbit on stilts, sort of. But also like it has whiskers. This kind of reminds me a little bit of Jimothy. It's hard to see because it's an 80s movie that got put on YouTube who knows how many years ago, with minimal resolution. But you see what I'm saying? Kind of the same vibe as Jimothy. Anyway, gotta kill that tab because I do not want to get sued by whoever owns the rights to that.
On the scene, and everybody, rightfully so, was in love with him immediately.
Wait, the game was Jimothy destroying flock cameras? That's fucking based.
And I think Jimothy really did the short spine community a great service by letting him be seen.
And they're both so adorable. Cooper's owner hopes that Jimothy's new fame encourages people to learn more about short spine syndrome.
There we go. All right, so it's time to click the Trojan horse. Are you ready? Right, this is a blast for the past. One in chat if you know about Riley Grace Roshong.
A little bit controversial, but
I don't know. Do we want to watch this from the very beginning? We got limited amount of time. We still got 2 hours left, right? And I'm going to try to give you some bonus content too. So make sure you're voting on the bonus content, right? Right now, Hempleton is ahead by a decent amount, like 7%. And we got a Vox Populi running, meaning that it's less likely somebody's really going to have to put down a lot to change the results of the poll.
Rules. So I will briefly catch him up when he does get here.
Wait, I thought I had like the Riley version of this open.
If he does. Anyway, so today, what we're here to discuss is the subject.
Who's more likely to try to sue me, chat? Who's more likely to try to financially ruin me in some weird way? Riley, Grace Roshong, or Whick? I'm gonna say Riley. So if you don't know, this is my op from way back. Not a current drama or anything like that. Not somebody I think about really ever. But yeah, back in the day, this was my op, right? Riley Grace Roshong. As I told you before, she was, back in the day before everybody hated each other. She was a trans content creator who I think had done like, was it football in high school? Something like that. And then she had a YouTube channel that she was like showing like her transition of like, this is when I started transition. This is what I looked like. This is what I look like now, you know, kind of stuff like that. She got involved in politics and was, I don't know, studying something, some related field, I guess. And you know, she became friends with me and with Demon. We were all friends. Riley Grace Roshong, NCC, Demon Mama. We were all friends. We were all working together, right? So one day she goes on Demon Mama's stream, and it's supposed to be like a fun little conversation. Everybody's laughing. Everybody's having a good time. At this point, Demon Mama's community and RGR's community, pretty much the same thing. In fact, they shared a Discord, if I remember correctly, and that became a big issue because that makes their overlap even more overlappy, right? And during the stream, Riley started to push things into the drama territory until they just outright became a screaming match, right? And the screaming match was over the concept of gender self-ID. What makes a trans person trans? Is it the, you know, they are accepted by the rest of the trans community as trans, or is it just maybe the way that they describe their inner subjective experience? Does your gender identity come from you know, your inner subjective experience and how you define yourself, or does it come from how other people define you? And if they think that you know, meet the bar, whatever it is for being trans. Obviously, Riley's more on the trans medicalist side of things. Demon Mama is against that, and this became a big fight. And within the trans community, it wasn't hard, right? People were choosing to go with Demon Mama. They abandoned RGR. Now, our Demon Mama had beat Destiny in a debate prior to that, and so Destiny people hated Demon Mama's guts. So when there was a Demon Mama op, they got behind her and they were like, our queen, our self-hating queen, right? Our you know, she is staking out, you know, territory, similar to like Blair White, similar to Candace Owens. She's the token, she is the pick-me. That's what she picked, and DGG loved her for it, right? So she became a legend, even though she didn't have anybody watching her, and was pretty much a joke at that point. She became a legend within DGG. She disappeared for many years because, again, she just like, who's gonna watch? Like, no one was really watching her, right? And until I guess the heat faded, everybody forgot about all of her baggage, all of her scandals, and now she's back to try to be like, hey guys, or like, hoping that nobody remembers. So that's RGR. Now, how did she become my op? Well, it was a strange thing, right? Like I said, she started that drama with Demon Mama. I had to actually edit their videos together to figure this out, though, because there was a video of Demon Mama on stream, you know, talking to her. There was a video of Riley on stream talking to Demon Mama, but you don't have a video that shows both of their facial expressions at the same time. So it's kind of hard to see who is, you know, starting shit, who to blame for the conflict and stuff. So I put that all together in a video and then did a reaction to it and decided that, yeah, it was Riley. Riley was going for a breakup from the start. And just like Ethan Klein's breakup with Hasan, it kind of blew up in her face. Instead of all of Demon Mama's imps coming to Riley Grace Roshong and being like, yeah, that's right, we got to police the trans community, you know, like, or whatever, like who is trans and who is not trans. You know, people, you know, trans people especially, like, opted for Demon Mama. And there was another person that she was really disingenuous to and started shit with, and he was somebody that I had talked to on stream. You know, he kind of like, he put himself out there as like a conservative, but he was really like a Peterson fan. He was a psychology student and a Peterson fan, and and really kind of apolitical. Just kind of didn't like, he's got like, you know, a progressive mindset, but wants to identify with Peterson, who's obviously anything but progressive. And you know, I reacted to that video and I was like, yeah, it looks like Riley's doing her drama thing again. She flipped out on me for this, chat. She never forgave me for calling balls and strikes, for calling it like I saw it, right? And she got really excited when a guy named Irrelevant did a debate with me. He kind of came into my chat and was like, hey, you want to talk about this gender self-ID thing? And I said, sure. And his point eventually I found out was like, I think it's kind of like blackface, right? I think you shouldn't be endorsing this because do you endorse blackface? Well, then you shouldn't endorse gender self-ID. So, you know, in a weird way, he's kind of comparing being trans to doing blackface, which obviously I didn't agree with. And because, you know, I wouldn't agree with him, he got really mad at me. He put this thing out like as a video, as a standalone video. And it was like me on the mic and something like, are you okay with blackface? The thumbnail implied that I was. The thumbnail implied that I had bitten the bullet and say, yeah, I guess blackface is okay too, right? Obviously not something that I would say, but Riley got so excited. She was like, I finally got this no comment chick. Oh, I'm going to get her. It's going to be so good. And she's like live tweeting, reacting to this. She has a thread of, you know, on Twitter where she's like, all right, I'm starting off the video. This is what I think, right? 5 minutes into the video, this is what I think, right? She's got a whole ass thread, just keeps on live tweeting as she's watching me debate Irrelevant. And chat, somewhere into that debate, the Twitter thread gets deleted, right? Because she didn't get what she thought. That thumbnail, she got clickbaited by Irrelevant. She thought for real, I was like, you know, saying good things about blackface. Obviously, I didn't. And she was massively, massively disappointed when she did not get, she was hoping for a clip or something, right? A clip of me being extremely racist, I guess. And that clip never came. And she was very sad about that. But, you know, when I had the whole thing with Dylan Burns, I think she went on stream with him to talk shit about me. She never forgave me. And, you know, I don't have much use for her. But yeah, she is a NCC op that was forced to retire. And now she's back. Now let's watch.
Subject of Tankies infiltrating the Democratic. So I will briefly catch him up when he does get here, if he does. Anyway.
Talking about Destiny.
Today, what we're here to discuss is the subject of Tankies infiltrating the Democratic Party. How this is going to work is I'm going to start by giving some brief background for context, and then I'm going to go around and ask each panelist to introduce themselves and say whether they agree that Tankies are infiltrating the Democratic Party and whether that's a real cause for concern.
Oh yeah, a good thing to mention. Vamps is reminding me that Irrelevant also compared being trans with pretending to be Batman at one point. He really tried to make a lot about the, he really liked to, he tried to make a big deal about the, like, what was it? It was like when you talk about like xenogenders and stuff. And his response to that is like, so could it be Batman? Could that be a gender? If anybody can just define their gender however they want, couldn't you just say I'm Batman gender? Are you defending Batman gender? That was a debate he had with Doe. Does anybody remember Doe? Does Doe still go by Doe? I think Doe goes by Doe. I haven't seen or heard from Doe in a long time, but I would assume there's some, there's some discord of like former Demon Mama supporters, and that Doe is probably running somewhere. She looks like Laura Loomer, but blonde. Okay, let's not be mean.
Disagree with that. If someone disagrees, the conversation will start there. And then if and when everyone agrees on the issue, we will move to discussing how we should address this.
Fix the stream, Whick. Fix the stream.
Sound good?
Sounds great.
Good. Yep, perfect.
Great. Here is the relevant context. On July 18th, 2026, political influencer Hasan spoke as an invited speaker at the event.
And again, chat, I'm watching on Whick's end, not because I love Whick or anything, but mainly because I'm afraid of her audio. Her audio, the last time I watched a video on her channel, her audio just sucked. I complain about, breaking points, right? It was worse.
The event hosted by the College Democrats of America in Washington, D.C. Notably, Hasan has a long-standing record of major controversies, including having said that America deserved 9/11 and that it doesn't matter if fucking rapes happened on October 7th. And especially relevant here, Hasan has also said that he, quote, doesn't give a fuck about the Democratic Party, unquote, and that he's trying to infiltrate the Democratic Party to try and push his own agenda. When Hasan spoke at the College Dems event, he also described himself as, quote, an outsider currently pushing for an insurgency, unquote, and concluded his speech by saying, quote, no more to the Democrats who compromise, who conciliate. And
oh my God, the one person that listened to Hasan's speech, the one person out of, like, again, you heard a lot of, you know, discussion about the event and, like, you know, Hasan making the boss call. Yeah, RGR is back, Natalie. You heard a lot about this, but it felt like they ignored his speech, right? And we even saw people characterize his speech as being like hopeless, when if you watch the speech, it was anything but. But yeah, RGR has actually watched the speech. She's done the research. She was like a law student. Does anybody know? Did she graduate from? Now it's all coming back. I think, yeah, she was a law student. I don't know if that means she's a lawyer now, or if maybe that, you know, path did not work for her or whatever. She looks unrecognizable besides her hair. Yeah, she does look very different.
Unquote, while dressed as Mao Zedong, the Chinese Communist Revolutionary. Now, most relevant here, Hasan seems to also have been able to get Cameron Landon.
Oh yeah, that's right. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, that's all the commentary was about the Mao suit. It was all about his attire. She looks the same to me, says Natalie. Actually, I kind of don't remember what she looked like. It's been a long time. It's been a very long time, right? So there was the Demon Mama debate. Then of course her becoming my op. And then the last thing was an attempt for her to claw back relevancy. Oh my God. Something to do with, did she debate Doe? Oh my God, did she get transphobic with Doe? I can't remember. Anybody, whoever's in chat was saying, it's making me feel very unemployed to know this. No, your skills are being called upon right now, because I even can't remember. There was something that she did to Doe that was just offensive and turned everyone against her, and that was the end of RGR. I am now remembering well, Vamps, you were employed, so you couldn't possibly know. She did. Does anybody remember what it was? I probably have a video on it, or a live stream or something. Yeah, you're too employed to know this. No, just kidding. I have no, wait, first time I saw her was on, yeah, she was friends with ContraPoints. I guess she was friendly with, she was friendly with Demon Mama and Doe, before just completely, but yeah, this destroyed her. And even Destiny watching her talk to Doe and just get nasty, just be evil in this debate. Destiny just put his head over his hands and was like, I can't help you. Not even I can sweep this. You're on your own now, RG. Destiny was like, I don't want to touch this, right? He stops defending her, and that's when RGR, that was the end of RGR, right? And then there was also like a little thing where she's in Demon Mama's chat. She tries to get on stream, and Demon Mama, does Demon Mama like demand money from her at first, or say something about, wait, the debate was Vosh. Oh, thank you so much. You're reminding me now. Natalie's got it. Let me just put this up on screen. The debate was with Vosh after the Doe thing. The debate with Vosh after the Doe thing was well as fun. Yeah, her debating Vosh. She said that masturbating to someone in your mind was, it was something about like, okay, now I remember, right? They were talking about kink. I think kind of like in a kink at Pride sort of way. And, Riley had a very zero tolerance view of it. And then Doe said, well, look, I'll give a personal example. All right. My partner, is into feet. Okay. If I go shoeless in public, if I go barefoot in public, right. Are we, doing something, because it was like, SA or something. or like akin to like not voyeurism, but the other one, exhibitionism, right? That basically, like, if you like, Riley bites this bullet saying that if she was to go barefoot in public around her partner who is into feet, and there's any children there, that she has done not so great things to those children, right? That was the goddamn that was the thing. And Doe actually has like, you know, has trauma from being abused as a kid. Like Doe was the victim of some, you know, somebody that had, you know, Vosh ContraPoints and RGR. It's the unholy trinity. What are transmedicalists? Transmedicalists are people that think that they have the standard for like who is and isn't trans, and if you don't do this, you don't do that, you know, you don't get this surgery or that surgery, right, you're not trans. It's a little hard to get into, right? We're talking about like kind of inner like social group stuff. I've returned to feet. What's up? Yes. But yeah, that's like a, you know, a transmedicalist, and it goes deeper than that too. Basically think of it like this, right? Every minority group, every marginalized group has some people within it that seek the approval of the people that are bigoted against that group, right? Candace Owens is an example I threw out there. Blair White is an example we could throw out there, right? Every group has, you know, you could say tokens or whatever, right? And it involves some element of self-hate, some element of, you know, collaboration with, you know, people that are actively against your community. And essentially that's how transmedicalists can be understood. They wish to create a like a line of like who's trans and who's not, in order to not be associated with the bad trans people that they think are keeping them from having societal acceptance. They're like trans people that say, if everybody was trans like me, there'd be no transphobia. So the transphobes aren't wrong. It's those trans people over there. We just got to draw a fine line here and say, we are not with them. They're bad. They're gross. They are perverts. We are good. We are, you know, and sometimes it involves, you know, accepting the outside definition, right? Like the way that people like to talk about the biological, you know, sex thing. A lot of trans meds will, you know, sort of lean into that. And sometimes even to Blanchard, who I accidentally got into, again, that's an inner community discussion. I should probably not, you know, talk about Blanchard and Blanchardianism, but yeah, essentially it gives them comfort to accept like a sort of bigoted definition of who they are as trans people, to like draw the line and cut off other trans people. Yeah, it's a token thing. It's a pick me thing. It's and again, this is the kind of trans person that's super acceptable in the Destiny community, right? And that's another reason that RGR became the queen of DGG. Okay, it won't go. I just put on music. What? Sorry, I put on music that was muted, but...
President of College Democrats to deny entry to Destiny and other influencers who have been openly critical of Hasan for these stances. This is especially concerning because Destiny is an actual supporter of the Democratic Party with a proven track record of rallying his followers to canvass for Democrats. With all of that context, I will go around and ask each panelist to introduce themselves and say whether they are concerned.
Yeah, actual supporter of trans people, or so I've heard.
About Tankie's infiltrating Democratic Party, and I'm just going to go in order on my screen. Alice, could you please start?
Okay, so this is Alice Poole. We don't know much about her. She's been seen with Riley before. Riley was at the event around the algae pool with Starduck when Starduck was in the duck suit. She's on, you know, Twitter kind of defending Destiny. I'm trying to think of, I don't think we know that much about her. She seems to be a friend of Riley's, though, so it's not surprising that she would show up on this panel.
Hi, I'm Alice at She's Right Show. I believe tankies are a problem in the Democratic Party. I think they are fundamentally illiberal, and I think a lot of well-meaning progressives don't understand the kind of threat they're facing, especially when they try to be in spaces they consider like the local DSA chapter party or whatever. And they have a lot of people in their circles who are
Oh,
and don't
Queen Bee is updating me on them. They're in a relationship according to Twitter. Okay, well, I mean, according to Twitter.
respect minorities.
Great, thank you. Going to the right on my screen. Ethan, could you please go?
We got an Ethan going to the right. Oh, that's Ethan up. So to the right of Alice. Yeah.
Howdy. My name is Ethan. Handle at I'm officially Ethan. And
I am actually an age regressed clone of Ethan Klein. He didn't think that this life was working out that well for him, so he made me to try to, correct all the mistakes that he had made in life. And that's I'm going to Israel on Friday for Birthright.
And it's an objective fact that Tankies are trying to hijack the left wing.
Sorry, we cannot let Ethan Klein forever ruin the name Ethan. I'm sure there's good Ethans out there. All right, not all Ethans, Chad, is what I have to say. Not all Ethans. To this whole panel, are the Tankies in the room with us now? The Tankies are not in the room with us now, Natalie. But what I'm going to posit here is that with DGG, in some cases, something a lot worse than a Tankie is in the room, right? The specter of the leftist that loves the idea of authoritarianism, that sees it as a feature of historical communism rather than a bug. And yeah, that's what a Tankie technically is. And in that sense, it's a little bit like, what are the things from the Winnie the Pooh, like the heffalumps and the woozles, right? You know how in Winnie the Pooh they were like, oh, Rabbit, we've got to get out of here because the heffalumps and woozles are coming, or there was all these different creatures that were going to get them or something. That's what a Tankie is, right? By that definition, it's not certain that Tankies exist, or if they do, they probably would not cop to looking at authoritarianism and repression as a feature and not a bug. RGRs with LS pool. I mean, I mean, that's what, some sources seem to be suggesting. This will just endlessly circle jerk. Yeah, probably something like that. But let's check it out anyway. We got 1 hour and 42 minutes left. We could add another hour. We need 96 more points to make that happen, though.
Or the Democratic Party.
I am going to try to also give you some bonus content today, so.
And this proves to be a real threat for us as people who...
Oh, their own tweets say. Okay, so it sounds like it's more it's substantiated. Yeah, don't know the current status. Okay, so it seems like they have dated, if not are dating right now.
Actually do champion things like the rights of minorities, right? People who want to actually progress society in ways that are beneficial towards human well-being, and allowing someone like Hasan to go in interviews with a Mao outfit is literally on the same level of imagine JD Vance or someone, I don't know, someone else going on an interview with a Hitler mustache.
You mean Gregory Bovine Bovino dressing like a Nazi in his official capacity with ICE, something like that? I think it's kind of different, right? I think whatever you want to say about Mao and the policies that he enacted and the results of those policies is not something I would say about Adolf Hitler, who actively, killed people in death camps, right? As part of his final solution against the Jewish question. I think there's a little bit of a difference there, but I don't know. Maybe you really like landlords. Maybe you are a landlord. Maybe you're related to landlords. I don't know. Maybe you got something, yeah, or sparrows, right? Maybe you're very protective of the sparrows, right? Yeah, Hasan himself will point out that he does not believe that Mao did nothing wrong, but that a lot of the things that are put back and reflected as comparable to the Third Reich about Mao are more like just what they are, bad policies that did not work out while they're trying to make the jump from a really like a agricultural, peasant-based culture to an industrialized culture to what a lot of people are seeing as the, I don't know, standard in the world, right? That's there's been a new poll, chat, as far as US soft power and how the people see the US versus how the people see China. And they now see China as the leader. They now see China as the standard. The whole world has voted and the United States has lost to China. So I mean, that's where we're at right now. But yeah, if you said that, like, you know, mistakes weren't made along the way, you'd be, you'd be lying. And I don't think that's a lie that Hasan has ever leaned into. But again, these people want it to be simple. They want to go with the propaganda that they've been inculcated with it at birth, and so they just kind of lean into this thing. Oh yeah, we all know Mao was a bad guy. We don't really know. We can't really give you the receipts for this or the how's it, why is it, who's it. But like, yeah, I think he killed like 30 million people or something like that. I think that's what was bad. He personally extinguished 30 million lives, and so Mao bad.
And the fact that we have vice presidents in notorious college organizations that represent Democrats, covering on behalf of someone like Hasan, who does the rhetorical equivalent of having a Hitler mustache.
Also, I should probably mention, I've said this before, right? That's not a Mao suit. That's a suit. In China, that's a suit. All right? The style is a combination of, like, you know, Western formal dress with traditional Chinese formal dress. That's what the Mao suit is. It was, everybody was wearing them, right? It was like, I'm sure you could find, you know, people, I'm sure you could find like KMT officials wearing that too. So again, they're focusing on the suit. The suit is not really, the suit is not the own that they think it is.
Mustache, except for Mao, is absolutely insane. This is a real threat that needs to be addressed as soon as possible.
Thank you. Going around, North, could you please introduce yourself and give your position?
Hey, I'm Ryan, otherwise known as North Online. You can find me at YouTube at youtube.com/NorthIsLive. Yeah, I think it's pretty clear that tankies are starting to gain some momentum within the Democratic Party. Where this comes from, we can talk about.
Two of them have to virtue signal the flag. Yep. They're big fans of America, just like Ethan Klein.
I think it's probably due to some sort of reciprocal.
Yeah, Hillary Clinton has worn similar suits as well.
As well as,
I don't think she was trying to evoke Mao, but
this general misunderstanding about like left-right dynamic, and when it should be like liberal versus illiberal, and we'll get into that. So.
Thank you. Moving on, Alish, could you please introduce yourself and state your position?
Although I should probably mention that there are people that will self-identify as tankies because they hate the people like this that talk about tankies so much. And they're just like, I'm a Marxist-Leninist, I guess I'm a tankie, right? It's not them saying, I love authoritarianism, right? That's my perfect government, is socialist men under Red Father, aka Smurfs or something like that. You know, they do this like as a, you know, edgy, it's kind of like an edgy Twitter thing to be the Kuomintang or Kuomintang. My Chinese, wait, am I trying to say Mandarin? Yeah, my Mandarin sucks. Actually, all Chinese languages I suck at. I'm learning Cantonese though through Lisa Silverman playing Persona 2. So one of these days, chat, I'll be able to speak good Cantonese. It's the same writing system, right, all over China, but different dialects is kind of what we're, or more than just dialects, right? They're.
Hello, my name is Alish, and I definitely believe the DSA party overall is a problem for democracy. I've gone through their website and read all of their core beliefs, and essentially it reminds me of the equivalent of, when I become school president, I'm going to put soda in all the water fountains and make homework.
My God.
It essentially just,
oh my God, it's hot. Oh, I got to do something. I'm going to burn myself.
Kind of like,
ooh. Damn.
And a lot of the promises that they're making are essentially.
Oh, Cantonese actually does have its own script, but it's not used much anymore.
To me, like they're standing up making all these promises, and I hardly think that they're going to keep even one or two of them.
It is an ambitious platform that they've got, right? It is, there's stuff on there that you know, probably could not happen in the near term, but you know, they're being pretty forward with
so essentially
the direction that they'd like to go.
I find that, and this might be a little bit controversial, but I find that maybe some DSA policies can work in a microcosm, such as like very isolated, but overall it's not going to work for like large scale.
Also, what's not going to work is, you know, listening to the advice of people who don't understand policy, like Owlish, in terms of whether a policy platform is good or bad. One thing that you can't say about the DSA is that they haven't thought about this stuff, right? Not everybody in the DSA agrees with every single plank on the platform, just like not everybody in the Democratic Party agrees with every single every single plank on the platform. But my hair is growing a lot. Yeah, it's very long. I need to get it under control.
Great, thank you. I'll also make a note there. We can come back and circle on this about whether.
But I'm glad if it looks halfway good when it's this hot, because I feel like a sweaty, drippy mess. Like I'm just imagining that I look like shit right now because everything is. It's not even that hot today. I don't know.
Or not, we're gonna.
I'm not turning up the. I've got the air conditioner on the. You know the. Did anybody have this? Like there's like a humid setting. Because the real problem is the humidity, not the heat, right? And so my air conditioner has like a humidity setting with like water droplets, and you can't set like a temperature. Like you got the ice setting, the AC proper, right? And you can set the temperature on that, but on this one, the humidity fighting setting, it just like it's either on or off, and I've got it on right now, and it's not quite. All air conditioners are dehumidifiers. I don't have a separate dehumidifier, but supposedly like this setting does some kind of does something to the humidity. Not all dehumidifiers are air conditioners. Damn. Okay, now I'm learning.
Find DSA as being tankies, or like what's the scope of the problem, or the scope of like who are we classifying as a group of concern within the Democratic Party, but we can come back to that. Thank you so much. Rounding us off for introductions, Whick, could you please introduce yourself and tell us what your position is?
Yeah, as stated, my name is Whick. I'm at Whick TV on most platforms. I think that for far too long, people have downplayed the threat that illiberalism and illiberal actors are to the Democratic Party. In order to defeat Trump, many people within the party have decided to open the doors and open to tent to arsonists, people whose stated goals are to either burn the party down and build something new in its ashes, or to fundamentally change the face of the Democratic Party so that it is no longer a liberal institution or a liberal group. I think that these things are existential in nature. And while I would disagree with anyone who would characterize that these people have already taken over the party, they have not. This problem is still small. Small problems can often become big ones if they are not treated and we do not take them seriously. Tonight, my goal will be to convince people of the severity of the threat and also propose some solutions on how we can.
BCAT-K, that's actually a really good point. It's really that's a really key point here. Who isn't a tankie according to them? Yeah, I would say if you got to basically swear off any desire to move towards socialism to be not a tankie according to them, right? If you are a social democrat and you want to implement some kind of safety net to save capitalism from itself, in the the Scandinavian model, as they call it, or even like the New Deal model, I guess they won't call you a tankie yet, but yeah, if you want to move towards socialism or, heaven forbid, communism or anarchism, yeah, you're definitely a tankie. So anarchists too, right? Anarchists also tankies. If you want a moneyless, classless, stateless society, you are definitely a tankie, according to these people.
Can fix this threat. But I guess to answer the question, is tankie infiltration a problem? Yes, it is, and we need to deal with it. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. The sooner we do it, the easier it will be. Thank you.
Thank you, Whick. Really appreciate it. Also, clarification or housekeeping. I turned my volume up a little bit because I was told it was a little quiet. Do I sound better coming through on y'all's end?
You sound the same to
Yeah.
me,
Good.
but I never had any problems.
Oh, okay. So anyway, moving ahead, I guess I want to, before we talk about solutions, I guess I just want to make sure that we're all relatively on the same page, because it sounds like for the most part, we all agree on the fundamental issue.
I gotta bring back Rave's super chat. Like the stream if you haven't already.
Of tankies infiltrating the party. I guess I want to ask the panel first, is there any question or is there any conversation worth having about the scope of it? So are we counting like concerns about socialists or members of the DSA? Like, is that a conversation that people would like to have?
Well,
or
I
if
don't-
not, we can just
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know about like how long the conversation has to be, but I was telling chat this earlier, but I guess I'll tell you all. The reason why I think it's important to stress that and maybe have something on record from all of us that this is a threat and kind of define the scope of the threat. I was watching Live and Learn before I hopped on here, right? Just 20 minutes ago.
So we might have to go back to that too and refer to it again. They're going to be referring to Live and Learn. They're going to be referring to Pisco's Twitter space that happened. I guess earlier today was when it happened. Where can I watch all these people justifying the Soviet response to the 1956 Hungarian revolt? Good point. Good catch, Davi. Yeah, their definition of tanky is very just completely untethered from the historical definition. The reason that they were called tankies was, yes, the Soviet response to the Hungarian revolt. The chat does not close for me, says Frizzle. I think if you click the 3 dots, is there like an option to like close it down or something?
I would say. And they were talking about the same subject we're talking about, only in a very, very different manner, right? You had Pisco, Soy Pill, even IRI to some extent, kind of downplaying the threat. It got so bad that
oh no,
Pisco was struggle sessioning Hutch to disavow me because I was disagreeing in chat, and Pisco was like, "Say you disagree with Whick. Say it. Say he's wrong. Say he's
Yo, chat. What do we call this? What do we call these people? The new McCarthyites? I don't know. I almost don't want to. I'm not sure. I haven't seen enough from like Pisco's response to really, or even Hutch's response. We haven't watched a lot of them either. Maybe we should check them out next. But just to group them all in as McCarthyites. But there is trouble in paradise. Whatever these people want to call themselves, whatever tendency that they represent, they don't agree with each other. There was fighting, and that's why this panel is occurring. Whick was butthurt about Live and Learn downplaying the tanky menace. That's crazy. Hutch is a crime against humanity. True, only facts.
And I think that there are too many liberal creators, liberal influencers, liberal actors in this space. And again, I do think that Pisco is a liberal, but I think that he has, for whatever reason,
I think that Pisco is a liberal. I'm not sure. He might be a tanky, but I think he's a liberal.
Decided that this isn't a problem, and he's, whether he intends to or not, running cover for really bad actors. He's acting as if we have been diagnosed with cancer, but it's only stage 1.
You guys throwing Pisco out on his ass would be the biggest cell phone I could imagine.
So
This makes me want to write a modern Scarlet Letter. You should. This makes me like, I think Jamiroquai was right. We need to start a new, it's virtual insanity, and we need to start a new religion or something.
Don't worry about it, gang. It's not really a problem. But everyone knows the best time to deal with cancer is when it's small. And so, yes, I think that there is a value.
Yes, cut into your body and rip it out. That's how you deal. Chat, this is not medical advice. I am being sarcastic. Do not do this. Do not anyone mistake this for medical advice. I'm parroting what Whick is saying.
In discussing what is the scope of this threat.
He's so mad. He is so. Oh, we gotta look at this Live and Learn and see what was happening there. Hopefully, I have some. Hopefully, Direful threw up some timestamps on there.
Would include liberal creators who
They made a new virtual insanity as part of a Gen advertisement. No, if you make a new virtual insanity, it's got to be like an anti-AI manifesto or something.
Play the DSA.
And what you do is you use AI in the anti-AI manifesto to make it so that instead of Jamiroquai singing and dancing, it's Ted Kaczynski. That's
Or downplay the threat, I should say. I would include people I would otherwise consider allies who are not taking this seriously. I think that they are also, in their own way, and not to the same severity or scope, a threat to the Democratic Party.
To me, virtual insanity will always be the it should have been the opening. It should be in the OP for part 6 of JoJo's.
Okay, thank
No,
you.
oh, sorry, go ahead. Oh, no, okay,
no.
I'll go. Thank you. He's right, especially in the sense of the complacency. Honestly, I'm very
Or maybe,
reminded
or maybe the ED. I don't know.
of MAGA in its early stages, or at least how the Republicans.
Yeah, it's exactly like MAGA. It's just exactly like MAGA. Do you mean like if you are you I'm sorry. What is MAGA in its early stages? People that agreed with Donald Trump that Obama's birth certificate was fake? Is it the Tea Party? Like, what is the early, or do you just literally mean like early adopters, early Trump supporters? The ED, okay, I'll take that. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's not. It's probably not good for an OP.
What we're seeing is,
although the first OP for part 6, I do not rock with.
You could say like 2 groups of people, right? And we're gonna see like a repeat of this. Okay, so in the early stages of MAGA, there were the people who saw Trump as like, oh, okay, like he's like a necessary bad to beat the Democrat.
Really?
Right. And then so they went with it, but then as they gave in more and more, then now we have the absurdity that we have today, and we're gonna see that exact same thing with the far left if we don't do something to squash this.
So Trump and the far left are kind of like Mephistopheles, right? And we're Dr. Faustus.
As soon as possible, right? And then your second group is going to be people who are like your LARPers, right? They just don't care. They're just in it for like the political gain.
For the memes. For the memes. That's what you got to say.
And know when to cut things, or I guess B, you really just don't care. And we need to avoid a repeat of MAGA, except on the left.
What? Bro is incoherent, right? And this is the thing. The bar is so low right now to be a Destiny Orbiter. The bar is so low to get on one of these, on one of these panels. And again, they don't get really watched outside of DGG, but they are trying to reconstitute what used to be a fairly useful tool for them, which was the panel scene. This allowed, Destiny, Doobie, all the, Dylan, all the big actors to have a say on like who is in and who's out, to be able to, if there's a useful idiot, you could kind of create a career for them. In fact, one of my biggest complaints about the panel scene was that they were creating careers for right-wingers that didn't have any motion. People like, CTV would have never been watched by anyone except for them being paneled by Dylan Burns. And why would he do this? Why would he take a nobody and put him on the panel? Because Dylan just needed right-wingers that bad, right? It was the kind of situation where, and people bitch about like, there's not enough right wingers on Twitch, or Twitch is too woke or whatever, right? What happened was that, the harassment accounts, the Nazis, the active members of like hate groups and shit like that, they used to be on Twitch. They broke the TOS and they got banned, right? So when they had somebody like Suspect Sushi, an actual Proud Boy that Dylan platformed, he didn't last for very long, right? Because, it's just like I think Suspect Sushi was the one that was at January 6th, if I'm not mistaken. Never trust liberals, they will betray you.
True.
Yeah, go ahead. Right now it's open discussion. I'll ask questions.
So yeah, as a result, in order to have a panel where you got right-wingers versus left-wingers to build up the careers of the supposed left-wingers, which a lot of times were just like warmed over centrists, you needed right-wingers for them to go up against. And you had to, Dylan, he had to create these careers. He had to create their social media presence in order to even have anybody take that side of the debate.
Simulate, but I don't want to be too active a participant.
So yeah, another example I noticed before MAGA, the one before that, was Gamergate. And I've written papers on this in classes about like new media stuff.
Oh no, your poor teachers.
All these kinds of things. read books on like misinformation and memetics and how this stuff spreads. These movements tend to be onions. And I think it's very important to like separate this out and model what this looks like, because a lot of these conversations, people end up talking past each other. In the core, you have someone who's like intentionally so bought in to an ideology, typically like a hate ideology, that they will like say or do anything to make that happen knowingly. So they will like create propaganda or like manufacture stories. They think the ends justify the means because they truly believe in their goal. Then you have like layer 2 are people who are also bought into that ideology and will even like actually just believe and trust the examples of like racism fodder or whatever, or like actually believe the rhetoric and understand what it means. And they tend to also be kind of like giving their informed consent. They actually believe in it. Then the third level are people who also join in and will say those same things and share those same things and like represent those things without knowing it and thinking it's kind of like a joke or not super serious. And then the fourth level are people who aren't even a part of the movement, but they just see those people who say it's not serious or it's actually about something else, and they take their word for it. So like with Gamergate, there's like intention.
I'm sorry, but you just described DGG. Is there no self-reflection here, right? Whenever I make a criticism, almost as a reflexive action, almost as a knee-jerk reaction, I automatically compare myself to it and see, am I being like hypocritical in any way, right? There's no such reflection in this group, it seems. This girl is like one of those libs who complained about Chapo years ago. Probably worse than that even.
Misogynists and liars, like about women. There's like a disgruntled ex-boyfriend of Zoe Quinn. Then there were like the actual like sexists on 4chan. Then there were all of the normies on YouTube who said, oh, it's just about ethics and games journalism and thought it was fake. And there's a lot of normal people.
I'm sorry, I get this now. She's a disciple of Brianna Wu. That's what this is. That's where this is coming from. This is Brianna Wu thought. Again, speaking of pick-me's, speaking of tokens, speaking of people that want to make a separate peace with transphobes, and yeah, you know, her having a relationship with RGR makes all the sense now, all the sense in the world.
People who didn't realize they were carrying water for all of that because they're like, what do you mean? Like that's just, they just said it's about ethics and game journalism. That doesn't seem to be that serious. And so it's a macro structure for diffusing responsibility. And like no individual person is like actually evil, right? And then like they would say you're crazy, you point out like you're being misogynistic when like a lot of them are like, what do you mean? It's just jokes. It's not like super serious or whatever. But like at a big picture level, what is that machine they're feeding and what is it actually doing? And I'm really scared that's what we're seeing now with like Maoists.
Okay, look, Gamergate is a influential, I don't know, an influential event. Let's just put it that way, right? And it's definitely something that Bannon has looked into. It's definitely, you know, stuff that like the Trump, you know, MAGA coalition, how its like media strategy worked, kind of refers back to. But it's important not to be traumatized by something like Gamergate, which, look, if you were, you know, targeted for harassment by Gamergate, I mean, like it's traumatic stuff. Even people like Brianna Wu, who saw the bus crash and put themselves in the bus after the bus had crashed, trying to, you know, claim like stolen valor for it. I'm sure that as a result of putting herself in the bus, she probably got some harassment too. But it's important not to see everything as a like an iteration on that. And especially when you're tempted to look at like all of your enemies as that and not recognize like where this comes from and what is, and you're in DGG too. I'm sorry. DGG exploits this stuff too. The community itself is pretty fucking connected to Gamergate, like not in a super direct way, but it is, you know, in terms of their strategies, in terms of, you know, their, you know, kind of the ops that they do. Yeah, it's very very Gamergate. And I don't know, you got Short Fat Otaku on one of these Whick panels not so long ago. That was a Gamergater, am I right? Am I misremembering? I'm pretty sure SFO was, I mean, like, now you could say that he like made amends for that by becoming the best friend of Brianna Wu later on, but Gamergate is annoying because it's more important and less important. Oh my god, that's the, wow. Perfect way to state that, Davy. Both more important and less important than people think. True.
Accelerationist communists at the core into kind of like good faith, kind of naive progressives who don't realize that it is serious and not a meme.
Yeah, No, I didn't mean to interrupt. Finish.
Oh, sorry,
your
yeah.
point.
You should.
You know, that's now penetrating the mainstream. People are like, what do you mean?
Yeah, you should interrupt. This is not a dissertation. This is supposed to be entertainment. You absolutely have the right to interrupt on your own panel, Whick. And again, Tyler said you didn't make good content. All right.
And like, oh, they're liberals too. They like it too, and don't realize like that kind of actual core harm.
Yeah, I think it's important to kind of like, and maybe in this discussion, it might be important to kind of showcase what it is they are doing.
Yeah, what? Please, that's the one thing. Please, I would love to see this. What it is that they are doing. I would love to see that. I've heard so much criticism, so much clutching of pearls. I have not seen what it is they are doing, other than like keeping a dude with a protective order against him from his girlfriend from getting into a college Democrats event.
Stand the threat unless you spell it out, right? There are
Please spell it out. Spell it out for us, Whick.
Multivariable, right? There are different people doing different things, but they all end up, intentionally or not, kind of working together to the same ends. And I think that one of the things that we're seeing is a lot of people who claim to want to help the Democratic Party or help us beat MAGA do not actually want that goal. And unless, like Mike from PA famously said, I will continue to depress Democratic turnout until they bend the knee to the left, right? They are there to make it so bad, to make sure that MAGA wins so much that Democrats lose hope. Democrats think, well, we can't win doing what we're doing. We need to pass the torch to someone else. And again, the goal is for us to pass the torch to them so that they can have their shot. And they think that, oh, we'll once we get in there, of course people will vote for us because, you know, they just don't vote for us now because they don't understand. They haven't actually lived under our rules before. It's all been AIPAC and
Whick, we are voting for them. We've chosen them over you. I'm sorry. You kind of lost this, all right? And this is not the strategy. This is not the fucking, you know, strategic genius that you think it is.
The DNC establishment, blah, 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 blah. And so these people are actively hurting us on purpose, intentionally. Look at the Fox News interview that happened with the DSA. What was it, a vice president? I forget what position she had. It was high up in the organization. That was a friendly interview. Do you guys understand that, right?
How about we look at the DGG that went on Fox News? Anybody see that on Hasan? Hasan covered a was it somebody that had been involved in the DSA and was like trying to pretend to be like a whistleblower that they brought on? I can't remember. Their Lefty Winter is like one such person. There's one other person I think was, I think Hasan said he was related to DGG. Isn't that the argument? Because yeah, you keep losing exactly since 1980. Look, Reagan didn't need to be president, okay? George, like Trump definitely did not need to be president. It's only loser liberalism that makes it possible for MAGA to be a thing. Otherwise, it would have just been a flash in the pan, like Sarah Palin.
They were on this. It was the same team interview. The interview lady, what's her name? I'm
the interview lady. Okay, you are, and Hasan would know her name, and this is why you suck.
She was basically not contesting anything and saying, "Oh, you believe this?" And the DSA person was like, "Yes, of course we believe that." "Oh, you believe in abolishing the police?" "Yes, of course we believe in abolishing the police." And some of the most like dog shit policy positions you could possibly have that are severely unpopular with the American people. And again, this is going to be tied to the Democratic Party. They will point to Mamdani. They will point to Chevrolet. They will point to other DSA candidates, Valdez, I believe. They will point to AOC. They will point to other people who may or may not share these same positions. Like AOC, I don't think shares some of these positions, right? And they will tie it to us. They will hang it around our neck like a millstone, and it will drag us down. And that
Whick, you're the millstone dragging down the Democratic Party. People like you. people whose policy, people whose fucking slogans are like better, things are not possible. You're the millstone. You're the albatross. All right.
Purposeful, intentional.
We need to disassociate ourselves from you.
Strategy. They are our enemies. I don't know how. I know. Look, I'm rambling, but no, it's just true. It's just correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me add something to that. One of the things that a lot of liberals or people that are more inclined on the left, I've seen them fall into, is this idea that we can't be punching left right now because MAGA is like this ultimate evil, and it is a very hard talking point to refute because MAGA is currently in power. They are the ones who are currently weaponizing our government against us and killing Americans on the streets right now. But just because we recognize the current threat,
do you notice something that's different about North's bedroom here? So again, this is a constant thing about DGG. There's always a right-winger hanging around, right? Whether it be Counterpoints, whether it be Fuentes himself, Mr. Girl, right-winger, and now North, the libertarian, that says, we are not so different, you and I, Mr. Bonnell, right? So what's missing from North's bedroom now is the do not step on Sneck flag. He took down his libertarian flag. But they've always there's always like a right. In fact, RGR, let's talk about RGR. There's something else. Oh my God. It's all flooding back to me, chat. It is all flooding back to me. RGR, at one point, unfollowed everyone she was following on Twitter, right? Next day, she was following very few people, but I remember Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro were two of the people that she was following, and that's emblematic of that was emblematic of her new follows, right? RGR had a right-wing arc, and it feels like she's just pretending like it never happened.
it doesn't mean that.
Did North ever meet Tyler and go fight him by the courthouse? They did meet by the courthouse, right? And that's on the bonus content. So vote for that if you want to see what actually happened, what actually went down when Tyler and North mixed it up. Did they mix it up intellectually, or did they mix it up with fisticuffs? Find out. Vote for it.
That doesn't mean that we have to ignore the new threat that's being birthed with the rise of the DSA within the Democratic Party currently. And if we can't fight against that, then everything that we've worked hard for in order to bring MAGA down, we're just gonna have to do it all over again with a new DSA, leftist, whatever they do if they manage to gain power. So
on that point, actually, let me follow up. So I think that yours and Whick's point actually could tie together. In that I wonder, let me pose this to the panel. How do you all feel about framing the current divide that we're seeing emerge in politics, not as one of the right versus the left as much, as rather a liberal versus illiberal divide? So for example, with Whick, having people from the DSA being able to go on the Fox News and give like a friendly interview, that would, in my mind, explain why you could be able to see something like that, because they are on the same side. They're on the side of illiberalism. And then North, to you saying like, well, there's a concern about punching left. Well, really, the concern is not about punching left. It's about punching the illiberals. It's about trying to defeat illiberalism. But that's just my opinion. What are the thoughts of the panel about that framing?
Yeah, look, first of all, that concern about punching left, it's not real, right? That's what they say. They don't actually mean it, because they'll punch left all day. They'll punch Democrats all day.
But say the thing is, they're punching right. Do you get it? You're to the right of us, Whick. Like, just like to Yujiro and Baki. God, I should not make this reference, but like just like everybody seems like a woman to Yujiro because of his masculinity. You all, that's a bad metaphor. That's a bad metaphor anyway you cut it. I'm gonna relent on it.
Establishment all day. They will Chuck Schumer.
But I'm talking about relativity. I can't talk. I'm talking about relativity, right? And what you don't realize is that, yeah, you are There's a difference between punching to the left and punching to the right. The thing is, these guys don't get it. I don't think they understand ideology at all. I don't think they understand what the left means, what the right means. Is that a great metaphor? I don't know.
Hakeem Jeffries, Jim Clyburn, they will punch the shit out of those people, right? That are on the left.
What I'm saying, Whick, is that you look like a woman to me. Okay? No, I'm not saying that at all. Sorry.
They do not care. The rule is don't punch them, right? They can punch whoever they like, but don't punch them. But to your question, yes.
My rule is this. You can punch whoever you like. You can say, I don't agree with you. I don't like what you're saying. I don't think this is the way that we could go. Go ahead and do that, all right? But if you're doing that to me from the right, I'm going to point it out that you are. I'm going to point out that this guy is saying I am too far left, right? And that most of the voters think that everything is too far right. What I'm saying is that you can go ahead and do that, and please do, Whick. Please do that. But you're not going to have a lot of traction doing that, which is why I like you doing it. Whick has 10 times the testosterone of an average man. There we go.
Illiberal versus liberal is the correct dividing line here, and I think that's why.
Well, yeah, especially the other the more potent type of testosterone.
Important to define what the Democratic Party stands for and to reaffirm.
Wait, top left girl was going on about how the Vanguard didn't understand the difference between dim socks and sock dims. Oh my god.
To people,
they probably think the Vanguard are tankies. Like I would assume they would just like look at the name and leave it at that. Oh yeah, tankies.
The principle that you have to have, and this is non-negotiable, if you want to be considered part of the coalition, right? Not just an ally who votes with us sometimes, right? Not just someone we sometimes work together with, but an actual part of the coalition. You have to have a liberal value system. You have to.
I think what, if I remember correctly. Oh my god, I got to turn this off when I'm talking. Okay, if I remember correctly, the Whick is talking about on Twitter. Where somebody said don't punch left during the what is it, Davy? NSM7 right, where they were pointing out that Whick is joining a type of new McCarthyism that the Trump administration is doing. It's one thing, it's one thing to like talk, like, I don't know. I think that if anybody rehabilitates McCarthyism, it should be a sign that they are illiberal. McCarthy was illiberal, right? You want to talk about illiberalism? Talk about Dev, bringing him on the panel and listening to his appeal of like, you need to deprioritize things like freedom and equality. If you want to survive the tanky menace, you have to become me. Dev is a conservative. Dev is an anti-SJW, if I remember correctly, and I think I do. Dev was a Gamergator, although he did make, amends with Brianna Wu later, but that's almost more of a self-report, considering who Brianna Wu became. Oh my god. What am I? My brain is, I don't understand, chat. It's not even that hot today. It is not even that hot, but I'm dripping with sweat. Nonetheless,
have some core liberal principles about you, and you cannot be an authoritarian. Those are the two, I think, what.
And yet you bite the bullet, you take the pill of McCarthyism. Make it make sense, Whick. Make it fucking make sense.
I would consider the one thing that is you have to have and one thing that you cannot have. And so, yes, liberal and liberal is a correct dividing line. And in order to stress that, the Democrats need to make it very clear that we do not accept illiberals into our midst. You can vote for our candidate, sure, we'll let you, but you don't get to steer this ship. You don't get to be in positions of influence or power.
I'm sorry, but the question is, will you vote for our candidate when they inevitably win? And that's going to be happening more and more every election cycle, Whick. Will you vote for our candidate? Or will you Fetterman the fuck out like the little bitch that you are?
You don't get to be.
And I think we already know the answer to that.
Staffer, even.
It's a future Republican panel. That's what they should call this. This is the future Republican panel. All right? They're going to try to join with the bulwark or join with whatever fucking, shit-ass neoconservative element is still left on the right. These are future Republicans here.
To our politicians, and I want to, and the politicians should do that. They should require all their staffers, because a lot of people talk about the donors and how the donor class is messing us up, and how PACs and super PACs and money in politics is a problem. And fair enough, but one problem that we don't talk about is the staffer class.
I'm sorry. Is it fair enough or is it not fair enough, Whick? This is a real question I have for you. Like, is it fair enough to want money out of politics, or do you kind of appreciate the influence of money in politics right now? Because if you say that money should not be in politics, then what you're saying necessarily is that the discourse is artificially moved to the right. And that's something I agree with. I don't think you agree with this, Whick. I think you're seeing the results in New York and in other places. I think you're seeing DSA candidates knock off long-term incumbents, and you're kind of butthurt about it. I think you want to move the Overton window, the discourse, to the right. I think that you want to make Hasan Piker's kind of politics unacceptable. I think you really are leaning into McCarthyism. Illiberal, is that a Beastie Boys album? I think so.
Holds huge,
the staffer class,
immense, unelected, and unaccountable power.
So you're talking about young people is who you're talking about when we say staffers, right? And young people on the right, in the Republican staffers, tend to be groypers. Even if the candidate that they're supporting does not bite the same bullets that they do, they've got a bunch of staffers working for them that are super far right. We've seen this in group chats. We've seen this a million places. On the left, yeah, the staff, I think what Whick is complaining about, right, is that the staffers, the young people, you know, that get involved with politics, right, that really care about this shit, now they tend to be further to the left than sock Dems. And that's the line, I guess, that they draw. You can point towards some sort of Scandinavian model. That's okay. Maybe it's Molina, maybe it's not Molina, but you can point to a Scandinavian model of in terms of a welfare state, right? But if you go any further than that and you want to do anything like workplace democracy, oh, you're a fucking tankie. You're a tankie for trying to democratize your workplace. You're a tankie for opposing money in politics now. I mean, that's kind of crazy right there, because this is literally what he's saying. If you're on the side of like things need to go to the right, things need to be more moderate, you are exactly in line with the donor class. And that's what people are voting against, Whick. So congratulations on making yourself utterly irrelevant
in our political system and in our parties, and this is driving each party, it's not just a Democrat problem, to very extreme issues. Because what a politician will do is, a lot of politicians, they came into power, they didn't know about this social media stuff, especially Democrats. They don't really have a connection with new media, as they call it, right? And they rely on their staffers to—
Why is that? Why is that? Why do they not have a connection to new media? Is it possible that they're a little too comfortable in their position? Is it possible that we got a little bit of a gerontocracy going? Not that any old person should be fucking drummed out and given their watch and forced to retire at a certain age, but that all in all, the system of the democratic political, the sort of deference that they have for incumbents has resulted in like some really old, out of touch people that think that they think that it's still the 90s. They're treating politics, they're treating media like we're still in the 90s, and we're, as you just observed there, Whick, very much not still in the 90s. The 90s was 30 years ago, for fuck's sake.
And kind of like, well, you're young, you know these things. What should I be looking for? How should I be approaching things? What is it the kids want these days, right? And these staffers are driving them towards people like Hasan Piker. It's a problem.
That's kind of like what—
Let me put it in a different way. People like Hasan Piker exist and are more successful than people like Whick and Destiny because young people, just like the staffers, are sick of your bullshit, right? They haven't swallowed the, boomer anti-communism. They don't see that as much of a problem as you do, and they've been subjected to some really bad politics their whole life. And when they look at who there is to blame, they see the loser liberals that have been doing the same shit, Republican light, since the 80s. Since money really entered into politics in a major way, right, due to some decisions in the late 70s, early 80s that, allowed the Reagan Revolution, as it was called, to come through. The Democrats is the party with the historically younger base, and they don't understand the media consumption that all people below 40 use. Yeah, and it's not just like Gen Z. It's you know, it's Gen Z. It's Gen Z, millennials, and a decent portion of Gen X. Although, yeah, as you say, Lithium, plenty of reactionary Gen Xers too.
What I was bringing up earlier, when I was saying that like they're making these unbelievable promises that they're definitely not going to be able to fulfill. I also kind of want to touch on the fact that you said, you absolutely have to have a dictator in order to carry any of this out, because under their voting structure, they want to eliminate the two-party system. And the elimination of the two-party system just simply doesn't work with the current voting system, because they also want to eliminate the two-party system. You absolutely have to have a dictator in order to carry any of this out, because under their voting structure, they want to eliminate the two-party system. And
when you hear about Democrats wanting to eliminate the two-party system, what they're saying is that there is politics are kind of oh my god, what is the word? Ossified. Yes. Politics are ossified, which is that they have the characteristics of rocks and bones. They don't bend, they don't change, they're stuck in their place, right? Politics are ossified by virtue of the fact that you've got a system that has two parties that most of Americans don't actually like. And yet, if you try to make a third party on the left, right? If you run for president and take some votes, you know, like you're peeling votes off the lesser of the two evils, right? You're making it more likely for the other side to win, and if the other side, you know, makes a third party, same thing, right? That's what, when they're talking about like getting rid of the two-party system, she's acting like the two-party system. She's acting like by virtue of getting rid of the two-party system, we're talking about like, okay, no more voting, no more electoral politics, just a dictator, a red father, socialist men under red father. We're the Smurfs, right? We're the socialist men and women under and woman. Sorry, there's only one. Only one of us can be a woman. She has to be created by Gargamel. I'm sorry, Chad. I don't know why I'm making this the Smurfs, but yeah, it's kind of funny how you know, when you get people that are offered a chance, I guess, to have some sort of a platform, but aren't incentivized to actually educate themselves or to understand what they're talking about, or to do more than just like a cursory read of the platform of something like the DSA, you know, you get just boneheaded takes like this. I'm sorry, but your brain is kind of ossified here with your like, but if there's not two-party system, then there's not democracy. What if we had it like every other nation, not every other nation, but most other nations in the world? It's not a system that's like limited to two parties, right? And it certainly doesn't keep us with like, you know, shit ass candidates that nobody wants, just because the alternative is to empower the worst case scenario.
The elimination of the two-party system just simply doesn't work with the current voting system, because they also want to eliminate the popular vote. And the popular vote simply does not work without the two-party system.
What are you saying? If I found this person and I played this back to them, would they say, "Oh shit, I kind of misspoke there"? What I was trying to say was this, because like this shit doesn't make sense. Like this is contradictory. I don't know what the fuck Owlish is saying here, and I suspect that neither does Owlish.
What would work is something called ranked choice voting.
What the fuck? Okay, also she said that they want to get rid of the popular vote. They want the popular vote to determine the president. That part I remember. Right? Get rid of the popular vote? What are you even talking about? Should we run that, see if we can figure out what the fuck Owlish is trying to say? What did Owlish mean? Because yeah, that shit is incoherent as fuck.
And the elimination of the two-party system just simply doesn't work with the current voting system, because they also want to eliminate the popular vote. And the popular vote simply
But if they're changing wait, what?
The elimination of the two-party system just simply doesn't work with the current voting system because they also want to eliminate the popular vote.
What?
And the popular vote simply does not work without the two-party system.
What
would work is something called ranked choice voting, because if you have multiple different parties and everybody's voting for different things, you're going to have one party that's going to win out only because maybe it has a tiny more. So let me give an example. Have you ever heard of ranked choice voting? What it is?
I'm familiar.
Wait. Ranked choice voting, DSA. Now I know there's DSA affiliated people that are in favor of ranked choice voting. I would be surprised if it was not mentioned in the platform. Should DSA support ranked choice voting? Top answer, yes. 7 months ago. New York DSA, how does ranked choice voting work? I think I get what she's trying to say, is that like we can't have, if we have like a more than a two-party system without ranked choice voting, then and actually somebody succeeds in putting a third party on the map, you're going to have a spoiler effect. People say that Bill Clinton was elected because H. Ross Perot, independently wealthy person, entered the race as a third party candidate, got, at times had the plurality of the vote, and dropped out of the election, dropped back into the election, ultimately got 20-something% or 19% or something like that, right? And people hypothesize that Ross Perot took more votes from George H.W. Bush than from Bill Clinton, right? That's what I think Alish is trying to say. I don't think Alish knows. Alish needs to do more research. That part's for sure, or more preparation if it's just a not communicating well issue. But yeah, most likely both.
Okay, yeah. So the ranked choice voting is the only thing that is congruent with a multi-party system, and they have no plans of doing that. They just want to do
Well, no, I that's crazy to say that. Now, listen, the way that it's currently constituted, the DSA is not running like candidates, really, right? They run candidates. They back and support candidates in the Democratic Party. They function as a counterbalance to the to the donors and to the establishment, right? That's what that's how the DSA currently operates, right? If they were to want to, as some people advocate for, become a standalone party, and for instance, run people for president, then yeah, it would necessitate almost some sort of it would necessitate either ranked choice voting or a event where people just abandoned one or two of the major parties in order to make that happen. Now, in the United States, the United States has had more viable parties at different times. If there's what is it called? Like useful charts. Let's see if I can find this chat. We're kind of running out of time. I am gonna maybe at 30 minutes switch to bonus content. Now, if we get to 200, I'll try to delve a little bit more into this, and maybe even I don't know. This might have to be something that we deal with tomorrow night if I run out of time. But let me see if I can find this great channel called Useful Charts. It's a YouTube channel, Useful Charts, American Political Parties. They found a very old chart that actually demonstrated pretty graphically. When I say graphically, I don't mean like there was porn. Chat, get your mind out of the gutter. There's no porn in this, okay? but it demonstrated in a graphical manner what like I guess the evolution, you could say, of American democracy. There's also one for UK political parties that I think goes all the way back to the Civil War, if I'm not like it really does go to like, you know, kind of the inception of oh my god, why is YouTube not want to work for me to right now? Just please show some kind of something, YouTube. Yeah. Nope. What is your deal? What is your deal? Why do you suck? Hmm? Okay, what if I click on the UK one?
Hi, this is Matt Baker.
That's the UK one. Oh my god, why do you suck? Why does the one thing that I want to show you right now, YouTube is like, that's too useful of a chart, NCC.
Hi, this is Matt.
There we go. There we go. Matt Baker with useful charts. All right, so this is a big ass chart. Yeah, they look like snake. It looks like snakes fucking. Actually, it is kind of graphical. If you're into snake porn, I mean, you know, sorry for, I should have given you a content warning. Your nose is now bleeding, which is the anime sign that you're excited in a way that might not be completely appropriate for a political stream. But yeah, it does look like snakes fucking a little bit. It is the this is the history of the American political system, right?
Every now and then on this channel, I like to take a look at a really old chart rather than one that was designed on a computer. Personally, I find these vintage charts beautiful, and there's often things that we can still learn from them, even if they are out of date. So far, we've looked at Adam's synchronological chart of history, the bird's eye view of the life of Christ, and the histomap of religion by John B. Sparks. Well, today, since the US election is coming up, I thought I'd take a look at this timeline of US political parties. It was published back in 1880 as a fold-out chart in this book called Conspectus of the History of Political Parties and the Federal Government by Walter R. Houghton of Indiana University. Of course, nowadays, US politics is dominated by the Republicans and the Democrats. But this was not always the case. Prior to the emergence of the current parties, there were actually several other older parties, such as the Federalists, the Democratic Republicans, and the Whigs. By taking a look at these older parties, it will help us better understand the origins of the two current parties.
Okay, so we're not going to watch this whole thing, but I wanted to just kind of show as much as I can of this to just give you an idea. We're going to kind of scroll through here. So yeah, this goes back to pre-revolutionary times. You've got the Tories in there, people that wanted to stay with the UK, the Whig Party, roughly, you know, those who did not. And then we get the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists who then become the Democratic Republican Party. You can see all kinds of historical events kind of concurrently. Oh my god, it's not working very well, is it? Come on, please, fuck. Please fuck, snakes. Yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm asking the snakes to please fuck. Oh my god, it's annoying. Like, it should be able to just, yeah, there we go. All right, so Federalists, Democratic Republicans there. Oh my god, it does not want to load. Talking about left wing and right wing, what that meant in terms of the French Revolution, as far as left wing, you know, monarchist versus Republican. Come on, get back to the chart. There we go. Please, snakes, please fuck. I need these snakes to fuck. What do we do to get snakes to fuck, chat? If the snakes fuck, more parties come out, more little snakes come out, and they, I don't know, they wriggle around and stuff. All right, Monroe, is that Monroe? Yeah, there's Monroe, Madison, Democratic Republicans, the Federalist. So what do we have? The Democrats. Again, this is just YouTube being shitty. Fucking Load, snakes. I need you to load. I need you to blow loads. I need you to rope. No, not that kind of rope, chat. Sorry. The other kind. The other kind. Do snakes shoot ropes? I don't know. Okay, kind of. So Whig, Democrat, and then the Republicans.
The extension of slavery into America's newly acquired lands.
Please stop being such a shitty thing.
American Party, shown in purple, but don't be confused by the name. This was
it's not
a party made up of American Indians, but rather made up of white Protestants who were very...
Okay. Can we please load a better resolution? Oh my god, chat, I even restarted my computer before stream today. And it's just being a complete bastard. I can't get these snakes to fuck. No matter what I do. Yeah, Republican Party emerging. It's shown here out of the Whig Party, with a few strains of the Democratic Party going into it. And then when it's up, when the snakes are up, that's like they got their person in audience and they're ascendant, right? This is probably Abraham Lincoln when you see Republican go up over Democrat. Oh my god, I would love to just have the chart, actually. I would love to just be able to scroll through the chart, but that's not going to happen. But yeah, as you can see, that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. Please load. Please load. Can we please load? Can the snakes please load? Why do they wrap around each other? Because like I said, the ones that are up, they're in power. The ones that are down,
a few more things on here that I'd like to point out. First, take note of this line here.
So it's pissing me off, chat. It's pissing me off so bad. That's a Windows issue. Snakes fuck much harder on Linux.
Time that formerly enslaved Black Americans were able to vote. Well, at least the men. Nowadays, most Black Americans tend to vote for the Democrats, but back then they mostly voted for Republicans, if they voted at all. Then there's this line here, labeled liberal, standing for liberal Republicans, who during the 1872 elections supported the Democratic candidate. Also shown is the temperance movement, which drew from both Republicans and Democrats. It eventually led to the prohibition of alcohol, but that didn't actually happen nationwide until 1920. Finally, there's the labor reform movement, which started to gain traction in the late 1800s. Now, as you can see, this chart ends around the year 1880, which is when it was first published. A later edition extended it to...
I don't know why it's doing this, chat. I probably need to like just free up space on, I'm guessing, on my hard drive. That I'm hoping that will fix it. But you get the idea. What I'm pointing out here is that it's
1892.
There's nothing in the Constitution that says it has to be a two-party system. It's just that the way that shit has shaken out, we ended up with a two-party system, and it's very hard to shake. There's a incentive there for people that you don't want to make a third party because it empowers your worst case scenario. Anyway, back to the Tankie Infiltration. Actually, we got to get to the bonus content pretty soon, don't we?
So which means that essentially they're just going to elect a dictator, and since they're not going to, and since they're breaking down all of the normative structures.
Why is it totally okay with this shitty panel, right? But it won't let my snakes fuck. It prevents my snakes from fucking. They are unable to wriggle. They are unable to writhe. They are unable to shoot huge snake ropes. And the snakes are not able to,
moving people, there's no way to remove them. So there's literally, because I'm
so here's the deal, chat. We're at 104 out of 200. Now, if somehow magically, mystically, through some sort of miracle of, timing, we get 96 points further and add another hour, I will come back to this, but I'm going to say now, when we get to 30 minutes, I probably need to switch to bonus content, right? And I know that's less than satisfying. I will do my best to try to bring this back in whatever way that I have to do. So the wrong day to have the stream on speakers because I'm talking about snakes fucking. Yeah, probably so. Also, please, anybody moderating this is not a stream about animal husbandry, okay? It's definitely not a stream about, people should leave animals alone. Animals cannot consent. But also, we're not trying to actually talk about the process of animal reproduction and husbandry or anything like that. We're just a metaphor. The snakes are the political parties, and when they fuck, it's when they wrap around each other, which is actually how real snakes. How do I know this? I think I saw a video, like a nature video, and there was like this ball of snakes, and I was like, why is there a ball of snakes? And they were like, the snakes are fucking. I was like, oh, okay, that's how they fuck apparently.
The Constitution. They want to abolish.
They are, yeah, very, very down to fuck. And also, any other snakes in the area, when they see snakes wrapped around each other, they will come in. It's not just like two snakes, right? Kind of situation, chat. It is like the whole fucking neighborhood is DTF when it comes to snakes.
Other stuff. So essentially, they just want to elect a dictator and then have them control everything, and then not have a way to.
What? No.
Voting for.
I'm sorry. Where did you find that in the DSA platform? Is that the secret, like, apocryphal, plank of the DNC program, the Red Father, under which all socialist men and Smurfette will exist?
500 different candidates.
I don't know if ranked voice voting does that. Ranked choice.
No. I'm saying.
She's confused Whick as well. They've confused Whick as well. Alice has confused Whick.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Look, ranked choice.
This panel is more than cursed. Yeah.
Implement well or implement poorly.
No. I'm saying.
Go ahead.
Right. I'm saying that if they eliminate the popular vote, right? If they eliminate the current electoral college and instill only popular votes, and then also eliminate a two-party system where they have like 500 different parties that you can just run as whatever party you feel like it, it doesn't work. You can't have a popular vote with 500 different parties. It simply is incongruent with electing somebody that represents the entire.
I think what Alice is trying to say is if you had 5 parties and a popular vote with no, it is not contrast to ranked choice voting, but if you had 5 parties without ranked choice voting, potentially a party that has 20% could win, and it might be that 80% of the country doesn't like that party, doesn't want that party, but they got it anyway because nobody else got over 20%. I think that's, if I'm being generous, I think that is what Owlish is trying to say here.
I think the better thing to home in on there is that the policies that they are advocating for, I think are generally against like what we would call like the mainstream Democratic Party. So they're like anti-Ukraine, generally like anti-capitalists, are way more extreme on anything else when it comes to like.
And again, I want to remind people that the shit that they're saying about Ukraine is just not true, right? The Putin supporters that they're going to insinuate exist in the DSA. It's I'm sure there's a lot of people in the DSA. Maybe somebody like I don't think there's a lot of people. I don't think the DSA platform really matches up with Vladimir Putin very well, right? But it's a question about NATO. It's a question about the. But it's anyway.
I think they want to basically remake.
Like I heard these accusations about DAC and looked them up later, and it doesn't correspond to anything that she said. It's literally because I think she has not spoken out and been like, Slava Ukraine! Dylan Burns is an amazing individual who was single-handedly responsible for saving the country from the Russian orcs when they came in. Only Dylan could fly the Ghost of Kiev, and he's defended the airport all of himself. The Russian orcs, they would have taken over the airport, and it would have been all over, except that Dylan Burns saved Ukraine single-handedly and then got in the Ghost of Kiev and splashed all the Russian jets, took out the battleship on next to Snake Island, and I don't know. He got on top of a drone and flew it into Crimea and said, "What now, Russian orcs? What now? I stand above you. I am Dylan." That's what she failed to say, and I guess anything short of that, you know, it makes you a Z head. Right, just carve a little Z on your forehead right now, because you're a Putinite.
The entire Constitution with like eliminating the Senate and eliminating the office of the presidency and all that. So I think something that we need to focus on is that these people don't believe.
This is so unsatisfying. I fucking hate this. I set this up all wrong. I should have dipped out of the political debate. I feel bad, chat. I feel legitimately bad. Thumbnail, the title, the majority of the show was supposed to be about this. I feel like we got precious little of this, and even what I've given you is like I'm sure it gets better or worse depending on your opinion. But yeah, if I'm going to give you any bonus content reliably, which you have earned, right? I try to make this rule. If we get over 100, you should get some bonus content. What did you select? You selected Hempleton. So Hempleton it shall be. But if anybody should swoop in and save the day and add more time to the thing, I will go back to this. And there's more interesting shit to see here. There actually is, right? There's like I said, Live and Learn was really interesting this week, especially given how much the Whick is like attacking his own dudes. DGG is at war with itself. All right, Pisco isn't sweeping hard enough, and now he's catching strays from Whick and all. Wow, it's gonna be wild. But what do we have? We have Hempleton, who I don't know. Hempleton, channel 5.
I'm surprised that Bill Joyner continues to jeopardize his life to Joyner sleep at night, having to constantly look over his shoulder. All you will pay in a big way, I guarantee. Joyner will pay.
You are getting 6 hours today, though.
The rest of your days on this earth.
Wait, what the fuck? I'm sorry, I'm so confused. What is going on? I just got shot at. What the hell? Better call Hempleton? Okay. Is Hempleton a lawyer? This is all new to me, chat. This is all new. Hopefully that is not licensed music. Let's just advance it just in case, because I've been burned more than once by video essayists. Okay, newish channel it looks like.
Need to raise money for an upcoming lawsuit. Hello, my name is Hempleton. On July 10th, 2026, Channel 5 News posted the...
Oh, interesting. Okay. Wow, Hutch just put up a video. The DSA are not our allies. Fighting with... Yeah, Hutch is fighting with Josiah. Chat, this is opportunity here, okay? I think I wouldn't mind talking to Josiah. I'm sure I wouldn't agree with him on everything, but that's okay. I can coexist in a party with people that as long as they're not like jumping on board with fucking Trump's McCarthyism. I can play nice. You know, with liberals, especially if they're truly of the you know, SOCDEM variety, right? This is, you know,
We are being sued, announcing their GoFundMe to raise money for an upcoming lawsuit. As of recording, he has raised $1.6 million. Now, you can spend your money on what you want, and I used to be a huge fan of Andrew and All Gas No Brakes back in the day. However,
ooh, interesting.
To Andrew Callahan's claims, this lawsuit filed against him has some legs to stand on. According to Andrew, a rich man named Bill Joyner has threatened to frivolously sue him over his new documentary. The documentary in question is one that Andrew's been working on for years.
But yeah, like I said, chat, we're at 104 right now out of 200. If we somehow get 96 points further and, you know, add an hour, I'll use some of that for further exploring the situation with Live and Learn. I feel legitimately bad, chat. I really need to plan better because it's not my intention ever for something that is the second topic or the secondary topic, the topic that's not on the thumbnail, not in, or it's in the, it's on the title, right? But it's not in the thumbnail. Like, right, what's on the thumbnail should most of the time be the main part of the stream. Fuck, I kind of fucked that up today.
years, called Dear Kelly, which focuses on the life of a QAnoner who lives in Southern California. The man who's suing him has claimed that this documentary has defamed him, led to trespass of his residence and other properties, and inflicted emotional and financial harms. My goal in this video is to provide the facts around the case, and show that at the very least, it seems like Andrew did not do his due diligence when it came to reviewing his decisions around the documentary. Callahan starts the video with a complaint about being sued frivolously.
For the past 2.5 years, we over here at Channel 5 have been fighting a lawsuit in silence against a wealthy California lender named Bill Joyner, who I've never spoken to or seen in my life. Among other dubious claims, he accused Channel 5 of violating the Federal Wiretap Act and intercepting his electronic communications, which is something I've never done and don't know how to do.
So far, Andrew claims that Andrew is being sued by a wealthy lender that he's never seen or spoken to in his life, and the lender in question, Bill Joyner, has accused him of violating a Federal Wiretapping Act, something which would be impossible for him to do, given his lack of knowledge and resources to do so. He then explains that this has led to a long process of discovery, which led to the federal case eventually being dropped.
Somebody with enough money for good lawyers can sue anyone for anything at any time. And just maybe, if you get lucky, the judge will believe it. And that's exactly what happened here. This resulted in a painstaking year-long discovery process where forensic investigators audited our company's servers and hard drives for evidence of wiretapping and found absolutely none. After years of fighting for the
So this isn't about Andrew Callahan being a rapist. No, it's not. It's new information.
Truth in a federal courtroom and spending over $800,000.
It's not about stuff we already know.
On legal fees, Joyner's attorneys decided to drop the federal lawsuit entirely before trial. Poof, gone.
Quick aside on the nature of YouTube viewers. Views naturally matter, but another metric, retention, is just as important. Most people don't watch full videos. In fact, on average, 50% of viewers click off after the first minute. This means that the only two pieces of information that around 1 million of the viewers had was that Channel 5 is being sued by a random person.
Oh, okay.
A crime that they didn't do, and that they need to raise the money for this lawsuit.
Chat, for a second I thought we were going to do a Keffels here. If you don't remember Keffels, when she made her YouTube channel, it didn't do well at first. She wasn't getting views. And so she was asking her audience, she was like in her Discord, being like, hey, listen, even if you don't watch a whole video of mine, even if you get bored, and so just could you like leave it on and like let it continue to play? And in fact, if you could, maybe could you like reset it after it plays and have it play a second time? Right? Because that like, and literally that's shit that like YouTube, I would never say, because I think it may be against terms of service. You know, it may be regarded as manipulating the algorithm. I was afraid that's what this guy was going to say, is like, some of you are not watching my videos all the way through. What the fuck? That's a call to action you kind of can't make. I get why YouTubers get frustrated by, you know, when we're not honed in on your audience, like you get a lot lower retention, and that makes your videos do less well. But yeah, you can't do a call to action against it. No, he's talking about Andrew Callahan's videos and how videos in general, like, yeah, most people, like, you know, if it's a longer video, they'll watch some amount of it, they'll click off at some point, they'll get bored at some point, some other like thumbnail will call to them, they'll click on that, right? And because of that, there's stuff in Andrew's video that most of his audience, like, you know, what, 80% of his audience maybe did not see.
The initial lawsuit being dropped wasn't even discussed until the 2-minute mark. Naturally, I'm not trying to dictate how videos should be structured, but when people are donating their money, things need to be cleared up quickly and succinctly so the actual issue is understood before the majority clicks off. If the first minute was a summary of why they needed that.
Wait, David is the ultimate YouTuber? Are we talking about David Pacman? Oh my god. Shit. I got sweaty again and I had to... Is Hempleton's last name David? Who is David? Who is David? I'm confused. Pacman. You're talking about Pacman. Okay.
Help.
Okay, so anybody that thinks this is David Pacman, please disabuse yourself. It's not David Pacman. This is Hempleton. Maybe somebody else said something about David Pacman in chat and I just missed it.
Or even giving a call to action like many YouTubers do. Say, at the end, we will explain exactly why we need this money. I'd have no problems with it. But this introduction almost makes it sound like they're being sued for wiretapping, which just isn't what's happening at all. For the next 2 minutes, Andrew talks about his channel and how he had to spend $800,000 on legal fees. But then he...
Yeah, that makes more sense to me, Burble. It's Jimothy Hempleton, probably. Yeah, we're not seeing what is, you know, anyway, let's not do that. I'm sorry, I shouldn't make fun of short spine syndrome. It's a real thing, and more people should know about it.
It's the next part of his interactions with Bill Joyner's legal team.
Jimothy Hempleton, yeah, would be a great stage name.
I've got some really bad news.
Or a great porn name, too.
Bill Joyner and his attorneys are resuing us with modified claims now that include defamation, stalking, false light.
Wait, so he went back for the... Oh, I get it, because Andrew's asking for money for the lawsuit. That's why the conversation about David Pakman being, what came up. I get it now. FTW. I just wasn't confused. Everything's confusing when your brain is. I feel like my brain is steaming. I was gonna say cooking, but cooking implies like drying out, and that's not the problem. It's the freaking humidity that's killing me.
And trespassing. Yesterday, I was served with the process pictured on screen, indicating that we're going to have to go through this entire process again from start to finish. And after speaking with a couple different attorneys, it doesn't seem like the second round is going to be any cheaper than the first. And therefore, I have to be direct and keep it 1,000 here. I can't afford it unless we can immediately fundraise the legal fees that are required to fight this second round against bullshit and Bill Joyner and his morally bankrupt team of bogus slang and jabronis.
I'm sorry, bullshit and Bill Joyner sounds like what was that guy's name? Afro Man. Like, you know how Afro Man was like Lick 'em Long Lisa and stuff? Bullshit and Bill Joyner could be like a character in the Afro Man cinematic universe.
Your support.
This is the current case that he's involved in, and he calculates that he can't afford overhead and will have to fire his staff if he foots the whole bill. After this, he explains all the new content he plans on creating for his viewers and the people who depend on him as an employer. It's only after this long explanation that he finally covers the contents of this lawsuit, almost 8 minutes in. Oh wait, he doesn't even do that. Instead, he explains a bunch of past work that he's done and previews a sentimental promo for his documentary, Dear Kelly. It isn't until almost 12 minutes into this video that he even mentions the plaintiff of this case again, Bill Joyner, and it's about the thesis of his film, Dear Kelly.
So after I popped that question, our whole conversation pivoted from Clinton trafficking rings and the alleged Kobe Bryant assassination to a personal one about a man named Bill Joyner, the one suing me now.
I've been advised by my attorney to not say that much about the Dear Kelly film ahead of this ongoing litigation, but I will tell you that this film only briefly focuses on the pre-political dispute between Kelly and Bill Joyner.
Notice this specific wording. The film only briefly focuses on the pre-political dispute between Kelly and Bill Joyner. This will be important later. He then claims that the second half of the film contains an apology from the subject of the film, Kelly Johnson, and focuses on him taking responsibility for his actions.
Pretty emotional intervention and documents Kelly's process in inpatient therapy, in which he accepts responsibility for his own role in the home foreclosure and actually goes as far as agreeing to apologize and make amends with Bill.
I need to go back and I need to forgive Bill Joyner.
Again, put a pin in this. He then continues his Dear Kelly promo. Andrew finally touches on the contents of the legal complaint that was filed.
So in the complaint, which is also linked below, they describe Dear Kelly as a film that corroborates the false, nonsensical, and mentally disturbed story of defendant Kelly Scott Johnson.
Wait. It's all fun and games until Jimothy creeps up on you? Bro runs up on you like a cryptid and steals your snacks? Is Jimothy like the Slender Man of raccoons? I think Slenderman does more than just steal your snacks, though. I think he steals your life.
They claim that we spent 2 years stalking, surveilling, video recording, and audio recording Mr. Joyner, his family, his home residence, and his place of business. And that we traveled to California, where I actually lived at the time, specifically to create recordings intended to harass and intimidate Mr. Joyner, his spouse, and his minor children. While it first appeared that Callahan was simply reporting on the story of Kelly Johnson, it is clear that at some point the two became quite close. And Callahan has taken on
Treat Choice says raccoons are evil, creepy animals. They might be cute, but that doesn't make them good. Raccoons ripped all my chickens' heads off and drank their blood. Did they do like a Ozzy Osbourne concert at your house? Did they bring guitars and PAs and stuff? The thing about raccoons that freaks me out is that I always think they're these tiny, like they're like the size of a small dog. And I think some of them are. I think some of them actually are that small. But when I saw raccoons in real life, they were the size of a medium dog. And I wasn't ready for that. I was not ready for that at all. All right, I was intimidated by these raccoons. I think I had food. I threw the food behind them so that they would go and get it, go away from me, and I ran inside because I was scared. Like actual wildlife, chat, even if it's a deer, it's really fucking intimidating. Like I just felt like, like I remember like seeing a deer across the parking lot, and it was just standing there, and I was like. I was like hanging out with my partner at the time. I was like, is that like an aggressive stance that deer? I didn't have my glasses on, right? So I couldn't really make out that the deer was not not threatening in any way. But like I was like, that's a big deer though. Like that deer could fuck me up. And it turns out the deer didn't even have horns. Like when I actually looked at it. But yeah, the raccoons legitimately, like I wouldn't want to mess with them. I'm just like, take all my food, take everything. Here's some money. You can have my wallet. All right. Here's my bank card. Here's my cell phone, right? Take it all, take it all, take it all. Please just like let me live, raccoons.
Johnson's crusade against Mr. Joyner as his own.
Deer are statistically the most dangerous animal in North America. See, I guess I wasn't completely wrong then. But yeah, I guess the deer didn't have antlers. I thought it did from across the parking lot, but my glasses I didn't have.
Andrew, in response, files an anti-SLAPP motion, which I'll let him explain.
So SLAPP stands for Strategic Lawsuit Against Public Participation, and mostly exists to protect journalists from frivolous lawsuits. They're typically leveraged by powerful people with deep pockets who are trying to keep reporters quiet.
Ethan Klein.
By burying them in legal and court fees until they basically get fatigued by expenses and agree to settle outside of court and sign some kind of NDA that guarantees permanent silence.
However,
even a doe can stomp the shit out of you. Yeah, tell me about it. Doe hates my guts for whatever reason.
Got the ruling back.
Then a few months later came the ruling. Our judge ruled in favor of Joyner, dismissing our motion and arguing that Dear Kelly was not protected speech because Kelly's story is not a matter of public interest, meaning because Kelly and Bill are both private individuals and their prior disputes surrounding the foreclosure of Kelly's home had already been resolved, my film wasn't journalistically valuable because their dispute with the house was no longer ongoing and so it doesn't concern the public.
Let's pause to recap just one more time. First, this motion was rejected due to Bill Joyner's status as a private figure. Legally, a private figure is someone who is neither in public office, i.e. a high-ranking government official, a public figure like a celebrity, someone involved in a large news story or a person of public interest, or a limited-purpose public figure, which is a person involved in a large story who would otherwise be a private figure. This is important because Andrew's argument against Joyner being a private figure is that he's connected to a larger story that's relevant to the country.
The film, even though it's focused on Kelly as an individual who himself isn't like a politician or an important figure necessarily, his story connects to broader national events and movements that have permanently reshaped the landscape of our country.
So wait, this is way more complicated than I anticipated. I haven't looked into the Andrew Callahan lawsuit because, again, like somebody mentioned in chat, Andrew Callahan is a rapist. I don't usually cover stuff about him. He was platforming Nick Fuentes and Hunter Biden, and that's the kind of story that you like. The Hunter Biden shit is sort of stuff that I feel obligated to cover. But I didn't realize that this was this complicated already, even before the question of like, is he is he representing his lawsuit correctly? Like, I wasn't even up on the lawsuit, and now I'm trying to, figure all of this shit out.
Absolutely. None of it happened before. Remember? Absolutely.
Raccoons will run away if you play the She's Got the Look by Prince. Oh my God, I love that song. That's like one of my favorite Prince songs.
Thank you, Charlie. Good seeing you again. Thank you.
This is not really a convincing argument at all. But he says that the reason this anti-SLAPP motion was dropped was because the judge is really old.
I don't know if the judge ever watched Dear Kelly or if she even knows how to use a computer. And I mean,
was it Roxette?
Marshall was born in 1936, around 50.
No, I think Roxette has the Joyride. They're like, come join the Joyride. Yeah, Prince has got, she's got the look. You've got the look. Whatever you be cooking in my book. Your face is jamming, something body slamming. You've got the look. Let's get to ramming, by which I think he means sex.
10 years before.
Not necessarily snake sex, though. I don't think Prince was into... I don't think that's his persona.
Cable TV.
Although Prince famously did have, 65 personas or so. So maybe one of them was a snake. He's like the Sun Wukong of furries, honestly, chat. No, he played 65 instruments. I think I got that mixed up with personas.
Became a household fixture.
And it's easy to do. Instruments that you can play, personas that you have, similar, very similar.
Had honestly genuine difficulty navigating the technology.
Kind of a red herring.
Oh God, would I get in trouble for singing a Prince song?
And distracts from the legitimacy of
his estate is famously litigious.
That's the story so far from Andrew's side. Earlier, he said that this case also...
I just really like Prince.
Well, let me burst the bubble a little.
For whatever that's worth.
That we'll get a better idea of how ridiculous this lawsuit is if we watch the film.
Watching Dear Kelly in its entirety will give you a more
what is going on? What is this fucking
questions you might have about the project.
Oh my God. Are there furries in Thailand? I don't know.
Very different conclusion. The documentary opens up with Kelly Johnson
I know we got 11 minutes though left.
Parenthood protesting the site since he's pro-life and he believes that.
Look, chat, here's my plan right now. Okay, maybe I should re-thumbnail. Like, I should make the thumbnail the Haley Stevens versus, yeah, I could do a Haley Stevens thumbnail. And we'll just bust this thumbnail out for tomorrow. Does that sound good? Again, I'm really sorry about this. I never intend for the main topic to get second billing the way that it did tonight.
Planned Parenthood is selling baby parts. Not even a minute into this documentary, Kelly starts
do an Andrew Callahan thumbnail. I've already done one.
Yelling about Bill Joyner, saying Bill has stolen his house from him.
Save the kids! Save my house for Bill Joyner!
After this, Andrew
It's a good song, yeah.
a short video clip of Kelly.
Oh yeah. Did they say that? Na 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 na. Oh, there's another song. Okay, it's a different song. Yeah. So Prince has a song. Wait, is it called "You've Got the Look"? I think it's called "You've Got the Look." What's the Roxette song called?
Camera saying,
I got First Amendment rights, and I got Second Amendment rights. Vote, and don't forget it.
And if that's not enough, I got Third Amendment rights. I don't even know what the Third Amendment is, but I got them. Probably something to do with snake sex, though.
Don't tread on me.
Don't tread on me, or else I'll have sex with you like a snake.
In and harassing the front desk, the receptionist threatens trespass, and Kelly walks out.
Don't tread on me, or else I'll send a giant ball of snakes in amorous embrace over to your house.
Comparing the abortion industry.
Is it Roxette? Is it Roxanne? Am I getting it wrong? Is it Roxas? No, Roxas is from Kingdom Hearts.
To Bill Joyner, since both are cowards hiding behind doors and P.O. boxes. Andrew then overlays footage of the private residence of Bill Joyner as.
But yeah, chat. If somehow 96 points come in before this thing is all over, I will. I will go back. I'll try to. I'll watch this and then retrace our steps around the fucking RGR panel, because we can't miss the RGR thing. We gotta cover that.
Kelly rambles about where he lives.
P.O. box, just like behind the gates of
Notice that we're not even through the intro, and Bill Joyner is mentioned multiple times in the introduction and is even doxxed. After this opener, Andrew states that the purpose of this documentary is this.
This is a documentary about a guy named Kelly Johnson, spoken patriot who hates the Democrat Party, but not as much as he hates a man named Bill Joyner, who you don't know about yet, but you're gonna learn a lot about later.
So the point is to
God damn, is anybody making heads or tails of this?
Kelly Johnson's life and why he hates Bill Joyner. If you recall before,
so Bill Joyner's suing him. Kelly Johnson is the Trump guy that he met, at the Alex Jones thing? Or did he meet this guy at January 6th?
I will tell you that this film...
The Look is the song by Swedish pop duo Roxette.
Only briefly focused...
I thought it was called Come Join the Joyride.
...is on the pre-political dispute between Kelly and Bill Joyner.
Andrew claims that the film only briefly focuses on the pre-political dispute between Kelly and Bill Joyner, and you'll see how ridiculous this is.
It's Roxette or it's Roxanne?
Technically isn't
contradictory. No, wait. Roxanne is the chick that Sting doesn't want to turn on the red light.
Before. If you combine the statement with Andrew...
It is Roxette, okay.
Bill Joyner was someone that he's never talked to or ever seen in his life. You would think that Joyner serves a small role in this documentary, unless you watched it yourself. In fact, I'm not the only one who noticed this. Streamer Chud Logic reviewed the film and noticed this.
What? Chud Logic mentioned what? Excuse me?
Okay, so what is...
Hey, Chud Logic here. You know, this guy over here is... Okay.
Bill Joyner is a pretty fundamental facet of the story then, if we're mentioning him right at the start of this. The way Andrew presented it made it seem like it was a...
give respect to Chud. He's on Kick and he doesn't do IRL nuisance streaming, even though I'm sure he could. All right?
Small little part of the...
Chud Logic hasn't pissed me off in several months, so good on you, Chud, I guess. You Got the Look is the song by Prince. Yeah, of course, with the U instead of the letter U. This is what Prince loves to do.
Broader narrative, but it seems pretty central to the premise.
Sign O the Times.
Andrew explains that he met Kelly in April of 2021 at a White Lives Matter rally in Huntington Beach. He seemed to be the sole Trump supporter there, defending his pro-life position. Andrew cuts to a montage of Kelly showing off his gadgets, including a hammer, a crowbar, and a mask.
She's Got the Look versus You Got the Look. Okay.
Revolver.
That's a girl's name. And so in that regard...
Destiny? Is it a girl's name? Sorry, what?
Second Amendment, and right here, and right here, and right here.
Wait. Why do you have a purse? I'm sorry, wait, what?
So just don't forget that.
Andrew then asks Kelly for the most painful piece of truth that has hurt him. Kelly explains that he's had his home stolen by Bill Joyner. And Andrew highlights this answer as...
Was that a VO5 hot oil commercial? Was it on a commercial?
What he was looking for in a documentary, since he believes that many QAnoners were downwardly mobile.
I don't need hot oil, chat. I need to get my hair cut and styled.
Older conservative figures who
they kind of cooked it when they put the color into it. Anyway, it's a miscommunication. It's because I don't speak Thai.
He faced some sort of traumatic experience around the time Trump was elected into office. These three pillars...
Well, I don't know. Why does a man have a .44 revolver in his purse? Maybe he's like... I don't know.
Or as he explained in his Doomscroll interview.
One of the things that I really appreciated about the early part of the film is that...
I mean, I figured there were Chuds in the UK. Okay, so to be real, Chud Logic was a bread tuber. Wanted to be a bread tuber. Saw and was inspired by other bread tubers, all right? And the name Chud Logic was ironic, right? As in, like, you know, the Chud is saying something stupid in chat and you're like, that's just Chud Logic, right? That was the original. Chud Logic had a scandal involving a 17-year-old in his Discord who he apparently said some inappropriate things to. He claims to have not known that they were 17. They you know, when he asked them if they were of age, they eventually did say yes, but they didn't say it directly. They didn't say it immediately, which to most people would be a clue that, hey, the person you're talking to is not of age. Maybe don't, like, sex them. Chud Logic is either too dense to grasp this, or motivated to pretend he didn't know. So for whatever reason that was, but this was a big scandal. And everybody in BreadTube was like, we're done with this Chud Logic guy. He seems creepy as fuck. Destiny came in and said, oh no, Chud Logic did nothing wrong. Oh no, clearly this woman said that she's over 18. How was Chud supposed to know? So Chud became a Destiny orbiter. From there, he became like a kick streamer. Long story short, so yeah, now he, like, low-key is a bit of a Chud and British. So yeah, I guess British Chud, but he didn't start out that way. Do I like Thai? Oh my god, wait, the language? I'm learning. It's difficult. It's difficult for Thai people to learn English. It's difficult for English speakers to learn Thai, but I'm trying, because I do want to be able to communicate here. And yeah, not knowing any Thai when I was getting my haircut was a huge problem. In terms of, you know, I tried to communicate that I got an unexpected hair color from saying I want strawberry blonde. They interpreted that to mean a different thing. And I looked at it and I'm like, huh. And you know what the thing when you get your hair done and you're looking at it and you're like, I don't know. I mean, I kind of like it. Do I like it? Do I like it? It takes you a while. And so when they asked me, do you like it? Are you happy? Are you satisfied? I was like, it's not what I expected, but I kind of like it. And somehow they took that as like, you fucked up. You need to give me the right hair color. And they kept on trying, which was a mistake. I shouldn't have let them. I should have just been like, nope, I'm going home. Here's your money. If it was a mistake in communication, it's my fault, whatever. Like, that's what I should have done. Instead, I let them try to fix the mistake. And in doing so, they fried my hair. So again, my fault on that one. I'm not mad at the salon. Chud Logic was always a Destiny orbiter, in my opinion. He just went mask off after that.
You propose, I think you call it Andrew's theory of radicalization. Yeah. What is Andrew's theory of radicalization?
Well, I mean, okay, so I said this and I thought I was like kind of a genius when I thought about it, but then, so my theory was that the three core needs are security, significance, and connection. Right. Turns out there's actually a guy named Maslow who said something very similar, and it's called the hierarchy of needs. Right. I think it's like the first course you take.
Oh, is Maslow? Yeah, it is the first course you take at college if you don't drop out because you're put off by the blue hair and the nose ring that your professor has. The fact your professor goes by Z here pronouns or anything else, right? You know, if you're a chud, in other words, you don't get to find out what Maslow's hierarchy is all about. Figure out the color shade numbers you want. Use Google Live Translate. Yeah, that could have been I think we did use Google a little bit, but there was somebody who spoke English there, kind of, right? It's a spectrum, right? Very few people in Thailand learn perfect English. If they do, they generally, want to move to or want to travel in the United States or the UK. And very few of us, Farangs over in Thailand, actually learn perfect Thai. And if you do, chat, you get to become the announcer at Lumpini Stadium. You get to call there's an American, I believe, who calls does the ring stuff because he speaks amazing Thai and Thai people love him. And so and he can do it in English and then he can do it in Thai. He's got a very unique set of talents being able to be an American that speaks Thai so well. So good for him. A lot of Buddhists there. Oh yeah, absolutely. Almost everybody is Theravada Buddhist. There's also a few Mahayana Buddhists as well.
Everyone's like,
for people who haven't heard of that, what
Andrew treats this like he's reinventing the wheel.
Yeah, speaking of gorgeous charts, yes, Maslow did have gorgeous charts
in the documentary, when in reality he's just butchering the concept of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. At this event,
oh no, I can't even pay attention to this chat. I apologize. I don't know this. How did the stream go off the rails? Look, I'm gonna have to fix it in post. I'm gonna have to do it live. We're gonna have to do, because there's I didn't give you a fair shake on the on the freaking RGR panel or the Josiah live space, Pisco Josiah like Twitter live, or the Live and Learn from tonight. We're gonna have to recast all that tomorrow. I'm gonna put Haley Stevens on the thumbnail. I'm gonna try to put out a community post just like saying here's what happened tonight. Very sorry. Yeah, I went off on Snake Island. Yeah. I said Russian battleship, go fuck yourself, just like these snakes here are fucking themselves in a big pile of political parties all mashed up.
Kelly continues to yell about,
do I low-key love combat sports?
Bill Joyner, doxing him one more time.
Do I want to participate in them?
Time for good measure.
Do I want to watch them? Do I want to like train in them? Do I want to spar in them? Is that what are we asking?
He falsified a trustee's deed to himself with 7 false representations on it and stole my home. His name's Bill Joyner. He lives in and he's demonic also.
Again, this is not censored for the
Oh my god, chat, we're out of time. We're fucking out of time. It happened. Okay. I will make this up for you, okay? I will make this up for you. We will cover what we didn't cover today, tomorrow. Yeah, that's 6 hours, and that's my limit. Yeah, technically we only unlocked 5 hours, but I somehow gave you an extra hour for free. Now let's be real. I probably gave you an extra 30 minutes because let's say 30 minutes of that was 30 minutes of that was probably the intro. So yeah, you got an extra 30 minutes regardless, at least watching them. Well, I got into it when Amanda Nunes was popping off when she won the championship and in that division, in that one division, then defended the title a bunch of times, then beat Cyborg's ass. Like I liked UFC back then. It's been a while though. It's been a while. And Dana White never treated her right. Okay, Dana White absolutely wasted Amanda's talent. So I will never forgive him for that. But Chad, I hope you can forgive me for a crazy stream. Was it fun? One in chat if you had fun. One in chat if you had. So for once, Riverboat Jack does not cover an important political topic, and I do, and maybe did cover some drama that I didn't cover. I don't know. I don't know what Riverboat Jack covered tonight. There's a lot to cover, even if you're just doing politics. So Dana White treating a woman badly? No, never. Okay, so people liked it. People liked it, and they had fun. I'm just gonna have to change the thumbnail because I feel like this just the one that's on there doesn't represent. And you'll know when you see the same thumbnail again, right? That it's gonna be, we're gonna go right to that content. Tomorrow we'll start with this whole beautiful mess that is what seems to be a DGG civil war. Chat, that's what I've got. Maybe I'll even make another thumbnail reflecting that. What we got tomorrow coming up is a DGG civil war. It's Josiah against Whick and Hutch and Pisco, and who knows how all these pieces fall into play. A lot of people liked it. Okay, I'm glad you had fun, even with the snakes fucking. Okay, I'm glad I'm teaching you about, animal husbandry and all kinds of unrelated topics as well. If you want some secret video marking info, oh, do you mean like timestamps and stuff? Yeah, I'm always interested in that stuff. I mean, Direful sends me a lot of timestamps. If anybody else has suggestions of content and timestamps and sort of gets what we're doing here, I'm open to that as well. Yeah, DGG Civil War tomorrow. Make sure to be here 7 p.m. Pacific. I'll try to be on time. 10 p.m. Eastern, and we'll go for 4 hours, 5 hours if we hit 100, 6 hours if we hit 200. And that'll be, Monday, today's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, skip Thursday, Friday, Saturday, skip Sunday. That's my schedule, chat, and I'm going to do my best to stick to it, even though we were late tonight. But yeah, I got a lot of real life stuff to take care of now, so I'm going to go do that. Oh my God, chat, I should have already set this up. Oh, I don't even have a Twitch window open. Let's see what is even going on out there in the wide world of sports, combat or otherwise. What was it that made the chatter think about combat sports? I want to know. Was it the snakes fucking? Did that remind you of combat sports? It's kind of it's almost like jujitsu. Jujitsu is like being a snake and trying to have sex with another snake, while like 100 other snakes are trying to have sex with that snake. So it is kind of tangentially related to combat sports, I suppose. All right, now here's a channel we haven't rated in quite some time. Lesbian hot sauce, not to be confused with lesbian hot house. This is lesbian hot sauce, a socialist lesbian with muscles and a mullet, yapping about politics and life with you. Let's go. Let's go. And like I said, I always read out my Patreons at the beginning and end of every stream. We are at the we're at the end of this one. Wow, you know how time flies. This is the end, my beautiful friend. But yeah, let me shout out my Patreons nonetheless, all my fancy weasels over there on Patreon. I don't know if you know this, but if you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of every stream. Let's do those now. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Remix. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Joel Siverwood. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noape. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to all my fancy weasels out there. Rachel K, Omega Star, Crystal Saphira, and Zara Xerix. Thank you for supporting me on Patreon. And we are rating out tonight. That's it for me, chat. Take care of yourself and others. Muay Thai, perhaps? Yeah, like I've trained at Muay Thai. I just, I would love to have time and money to be able to do that. Actually, that's an option, chat. I should look into that before I lock down. I need to learn more Thai, but I should look into, you can also get an educational visa for Muay Thai. So it might be worth a look. Anyway, much love to ball of snacks, pretty much. Much love to everyone. Take care of yourself and each other, and I will see you tomorrow again, 7 p.m. Pacific time, 10 p.m. Eastern time. Always trying to be earlier, always trying to be on time. I'll do my best. You do your best to be there, and you'll catch the rest of this messy topic, which I think merits more exploring. I think Direful will probably agree, and thankfully Direful's got some timestamps for us. So yeah, thank you for the shout out, Lesbian Hot Sauce, and everybody go follow Lesbian Hot Sauce, who's sending people to follow me as I say, here, let me just do, oh wait, nobody's in my Twitch chat. There's no point. Anyway, I gotta get out of here. I gotta take care of some real life errands and stuff like that. I'll be back tomorrow, and we'll do the rest of the stream that I should have done today, except for Haley Stevens and her catchphrase. I think it's because her catchphrase, chat, is so catchy, right? It's such a catchy catchphrase. Wait, where is it? I need to find the catchphrase. I gotta play it one more time.
I will continue to fight for the people of Israel. I will continue to fight for Israel's existence. Israel comes to me in my dreams. I see Israel's future, and I know that Israel will
continue to exist as a singular secular state. One person, one vote, from the river to the sea, as Norm said. Someday Palestine will be free. Yes. I will see you